Chapter 576. As a young hunk whose popularity was comparable to the S-list, he carried the title of God of Stocks, fast shooter, music genius, and outstanding entrepreneur. On this flight from Shanghai, there was almost no one present who did not know him. Although Qinze was wearing a mask, it obviously could not prevent others from recognizing him. The upper half of his face was easier to recognize than the lower half because the eyes were the window to the soul and the most important part of a person's facial features. In the entire cabin, there were probably only 2 people who did not recognize him. One was lying down, and the other was standing. The one standing had his hands clenched into fists and was in a fighting posture. It seemed that he had practiced a few moves. The foreigner was tall and strong. Qinze was already 182 meters tall, but he was still half a head shorter than him. After getting into a fighting posture, the foreigner stared at Qinze. He thought that if he came over, he would reward him with a left hook, then a right hook, and then a gas heel. He would simply KO him. Qinze took a step forward. The moment he stepped in, the foreigner's left hook flew over. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. As soon as the combo started, it was interrupted. The foreigner's nose was punched. His vision turned black, and his whole body fell backward. The girl behind him wanted to support him, but she could not. The 2 staggered and fell together. Qinze knows kung fu. Someone among the passengers shouted, "How can he beat him?" It was impossible. After recovering from the shock, the air hostess quickly grabbed Qinze's arm, one on each side. "Don't do it, don't." The passengers all stood up, took out their phones, took photos, and recorded videos. The passengers on the other side of the cabin door were a little far away, so they did not react. They pulled the people in the front row and asked about the situation. Asked, "What's going on? Why is there such a big reaction?" Answered, Qinze is on the plane. He hit someone." Quickly record a video. Qinze turned his head and asked the 2 air hostesses, "Do you want to send me to the police station?" This was what the air hostess threatened the middle-aged man just now. The 2 air protectors smiled bitterly at each other. After he finished speaking, he looked around. His gaze swept past the passengers and the phone cameras in their hands. He said loudly, "Since everyone has recognized me, I'll say a few words. Everyone, please be quiet." Since his identity had been exposed, he might as well say something. According to his plan, he would only reveal his true identity to the staff in the cabin. Then, through operations, the impact of this matter was eliminated. The cabin quieted down a little. Qinze said in a clear voice, "Just now, this foreigner shouted Chinese pig. Chinese people are pigs. I don't know how you feel, but I feel terrible. He's not only scolding that big brother, but he's also scolding me and everyone here. In our country, there's a saying that goes, 'If you don't teach, you'll be punished.' So I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't. Instead, he insulted us even more. I can only use my actions to tell him that Chinese people are not pigs." Clap, clap, clap. Qinze frowned and glanced at the passengers. "But what makes me the most uncomfortable is not his insults, but your silence. Just now, I was on the side, shouting in my heart, 'Don't be silent, don't be silent, stand up, and refute.' But you didn't. You listened to him call you Chinese pigs, but you just kept silent and acted as if it had nothing to do with you. If a person doesn't even have the integrity of a race, if he doesn't even have dignity, then it's too sad." Most of them were ashamed and speechless. "Very good," Qinze said. "Lu Sun said that money can't make your knees hard. If you want to stand up again, you have to stand up from the bottom of your heart first." Lu Sun F***CK, who's pressing down on my coffin. I'm a public figure. I know that hitting people will have a great negative impact on me, and I'll even be classified as a banned artist and banned. But I still have to do it because someone has to stand up. Have you ever thought about what would happen if no one stood up for him? After the incident, he would talk to his companions about it and say with disdain, "Not a single Chinese person dared to stand up for me at that time. They really are like a bunch of pigs." Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, "Dignity is something you have to protect yourself. Face is something you have to fight for. In the future, when I meet such people who insult Chinese people, I will beat them up one by one. If I shout a section of 'I have a dream,' it will be more emotional, but that's too stupid. I'll recite it later. What if I cross to the Republic of China? Silence, silence. But this silence is different from the silence just now. That silence is indifference. And this silence is shame mixed with boiling blood. One face, each with different expressions. The middle-aged man with glasses had wet eyes, not pretentious, but moved. At the other end of the cabin, Su Yu stood at the door of the first-class cabin, looking at the crowd, the man with emotion. Her eyes were unprecedentedly infatuated and adored. After that, Qin Zhe said to the two air hostesses, "How to deal with it? I will take the responsibility." He brushed past the infatuated stewardess and the flustered girl. As soon as he left, the two foreigners stopped pretending to be dead and angrily said to the air hostess, "Call the police when you get off the plane. I'm going to sue him." This time, the air hostess didn't answer, but called the stewardess, take the medicine box to stop the bleeding and rub the medicine. The foreigners repeated in Chinese, "Sue him." The air hostess ignored them. "Please go back to your seat, or we will forcibly send you back. We will help you deal with the wounds." One had a nosebleed, and the other had a bruised face. The two foreigners looked at the girl. The girl hesitated for a moment and said in English, "I think you should apologize." Fuck. The foreigners were so angry that they burst out swearing. "Stupid. Son of a bitch. Go away. Brainless." In the passengers, suddenly there was a burst of curses in response to the two of them. Qin Zhe pulled Su Yu back to the first-class cabin at the door and said with a wry smile, "It may take a while to get off the plane later. Sorry, I always make trouble." Su Yu shook her head. "You hit people again. Isn't it immature?" Qin Zhe said. "Because she is weak, women instinctively dislike violence. She feels that it is immature." Su Yu hugged his waist and said softly, "Fighting also depends on the situation. Are those indifferent people outside rational? Are they men? Are they mature? As you said, they don't even have dignity, and they keep silent even when insulted. Is such a person good?" She sniffed Qin Zhe's breath deeply and became more and more intoxicated. "Foreigners are all like this. I have seen a lot of Chinese people who have been discriminated against and sighed. They not only discriminate against Chinese people, but also engage in internal strife. The discrimination against black people is very serious, but among those Chinese people who are discriminated against, few can stand up and refute. Other bases I can understand, but if you are discriminated against and insulted in your own country, what is it?" Qin Zhe scratched his head in annoyance. "Why can't I stand up?" Su Yu said, "Why do you think about others? Think about yourself. Will you really be classified as a banned artist?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "Politically correct. No." Su Yu cleverly said, "Oh," and continued to hug him. Not long after, she let go and rubbed her neck and waist. The door of the first-class cabin was opened at this time, and two foreigners and a girl came in. One of them had a hemostatic cotton in his nostrils, and the other had medicine on his face. They didn't say anything, didn't dare to speak, and sat in their seats. The girl peeked at Qin Zhe from time to time, and her expression was extremely complicated. Qin Zhe? He was Qin Zhe? It turned out that she had been in the same room with her idol. At this time, as a fan, she should have been excited to ask for autographs and photos, but after what happened just now, it was difficult to put down her face and get close to him. The same was true for the passengers in the economy class. Qinzhe's words just now made everyone's face burn. At 4:50 p.m., they arrived at Bao, an airport, on time. After Qinzhe got off the plane, he was asked by the airport staff to enter the VIP room. Qinzhe was taken away alone. Is the police going to arrest him? Let's go and see. The passengers who took the ferry also saw that they and Qinzhe didn't leave on the same ferry. Let's go and see after we get off. It's in that direction. The airport police station is next to it. Let's go directly. Qinzhe waited in the VIP room for the police from the police station. He got into a fight again. The two middle-aged policemen who rushed over to take notes had the same thought in their minds at the same time. The incident between Qinzhe, Zhao Yuqian, and Sun Wuda was still vivid in their minds. Shanghai and Shenzhen were more than 1,000 kilometers apart, but in the era of information explosion, a haircut was known all over the country, not to mention a fight between a famous person like Qinzhe. We received a report that you hit someone on the plane. The policeman said causing trouble on the plane was an additional crime. Conflicts between passengers were fine, but if it was a conflict with the staff on the plane, it would be serious enough to warrant immediate detention. I hit two foreigners, Qinzhe said. The reason? They called Chinese pigs. The policeman was stunned. Tell me in detail. Qinzhe recounted what happened on the plane. You didn't hurt them badly, did you? The policeman's tone was gentle. Of course not. It's just a normal fight. It doesn't constitute minor injuries, Qinzhe said with a smile. It was like a joke, and the policeman laughed too. Some time ago, countless people were concerned about minor injuries. The two foreigners are next door. We'll ask them later. After the policeman finished speaking, he left the VIP room. When they opened the door and saw the scene outside, both of them were stunned. There were dozens of people standing at the door. Chapter 5, 77. They're out. A group of people came forward. Officer, it was those two foreigners who scolded me first. They even pushed me. They were the ones who started it. You should arrest those two foreigners. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked very anxious. He was the one who got into a conflict with the foreigners on the plane. He was also the one who gathered the passengers to watch. Before this, he was actually very disdainful of Qinzhe. He knew that he was a celebrity because his daughter, who was in junior high school, was chasing after this Qinzhe. It was to the point of blindly worshiping him. Once, he heard his daughter talking to her classmate on the phone. She kept calling him husband. As a father, he was very worried. She was so shameless, calling him husband at such a young age. She was so shameless. Also, that Qinzhe was that flirtatious B****starred. Later, he found out that he was a celebrity and was very good at writing songs. As a middle-aged man who didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, that was all he knew about Qinzhe. A few days ago, Qinzhe hit someone. His daughter was very worried about it. She was afraid that her idol would be banned. It was good to be banned. It was good to be banned for such a scourge of young girls. Until an hour ago, when he was insulted and humiliated by two foreigners on the plane, no one stood up. Only this young man stood up. He was a celebrity and a public figure, but he still stood up. This young man was different. He was different from what he thought of as a young hunk. He was different from most ordinary people. He had guts. If he was caught and banned because of this matter, he would be the first to be indignant and would stand up to speak up. The crowd behind him echoed, "Are they going to arrest him?" "Arrest my ass. Don't let them arrest him. That's still up to you. Let's take photos of these two people first. If Chinze is arrested, we'll post it online and let the netizens search for them. One after another, they spoke up. The two policemen looked at each other. They were a little caught off guard. They had received a report from the airport that there was a fight on the plane. The two foreigners were the ones who were beaten up. As it was related to their foreign friends, they took it seriously and hurried over. There were so many people gathered here. Moreover, the crowd looked very agitated. Naturally, it attracted a lot of attention and interest. They gathered around to watch the show. What's going on? Why are you all gathered here? Oh, the police are here too. What happened? Someone answered, Chinze is here. Chinze. A surprised and excited voice sounded. Yes, Chinze. He got into a fight on the plane just now, so the police came. Another fight. In the past, he didn't realize that Chinze was so mischievous. Why was he always fighting? Was he really a bad person? And it's a foreigner, the man added. Whoa, what's going on? Did they hit a foreigner? Two foreigners scolded us Chinese as pigs on the plane. If that's the case, then he deserves a beating. More and more people gathered, and the chatter became louder and louder. When the two policemen saw the situation, they said a few words in a polite manner. The general meaning was that it was a routine matter, and they were just asking about it. You guys do your thing, and we'll watch ours. Just pretend that we don't exist, the middle-aged man with glasses said. They looked at each other, then turned and went back into the house. On the leather sofa in the VIP room, Suyu tilted her head on Chinze's shoulder and looked at her mobile phone. Chinze hugged her waist and saw the door open again, so he let go of Suyu's waist. Police comrade, is there anything else? Out of curiosity, the two policemen's eyes fell on Suyu first, then turned to Chinze and smiled bitterly. There are a lot of people outside, blocking us. We said that we didn't arrest you, but they just refused to leave. Chinze understood and said, You go next door to make a statement first. I'll talk to them outside. He was a little surprised. After about half an hour at the airport, Chinze went out and saw a dense group of people. He couldn't tell who were passengers on the same plane as him and who were just onlookers. Chinze. Seeing him come out, there was a small scream and uproar in the crowd. Thank you for your concern. He bowed slightly. I'm fine, and nothing will happen. After all, it doesn't constitute a minor injury. The police have come forward to mediate our conflict, and I can leave soon. Let's disperse. Everyone should have something to do, so don't waste time here. Are you really all right? The middle-aged man with glasses standing in front asked. It's all right. Chinze nodded and smiled at him. Then we'll go when it's over. The middle-aged man said. There were no people gathered here, but more gathered, just like queuing up to buy tickets, a dense crowd of people. The behavior of fans picking up at the airport is to make a show and hype, but the premise is that the star doesn't appear in a high-profile appearance. If you wear a pair of sunglasses and a mask in and out of the airport, no one will notice, but if you don't have any cover and stand in the waiting hall, you will be surrounded by onlookers. Star effect. On the other side, two foreigners with obvious scars on their bodies shouted at the police, I don't accept mediation. You have to detain him. The girl translated in Chinese. Chinze and Suyu were also in this VIP room, sitting on the side, calm and composed. The policeman said, This is not enough to constitute detention. In addition, if you don't accept mediation, the airline will sue both of you for obstruction of public order. You will go back to the police station with me and wait for the airline's prosecution. Or you can go to the court and sue him yourself at the cost of accepting the airline's lawsuit at the same time. Translate for him. The girl glanced at the policeman and whispered something to the two foreigners. The bias of the police has been obvious, but you can't find any fault with the bias within the law. The two foreigners looked unwilling and finally chose to accept the compensation and apologize. The girl translated awkwardly, "They want 50,000 yuan." In fact, she didn't need to translate. Qinze and Su you could understand. "You can go to the court and sue. I'll take it." Qinze said lightly, "Go to the court and sue. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Even if I lose, it will only be a matter of tens of millions of yuan, but it will probably take a few months." The prosecution process, the court judgment, is too time-consuming, at least a month. Don't think that a lawsuit is a terrible thing. If it's a real fight, even if Qinze loses in the end, the court's judgment is absolutely fair. A little injury may be fine the next day. How can you pay 50,000 yuan? You want to extort money? You think too much. The girl translated for the two foreigners and added her personal opinion. She felt that a lawsuit was troublesome and did not get any benefits. Suyu took out a pink wallet from a high-end LV bag, took out 5,000 yuan, threw it on the table, and spoke English. Qinze can probably understand. 5,000 yuan, you take it, and you can reward me. I am not short of money. I want to go to court, and I am not afraid. The two foreigners looked up at Suyu. It was probably the first time that they felt a sense of oppression from her. This beautiful woman suddenly became strong and fierce. They were a little confused. Looking at the police again, they were expressionless. They were a little disappointed that they didn't get the VIP treatment that they imagined. After judging the situation, they chose to accept the compensation and apology. Apologize crossed out. The front door was blocked, but it didn't matter. The VIP room had more than one door. It had 3 doors. Qinze and Suyu left from the side door, wearing masks and sunglasses. 2 people in a suitcase. Qinze pulled, and Suyu took his arm. The husband and wife followed, and Suyu also put on a mask and sunglasses. Out of the waiting hall, Qinze found a black commercial car on the side of the road, confirmed the license plate number, and led Suyu to walk over. The car arrived half an hour ago, almost as soon as Qinze's front foot landed. It arrived at the airport to pick him up. It was the car called by his uncle to pick him up. In the process of Qinze dealing with the foreign incident, his uncle called him several times. Qinze only said that he had something to deal with and asked him to wait. For this reason, the commercial car was driven by the traffic police again and again on and off the Duga, and finally Qinze and Suyu came out. Opening the door, in the spacious car, sat the smiling uncle and an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Qinze froze in place. The man looked over. Across a pair of sunglasses, the 2 men looked at each other, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Guang noticed Su Yao's tense body and involuntarily clenched fists. Su, you also noticed Qinze's stiff arm, and she was holding Qinze's arm. Ace, come in. Don't stand. And President Su, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful. Su Guang's laughter broke the silence of the 2 men. After that, he got out of the car, took the suitcase in Qinze's hand, and threw it into the back seat of the commercial car. Qinze and Suyu got in the car and sat down. The commercial car drove smoothly along the Duga, and the airport was left behind, turning into a vague black spot, and then gradually disappearing. Do you want a drink? Su Guang asked, and he had taken out a bottle of champagne, set the glass, and poured the wine. This commercial car is very high-end, and it is the same grade as the nanny car used by his sister, starting at 1 million. Ace, Uncle did a good job this time. Don't be too good. Su Guang smiled and pretended to be relaxed. Let me introduce you. Su Yao, Uncle's old friend. Thanks to his help this time. Don't look at how unreliable your uncle has been these past few years. Not everyone around him is a scoundrel. He handed a glass of champagne to Qinze. Qinze's eyes fell on Su Yao, and he said lightly, I have seen you before. Clang. The goblet fell to the ground, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Su Guang. Chapter 578. The smile on Su Guang's face disappeared. This heartless man for more than 10 years had a rare panic, but he covered it up in a very short time. "Oh, my hand is numb. Oh, sorry. He hurriedly bowed his head to pick up the broken goblet. Qinzhe kicked it and swept the goblet aside. "Uncle, let someone clean it up after the car stops. Be careful not to scratch your hand." Perhaps Qinzhe's tone was too strange and dull. Su Guang's face was uncontrollable panic. His expression and subtle behavior fell into Qinzhe's eyes, one by one. It confirmed some speculations in his heart. His heart was cold. Su Yao smiled and reached out his hand. "I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect Guang's nephew to be the famous Qinzhe." Qinzhe hesitated a little and shook hands with him. "It's a small world. We met last time. Yes, we meet again." Su Yao smiled very gently, and his words and deeds gave people a sense of relaxation like a spring breeze, without the oppression of a billionaire. Qinzhe glanced at his uncle, who was a little confused and nervous, and explained, "I saw Boss Su when I was shooting Journey to the West with my sister last time. Thank you, Boss Su, for your help. Otherwise, we might have a little trouble. Right, you are?" Suyu suddenly realized and finally remembered this familiar face. That day, she drove and collided with the front of a Rolls-Royce. The two sides had a quarrel, and the traffic police rushed over. She thought that the follow-up would be a little troublesome. Finally, a middle-aged man came over and slapped the Rolls-Royce owner. And then there was no then. The main reason was that Su Yao was too ordinary, and Suyu couldn't remember him for a while. If he was not handsome enough, how could he attract the attention of beautiful girls? A handsome uncle like Su Guang's uncle can make people remember him. It's purely the degree of visual impact. It's like a very ordinary boy acting handsome in front of the goddess, and when he turns around, the goddess forgets him. And a handsome boy, if he drives a luxury car, even if he does nothing, his handsome face and chic back will be deeply imprinted in the goddess's heart. The conclusion: what kind of wife is ugly? The conclusion was, if you don't have money, how can you marry a wife? Yeah, so that's what's going on. Ape dung, ape dung. Su Guangda shouted and slapped his thigh. His movements were a little exaggerated, and his smile contained 3 parts luck, 3 parts relaxation, 3 parts fear, and 1 part nervousness. Uncle felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Su." Suyu stretched out her white and tender hand and shook hands with Su Yao. Su Yao also stretched out his hand and held Suyu's small hand. At the same time, he looked at her wantonly. That was the gaze of an elder looking at a junior. It was also the gaze of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. No, it was the gaze of a father looking at his daughter-in-law. Perhaps because his gaze was too undisguised, Su Guang touched Su Yao's arm without a trace. Su Yao hurriedly retracted his hand and smiled gently. "It's nothing." Su Yao was satisfied with his first impression of her. From what Su Guang had said, she seemed to be A's secretary. In addition, A seemed to have a real girlfriend. His smile made Suyu stunned. This gentle smile had a strong sense of déjà vu. She couldn't help but turn to look at Qinzhe. Well, it was an 80% similar smile. The car sped on the highway, and they didn't know where to go. Qinzhe didn't care. He stared at Su Yao and said, "Mr. Su is also surnamed Su? He is an old friend of my uncle. Is he also from Su Town?" This question made Su Guang and Su Yao's eyelids twitch at the same time. Yes. He's uncle's childhood friend. He used to wear the same pants." Su Guang covered up his embarrassment with exaggerated laughter. "When I was in junior high school, his family moved away. I haven't seen him for many years, but in these few years when my uncle was down, I was grateful for his care. Chinze nodded suddenly. I knew it. When I was at Aunt Sue's house, I didn't see Mr. Su. Su Yao's hand holding the goblet was white. Su Guang felt guilty and kept warning his childhood friend with his eyes. He said in his heart, "You have to hold on. Don't collapse." Chinze spoke in a completely casual tone. It was like meeting a fellow villager in a foreign place and couldn't help but talk about the scenery of his hometown to try to get closer. Even Su Yao, who had rich experience, couldn't hear the slightest hint of sarcasm in his words. Su Yao forced a smile. Which Aunt Su? He didn't care about his childhood friend, who kept winking at him. Come on, your expression is so rich. Do you think my A's is a fool? Keep your expression to yourself. Su, you was a little strange. She saw her uncle winking at Mr. Su. Did he have an eye disease? Suru, Chinze said. Oh, I have an impression of her. She is a very gentle sister. Su Yao smiled. It was a forced smile. This was the best time to end the topic. He really shouldn't continue to linger on it, but there was a reluctance in his heart that made him ask again, "What do you think of Suru?" Chinze smiled and said in a normal tone, "Yes, very gentle. She is very good to me, just like my mother." Clang! After his fingertips trembled, the goblet in Su Yao's hand fell. Su Guang, driver, drive steadily. What's the matter with the shaking? Do you want to work or not? Su Guang was angry and turned to the driver and yelled, "Driver." At 6 o'clock, in the afterglow of the setting sun, the business car stopped outside a hotel. There was a social event in the evening. Chinze was going to meet and eat with the boss of the VR manufacturer. Any business can be discussed at the dinner table. This is the culture of the dinner table in China, from public to private. Even if they still have to negotiate and discuss in the bright meeting room, the dinner table is like a process that can never be avoided. There is nothing in the world that can't be solved at the dinner table. If there is, it is on a woman's thigh. After getting out of the car, out of some tacit understanding, Su Guang and Su Yao walked in front. Su Yu and Chinze were behind, and the two sides kept a distance that they could whisper without being heard. "Does he know something? I always feel uneasy." Su Guang's voice was very weak. Su Yao was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Don't think too much. What can he know? No one said anything about the past. He can't check it." Su Guang said, "But my nephew in recent years has been very strange. He used to be like an ugly duckling, but suddenly he became different." Su Yao's face was complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Also, your behavior in the car was too abnormal. He will definitely pay special attention to you afterward." Su Guang regretted. "I'm so stupid. I shouldn't have promised you. Don't tell my sister about this, or I will die miserably." Su Yao shook his head. "No. In short, no matter what, you have seen him. After this meal, go back to your Win City tomorrow. Don't ask him for his number, and don't contact him privately. Otherwise, we can't be brothers." Su Guang warned. "I can't go tomorrow. I want to invest in his VR equipment factory." Su Yao said. Hearing this, Su Guang's face changed. "Don't be nervous." Su Yao shook his head. "It's not too complicated. I just want to help. I owe him too much. Just give me a chance to make up for it." Su Guang gritted his teeth. Not far behind, Su Yu hugged Chinze's arm. She was tall, and she could kiss Chinze's lips with a little tiptoe. She whispered in his ear, "That's Su Yao. He looks at you strangely." "What's strange?" Chinze asked. Su Yu thought for a while and shook her head. "I can't say, but he has been peeking at you, looking at you carefully, which makes people feel uncomfortable." "Is he—" She hesitated for a moment. "Is he gay?" Chinze, you've been reading recently beautiful. You even know about this. Suyu said, I just finished reading a book called Devil's Patriarch. Two men lived shamelessly. That kind of life makes me shudder just thinking about it. How could you girls like it? Shinzei imagined two men lying in bed, giving each other a handle. I think it's very loving. Where's the love? Suyu raised her eyebrows, stretched out her hand, and slapped Shinzei's strong buttocks, and said in a rough voice, Good brother, do you want to do it? Shinzei glanced at her chest and sneered, Little brother, wait for me tonight. The topic of conversation inexplicably changed to a completely different topic. I feel that if we make a gay-themed movie, it may be popular, and it will definitely be very popular with female audiences. You're a beautiful man. Why are you gay? Chapter 5, 79. Along with the ups and downs of the mountains, the gentle curves, a loud and clear male voice exploded. Shinzei was shocked at first, and then found that the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it his song, Borrow from the Heavens, for 500 years? In front, Su Guang and Su Yao went to get their phones together. Mine, Su Guang said. Shinzei, it was a déjà vu that could not be any more familiar. Every time the song of the donkey came to mind, he and his sister would subconsciously reach for their phones because their ringtones were the same. I have a little sister, but I never ride. Then the siblings hurried to get their phones. Su Yao also set this song as his ringtone. They were really good brothers and had the same taste. A middle-aged man stood at the door of the hotel with a smile on his face and came to greet Shinzei and others. The vice president of the VR equipment factory, surnamed Go. As soon as they met, he warmly shook hands with Shinzei and Su Yao, but when it came to Suyu, he smiled and nodded. Shinzei noticed that his eyes first fell on himself, then Su Yao, and finally Suyu. He just glanced at them. The small details were very comfortable. With Suyu's appearance, everywhere she went was a beautiful scenery. It was normal for men to instinctively look at her a few more times. But he didn't. Old fox. Buy what bracelets? Life just got better, and you started to play around. Su Guang's tone was unhappy. Mom said to buy it, and you bought it? How long will it take for us to earn 50,000 yuan? Sister's money is not money. What era is it? The family bracelet is not popular, and Yaya doesn't need it. Bow. You don't have to worry about it. Su Guang hung up the phone. Shinzei asked, Grandma wants bracelets. Uncle waved his hand. Your grandma likes this. She especially likes jade. She said that she wants to buy a pair. She will wear it first and pass it to Bao and Yaya in the future. In fact, she wants to wear it. My goodness, a pair of jade bracelets costs 50,000 yuan. Shinzei frowned and said, If Grandma wants to buy it, then buy it for her. 50,000 yuan is nothing. You can't say that. Our family has been poor for so many years. We can't squander money when we have money, right? Uncle said in a serious tone. Shinzei was stunned. He thought to himself, Go eat **T. What right do you have to say that? Suyu's eyes lit up and he wrote it down in a small notebook. He would buy a pair for his grandmother later. The group of people entered the elevator, and President Go pressed the button eagerly. The elevator door closed, and the elevator rose slowly. Shinzei was a little angry. You don't have to pay. I'll pay. It was your family's money, said Uncle. My family doesn't have 50,000 yuan. Uncle was a hoodlum. The Su family had been very poor these years. Her aunt's salary was enough to maintain the living expenses of the family of 4. In fact, Qin Ma had transferred the tuition fees to her grandmother's account. Shinzei didn't know about these things until later. Qin Ma didn't tell them. Now, the Qin family was not short of money. When the siblings went home on weekends, they would occasionally give Chin Ma a sum of money, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Chin Ma couldn't spend it all. She would spend part of it to help her family, and the rest would be saved for her son's wife. Chin Zai's wife's money. His mother had a copy, and his sister had a copy. He was so happy that he could marry two wives. Or should he save a copy with his grandfather? Uncle added, "It's not like there are no jades at home. Your grandmother still has a few pieces, but she won't sell them. Ace, I remember when you were a child, you wanted to buy toys, but your father was black-hearted. He thought it was too expensive and didn't buy it for you. He also beat you. At that time, it was Uncle who paid for it for you." Chinze said, "There was such a thing, so I paid for the bracelet." Uncle often bought him good things when he was a child. Chinze remembered this in his heart. If Uncle hadn't been so good to him, Chinze wouldn't have cared about him. "Uncle, could it be that you've always wanted to raise me up?" "I didn't mean that." Su Guang said, "Why should a child want a toy but the adults don't buy it because it's too expensive and beat people? When the adults are old, they want to buy some expensive things, and the children have to grit their teeth and buy it for them. Because we have to respect the elders." Chinze said, "Don't you have to love the young?" Uncle asked. Chinze was speechless. "You have to repay the kindness of your parents for raising you." Suyu interrupted. "Your parents gave birth to you and raised you. When they are old, you have to raise them." Uncle said. Suyu was speechless. Chinze thought that Uncle must have been beaten by Grandpa for the same reason when he was a child. Some parents were reluctant to spend money on toys for their children. When the children cried, they would beat them. They just had to be responsible for raising them. In the future, when they were old, the children just had to be responsible for their retirement. It made sense. He was speechless. "What Boss Su said makes sense." Ha ha ha. Bosco echoed on the side. "I'm just saying." Su Guang said, "But my mother isn't like that. She doted on me since I was a child. I still have to buy what should be bought." After a pause, he said, "Wait a little longer." Chinze's heart moved. After saying so much, he actually wanted to buy a bracelet for his old mother out of his own pocket. He didn't want to use the Chin family's money anymore. He didn't want to owe them. Although he was still supported by his nephew, it was still his own labor. Ding! The elevator opened. The layout of the 21st floor was good. The lights were bright, but not dazzling. The decoration was new, and there were many guests. As soon as he entered, he could see the guests around the square black crystal table, eating and chatting. Waiters in uniforms came and went. Because of his identity, Chinze wore a mask and sunglasses when he got off the car. It wasn't good to turn the shop into a fan meeting. They entered a very spacious private room. There was only one table, and it was almost full. Several leaders of the VR equipment factory and 2 leaders of the inspection team that Chinze hired. Beside each man, there was a young and beautiful woman accompanying them. "Sit down. Don't be surprised." It was normal. What was this? The big shots were talking about business at the table, and there were female celebrities accompanying them. Chinze looked at the scene in the private room and cursed in his heart. Sister owes me the identity of a big shot. The main character was here. Chinze took off his sunglasses and mask. Many people in the private room were shocked. The only people present who knew that Chinze was coming were the 2 leaders of the exam team, as well as the CEO and vice president of the VR factory. The others probably didn't know about Chinze, especially the girl who was drinking with him. Her eyes lit up. She was surprised and excited. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would probably scream. Except for one girl. When she saw Chinze, she was stunned. Chinze looked around and found her in the next moment. He was slightly stunned. "Boss Chin, come here, sit here." A half-bald middle-aged man got up enthusiastically and greeted Chinze to take a seat. He was the boss of the VR equipment factory, surnamed Lu. "You two, boss, Sue, also sit together, waiting for you to start the banquet." Chinze took back his gaze, responded, and couldn't help but look at the girl. "It's a small world. Remember, she said before that she was from Shuncheng." Suyu frowned slightly. "Flirting in front of me? Hum." After taking their seats, Chinze and the VR equipment factory's CEO drank and talked happily. The enthusiasm was high. Every man was accompanied by a woman who was responsible for pouring wine. Occasionally, they were hugged by a shoulder and waist. Their job. Suyu sat next to Chinze. Of course, Suyu didn't sit here as a hostess. She attended in the name of one of the purchasers, but she was happy to have Chinze hug her waist. However, Chinze didn't. It wasn't because he was pretentious, but because of his identity. Even if they were a couple, he couldn't hug Suyu like other men hugged hostesses. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Zong said with emotion, "I entered this industry in 2014. At that time, the entire VR industry had just started. If you wanted to buy better equipment, you had to go abroad. Now, domestic manufacturers are not as numerous as the hairs on a cow, but at least they're not rare. VR experience halls are everywhere in big cities, and the application prospects are getting better and better. It's suitable for almost all industries and is one of the trends of future technology." His brother was very talkative, and he was a professional, so he praised the VR industry to the sky. These words were for Chinze and the others to hear. It was a bit like bragging. He definitely couldn't say things like, "Oh, this industry is very competitive. I can't see the future for the time being. I can't do it anymore." Chinze clinked glasses with him and smiled. "Since you can't bear to part with it, why did Lu Zong sell it?" Lu Zong sighed. "The investors withdrew their investment. They don't have the money to do research." Vice President Go immediately said, "Lu Zong refused to sell it first and wanted to get more investors, but you didn't agree to invest and only wanted to buy it. We only decided to sell it because of CEO Su." Lu Zong continued, "We're also tight on money. Unlike CEO Chin, who has such great achievements at such a young age and doesn't have to worry about funds. We're just small businesses. Once we stop investing, haha, let's drink." He seemed to realize that he had said too much and quickly stopped. While everyone was still tipsy and drinking to their heart's content, Boss Lu rubbed his hands and said, "It's like this, Boss Chin. Previously, we agreed on a 50% discount for all the equipment, but I feel that more than half of the equipment in the factory was newly purchased last year, so I want to add 10% to the original price." Chinze did some mental calculations. 10% was a few million. Su Yao frowned. Without waiting for Chinze to speak, he said unhappily, "Lu Zong, didn't we agree?" Lu Zong smiled and didn't say anything. Vice President Go said, "CEO Su, didn't we come here to talk about this? This isn't a one-time deal, and we're not buying groceries. We have to talk more." Chinze smiled. Let's drink." The group raised their glasses. After drinking, Chinze picked up a mouthful of food, chewed slowly, swallowed, and said slowly, "Lu Zong, let's talk." Chapter 580. Go ahead, Boss Chin. Lu Zong was all ears. This was called retreating in order to advance. Listen to what the other party had to say first. Many times it was not the person who spoke who held the initiative. Experts did not just listen and not speak, but they would catch other people's flaws. Moreover, Chinze's songwriting skills were known to everyone, but different professions were worlds apart. As for how good his skills were, they had to listen to what he had to say first. Since you're talking about the prospects of VR technology, Let's talk about this first. Actually, before we decided to buy it, we did market research. VR experience halls are indeed everywhere, but for this thing, some shops lose money and some shops earn money. To put it bluntly, it's like the Cayuga County Grand Hotel. If you choose a good location, you'll naturally earn money. If you choose a bad location, you'll definitely lose money. That's why it's been popular in recent years, but it hasn't been popular. Why? Because the technology is not mature and can't be popularized. And since the concept of VR was proposed until now, it can't be said that it has reached a bottleneck, but at least in the next 5 to 10 years, it will be difficult to have a new breakthrough. Actually, there's no point in saying all this. Since I want to buy it, I naturally like its prospects. It's just that I have the money to spend, but you don't. It's just that I have to make it clear that it's not as good as you praise it to be. Luzong chuckled. It's like buying clothes. The shop owner said, "My clothes are high-quality goods and are very expensive." The buyer said, "Your clothes don't feel good. This material will wrinkle after washing for a long time." One praises it, while the other belittles it. Since it's so bad, you might as well not buy it. However, the seller would not say such things because they still wanted to sell it no matter what. Let's talk about profits. The reason why I like your factory is because it's taking the high-end route. It's the kind of business that doesn't run for half a month and runs for 3 months. Your factory's main source of income now is the maintenance and repair of the VR experience hall's equipment. Occasionally, you'll sell a few large-scale VR equipment. The profits are not bad. However, in our line of work, the real loss is in the research and development area. It's too expensive. However, if you don't innovate and only sell equipment to survive, you won't be able to catch up with the times in a few years. Look at the high-end VR developers now. They all have big financial backers behind them. Luzong. It's precisely because it's taking the high-end route, isn't it? Value is relative. Chinze said, "Let's put it this way. The demand for equipment in the experience centers is already saturated. It's not like the big hotels in Shaxian, which are everywhere. One street can have 2. It would be considered good if there were 10 VR experience halls in the entire CBD area. And these 10 families might not even buy a new set of equipment for an entire year." It was precisely because he encountered such a development bottleneck that Luzong gave up the idea of continuing to wade in muddy waters. Am I right? Luzong and Mr. Go looked at each other and gasped. He was an expert. He had done some research on it. He had earned quite a bit of money over the years, but his development had indeed reached a bottleneck. If he continued in this line of work, it would only become more and more difficult. To them, the peak of their strength had already passed, and the next step was a long downhill slope. Thus, they had the idea of retreating safely. Chinze said, "Actually, the best choice for us is to directly transport the equipment back to Shanghai and set up the factory in Shanghai. You also know that my roots are in Shanghai. Shenzhen is too far away, and it's not easy to manage. So, you'll have to pay for the severance of your employees yourself." Luzong's expression changed slightly. This was a huge expense. There was a contract. If he did not pay the severance, he would be sued. He could not be like Huang, and run away with his sister-in-law, right? And this sister-in-law of his wife. He could not help but look at the delicate woman beside him. His sister-in-law was a top graduate from Shanghai. She had worked in Shanghai for half a year. After breaking up with her boyfriend, she returned to Shenzhen and was currently his secretary in his office. His wife had specially arranged for her to be his secretary. His wife gave her sister to him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he remove the threat of the secretary, but he also arranged for a spy. Luzong often had dinner parties, and he would bring his sister-in-law along. However, considering the trouble of hiring in the future, the current decision is based on the situation, Qinze said. His meaning was clear. Don't raise the price, or we'll hurt each other. I'll give you the extra money. You can use it as severance pay. Lu Zong's expression did not change. He smiled and said, let's drink, let's drink. Come to my office tomorrow to talk about business matters. They would continue to wrangle tomorrow, but Qinze planned to see how the factory was doing. Su Yao watched silently with a smile on his face. There was a fatherly relief in his eyes. Perhaps in some aspects, he was still immature in front of him, a senior who had been in the business world for more than 10 years, but his mentality and tone were unusually calm. This was worthy of praise. When Su Yao first negotiated with others, his legs were trembling. The meal was at 9:30 in the evening. Lu Zong proposed to sing. The social activities of adults were basically this process: dinner, nightclub, and sex. Everything could be settled over a wine table. Not good. Okay, on the woman's thigh. Still not good. Then in the body. After singing later, Lu Zong planned to put women in Qinze's room. He had not figured out the relationship between Qinze and Su Yu, so he thought he was an ordinary partner. But Qinze was a big star and should have seen a lot of beautiful women. He was thinking about where to find the best quality women. He had to choose the best Korean semi-permanent, or he would not be able to serve this great god. I'm singing, so I won't go. Qinze smiled and said, it's not convenient with my identity. Then, okay, Lu Zong said, I'll send you upstairs. Thank you. The hotel room was upstairs. By the way, this was a 5-star hotel. This kind of hotel did not have flirtatious men calling at night, because those who could afford to stay in a 5-star hotel had plenty of partners. After sending Qinze and the others to their rooms, Lu Zong, Mr. Go, and the others went downstairs together. In Lu Zong's Mercedes-Benz, his sister-in-law was sitting in the back seat looking at her mobile phone. The driver saw him come down and quickly got out of the car to open the door. Brother-in-law, the sister-in-law suddenly shouted, and then there was no follow-up. She looked a little confused. Lu Zong looked at her blankly. She drank a lot with him during the dinner and probably got a little drunk. She asked, which room is Qinze in? Lu Zong was stunned. Room 2208. Hey, Dandin, where are you going? Let's go home. I'll be right back. The sister-in-law hurried back to the hotel. The hotel room was decorated very well, worthy of the 5-star title. There was a fruit plate on the table that the waiter had just sent up, free of charge. There was a small fridge in the cabinet with wine and drinks. Most importantly, there was a river outside the hotel. When he opened the window, the night breeze blew on his face, very comfortable. Qinze washed his face, wiped it clean, and ate a few pieces of watermelon. There was a knock on the door. He walked over to open the door. Su Yu was standing at the door, looking around. He. Qinze said grumpily. Hubby, he. Su Yu's beautiful face was full of mischief. She narrowed her eyes, and her long eyelashes brushed into a black shadow. Just the two of them. How wonderful! Come on, fair weather friend, Qinze said. Fair weather friend. Su Yu did not understand. A friend who has physical relations after drinking. Huh, so I'm just a fair weather friend? When you endure the humiliation of being under my crotch, we'll upgrade to a bosom friend. He. The two of them looked at each other, like a married couple looking at each other. The whole world turned yellow just like that. Qinze pulled Su Yu into the room, carried her in his arms, and threw her on the bed, without any pity, a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Wash, shower, Su Yu panted. Shower first. Shower after you're done. No, don't. Then let's shower together. There's a bathtub anyway. I'll go fill the water. Qinzhe went into the toilet and turned on the tap. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" Qinzhe walked out of the toilet and opened the door. Seeing the person at the door, he was stunned. A little cabbage, his little cabbage from back then. "Qinzhe, can we talk?" Little Cabbage said. "Ace, who is it?" Suyu sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window. Little Cabbage's gaze swept over Qinzhe's shoulder, and the two women's eyes met. Little Cabbage said, "I haven't seen you in many years. Can we talk alone?" Qinzhe looked at her subtle and complicated expression, sighed in his heart, and nodded. Okay. Chapter 581. Suyu, who was temporarily sent away, made a face at the door and then went back to her own room. The ordinary-looking woman in the room seemed to be an old acquaintance of A's. She didn't ask about their relationship. She looked ordinary and was a hostess. So you didn't put her in her eyes at all. As for why she sent her away when she met an old acquaintance, Suyu didn't think about it for the time being. She went back to her room to brush her teeth. She didn't want to take a shower. There would be a couple bath later. Business trips were the happiest. Without the two ferocious women, Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao, she was relaxed and carefree. In the room, Qinzhe sat on the bed, and Xiao Baikai sat on the sofa. They said they wanted to talk, but when it came to it, they didn't know how to start. Xiao Baikai was called Wang Dandan. She and Wang Zijin were from the same family 500 years ago. Qinzhe always felt that he had an inseparable relationship with old Wang next door. Wang Dandan used to be from next door. It was a little awkward. He suddenly remembered a joke on the internet. A few years later, he met his first girlfriend in Dongguan. For only 500 yuan, he could kiss her and have sex with her. This was an absurd reality. Since Wang Dandan was a hostess, there was nothing wrong with this analogy. So Qinzhe didn't say hello to her. After the banquet, they went their separate ways. It wasn't that his eyes grew on his head and he looked down on his old acquaintances because he was worth 10 billion yuan. It was purely for her dignity. "Do you want to eat fruit?" Qinzhe broke the silence and pushed the fruit plate in front of her. Wang Dandan shook her head and stared at him. "You're more handsome than before. Did you have plastic surgery?" Qinzhe said, "It's a genetic mutation." Wang Dandan laughed. "You're still as naughty as before. How have you been these years?" Qinzhe hesitated for a moment. "Why did you go back to Shuncheng? After breaking up with you, I had another boyfriend. After breaking up with him, I went back to Shuncheng. It's not worse than Shanghai, and my family is here." Wang Dandan said. Qinzhe remembered that she used to like going to Shanghai. When he was chasing her, she said that her house was 150 square meters. Time always changed people and things. Perhaps she had changed. Now that he looked at this little cabbage again, it was even more beautiful than before. She had put on some light makeup, and the charm between her brows was a little alluring. "I used to be a little cabbage, but I've become so flirtatious in the eyes of others." Maybe it's not just one person. Qinzhe was a little melancholy. Although the two of them were only in a pure relationship, after all, she was my first love. She was my first love, who I had eaten together with, watched movies with, and held hands with. His girlfriend from junior high was not counted. Right now, Qinzhe hesitated, not sure if he should say it. "I'm working in my brother-in-law's factory now." Wang Dandan said, "Lu Zong is my brother-in-law." Coming to a realization, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, a joke was still a joke. "That's your girlfriend," Wang Dandan said. "Yes." Qinzhe said jokingly, "Don't spread it, or I'll be in the headlines tomorrow. Even if I say that I'm Qinzhe's first love, no one will believe me." Wang Dandan smiled. However, There was something very complicated in her smile. "What about you now? Do you have a boyfriend now?" Chinze asked. "No," Chinze said. "Oh." That was all he could do. After a short silence, Wang Dandan finally revealed her true intentions. "Why don't you explain?" There was a strong sense of unwillingness in her voice. Wang Dandan probably liked Chinze before. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to be his girlfriend. When Chinze chased her, she also felt that although this boy was not particularly handsome, he was worth looking at. He was a local of Shanghai, and he was also interesting. She had originally planned to find a Prince Charming in university, but for some reason, she agreed to be his girlfriend. They had been together for about a month. Although Chinze was not particularly outstanding, he was quite good in all aspects. He especially knew how to take care of people, was very considerate, and doted on her. Then, out of nowhere, a flirtatious slut popped out. It was too flirtatious, and Wang Dandan was so ashamed that she did not say anything at that time. She turned around and left. She deleted his friend list, blocked his call, and blocked his call. Wang Dandan was sad for a few days. Her roommates in the dormitory said that her boyfriend was not handsome and his grades were average. If they broke up, they could find someone better. Wang Dandan thought that it made sense, and she was not sad anymore. Later, she dated a new boyfriend. He was more handsome than Chinze, and his grades were better than Chinze's. Unfortunately, he was not from Shanghai, and he did not have a 150 square meter house. But at least he had potential. 2 years later, in the summer, a female artist in the entertainment industry suddenly rose to fame. She became the darling of the music industry, and because of her, the most famous fast shooter in history was born. Chinze, her ex-boyfriend. She watched him build a skyscraper, entertain guests, and be worth tens of billions. Wang Dandan's heart ached so much that she could not breathe. Looking at her current situation after graduation, she found a job that was neither good nor bad. She went to work every day and spent the rest of her time at home playing games. Potential stock? When she found out that the flirtatious slut was Chinze's sister, Wang Dandan's mentality completely collapsed. Not long after, they broke up and returned to Shun City. Today, she met the man who helped her with her homework, brought her breakfast, and went on a date with her. She looked at him, and it was like looking at the living world from the netherworld. They were worlds apart. Just now in the car, she had held it in for a long time. She could not hold it in anymore and rushed up to him. Chinze understood what she meant. Why not explain? He did not want his sister to be sad. Of course, this was not something he could say. He smiled awkwardly. "My sister said to help me check." At that time, both of them were in a state of cowardice. If Wang Dandan was not so arrogant and did not leave without any reluctance, then when they sat down for a meal, his sister would naturally not be able to continue acting and would come clean. Then, with Chinze's character, if Wang Dandan did not say that she wanted to break up, he would not take the initiative to do so. Wang Dandan choked, and her expression dimmed. "I'm leaving," she said. "I'll send you." "No need." She walked to the door, silently opened it, and a few seconds later closed the door. Wang Dandan left the hotel, and her brother-in-law's Mercedes-Benz was still parked outside. She got into the car without saying a word. Her brother-in-law asked her where she was going, but she did not say anything. It was not until the driver changed the CD that Qin Baobao's legend floated in the car that Wang Dandan roared like a furious lioness. "Change the song!" The driver and Lu Zong were stunned. The furious Wang Dandan rushed to the front seat, took out the CD, gritted her teeth, broke it, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it. The driver kept quiet out of fear. Lu Zong frowned and looked at his sister-in-law, who had almost never lost her temper. Dandan? Wang Dandan's eyes reddened, and she gritted her teeth. Qin Bao Bao. Luzong. She was not convinced. She had left impulsively, but the key to the problem should be Qin Bao Bao. Without Qin Bao Bao, she and Qin Zhe would not have broken up. A woman's sensitive intuition could always hit the nail on the head. If Suyu had a chance to talk to her current ex, they would definitely find a common topic to talk about, dissing Qin Bao Bao. In fact, whether it was the two of them or Wang Zijin, as long as she was Qin Zhe's girlfriend, she would deeply feel Qin Bao Bao's hostility and threat. At this time, Suyu was in Qin Zhe's room. After hearing the sound of the opposite door closing, she came out and happened to see Wang Dandan's back. Suyu changed into pajamas and came over, lying lazily on the bed, revealing her white and slender calves. Her 10 toes were bent, holding the quilt, and she was being molested by someone's hands. Who was that woman just now? Suyu asked while enjoying herself. My first love. Suyu was stunned. She held down Qin Zhe's hand on her chest and glared at him. Make it clear, what first love? Wasn't your first love me? Didn't I consecrate your little brother? Are you lying to me? It's just a first love that is limited to holding hands. You didn't even give out your first kiss. Qin Zhe said. Hey, no, my first kiss has long been taken away by some unscrupulous sister. If I had known, I would have stayed or driven her away. Suyu's intestines were green with regret. What did you do in 10 minutes? Why did she come to you? Is she still attached to you? It is said that men are particularly concerned about their first love. First love is a kind of feeling that is difficult to give up. Under the feelings, the appearance can be ignored. 10 minutes. It's not enough for me to warm up. Qin Zhe said, angrily. You didn't exchange contact information, did you? In Shengcheng, you are not allowed to contact her these days. Suyu was half tough and half pleading. Qin Zhe pinched her little face. You are different from her. Suyu giggled. Every man says this about his ex in front of his current wife. Qin Zhe thought about it and said seriously, Suyu, let's break up. Suyu's little face suddenly turned white. Suyu grasped his hand tightly and felt heartache. Break up? Break up. Suyu cried. Then I'll die for you to see. Well, I said, it's not the same. Qin Zhe held her in his arms. That year, my sister tested her, and she turned away. Qin Zhe told her what had happened. Suyu was stunned at first, and then laughed. Qin Bao Bao, this little bitch, finally did a good thing. You are the little bitch. Qin Zhe slapped her ass. Is the water ready? Suyu twisted her body in his arms. I forgot. Qin Zhe was adjusting the water temperature in the toilet. When he was chatting with Wang Dandan, he turned off the water. He went into the toilet, turned on the hot water, and thought about the activities in a while. He was quite excited, counting the time. He didn't make a baby with Suyu for about half a month. Suddenly, a huge sense of weakness came, as if his body was hollowed out in an instant. Qin Zhe's knees were soft, and he knelt on the ground. This familiar feeling, it was like the first time the system drew his energy. Is it time to charge again? Yes, host, it's time to charge. The system's voice sounded in time. Qin Zhe held the bathtub, his arms trembling. Why do you draw so much? As his physique became stronger, every time the system charged, at most, he would feel weak, and it would not affect his normal life. But this time, he felt that his body was hollowed out. Didn't you follow the news? The system said, recently, the tax policy has changed. The individual tax point has been raised, but for you middle class and above, the tax has risen to 30% to 40%. In response to the government's call, the system will also adopt such a charging mode in the future. The final details have not come out, and they are still in a meeting to discuss, so I can't guarantee that it will not be raised or lowered in the future. In short, it's like this for now. 30% to 40% draw so much energy, why don't you go rob? Chinze leaned on the edge of the bathtub weakly and yelled, I beep, 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 day, can't curse. Beep, 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 beep. The system said considerately, Host, I automatically blocked it for you. You can curse as much as you want. The river crab beast can't hear it. Beep, 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 beep. Chinze cursed happily. Chapter 582. I've never seen such a shameless system. We agreed to just take a little energy, but now it's increased to 40%, and nearly half of the energy has been taken away. There's no contract spirit at all. And I can't resist. Using my sister's catchphrase to describe it, a black-hearted maggot. This low level. It's okay if the functions are outdated, but it still has the heart to follow the trend. Then, Chinze mourned for the middle class and himself for 3 seconds. A 30% to 40% tax. He was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. He had paid attention to this policy, and it was still being implemented. It would be a long time before it was officially released, but it would come sooner or later. If you earn $100,000 a month, you have to pay $30,000 to $40,000. That's awesome. To contribute to the motherland and build a harmonious society, we should all be determined to lay down our lives and shed our blood. Let's attack and offer our hearts. TT, system, we agreed. How can you suddenly increase the tax? Do you want me to live? Chinze's hands and feet were trembling, just like the 1000 MPE exam. Host, with your current physique, you can recover half of it by tomorrow after a night's rest. You'll be fully recovered in 3 days at most. The system said, Damn, what is this, a woman's period? Chinze was indignant. The system ignored him. Chinze shouted a few times, but the system still ignored him. F***CK. Dowdo. This feeling is so painful, so uncomfortable. Beep, 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 beep. I still can't curse. Chinze thought for a while. Prosperity, democracy, harmony, justice. F***CK. Beep, beep, beep. Chinze. The system said, Host, you're so naughty. Luckily I muted you in time. Chinze said, Damn you, let's discuss it again. The system ignored him. Sue, you wore cotton slippers and ran to the toilet door. What are you blabbering about? Why are you sitting on the ground? It's so dirty. Help me up. Chinze was in his weakest state. Did you fall? Suyu hugged Chinze's arm and pulled him up, and then Chinze lay on her back. Don't move. Take off your clothes and take a shower. Chinze said. Suyu blushed. Even though she had done this many times, she still couldn't help but blush. It was just like how Lousy was clearly an experienced driver, but he would always call her Yammied. Yes, the logic is the same. Suyu took off her clothes with a red face. She was tall, and although she wasn't as hot as her sister, her proportions were very good, especially her slender, round, and white long legs. It made Chinze, who had been drooling at the sight of his sister wearing pleated miniskirts since he was young, was very aroused. But today, the chickens were on holiday. Why don't you take off your clothes? Suyu felt Chinze's burning gaze. She closed her eyes in shame and felt a little good. Help me take it off. Chinze said. Suyu, his little heart thumped wildly. Was it that exciting? Ace really knew how to have fun. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands were trembling with excitement. They stepped into the bathtub. Chinze and Suyu sat in the big bathtub. Suyu sat behind him and was hugging Chinze from behind. It was still Chinze's order. He wanted to try a bath lotion for the first time. He mainly wanted to see if he could rise again today, but the ending was a little miserable. His little brother couldn't recover. Suyu didn't know what he was planning. She just felt that today was so exciting. She even hoped that he would continue to make more excessive requests. After soaking for half an hour, it was over. Suyu was a little confused. According to the previous rhythm, this should be bathtub. They put on bath towels, dried their hair, and the exhausted Chinze fell asleep on the bed. Suyu's hair was long. When she dried her hair and came out, Chinze was lying on the bed, snoring slightly. Suyu, she climbed into bed, sat like a duck, and woke up Chinze angrily. Chinze opened his eyes and looked at her blankly. "What are you doing? It's not easy to come out." Suyu bit her lip, and her beautiful face was full of blame and resentment. "I'm tired. I want to sleep." Chinze frowned and said in an impatient tone, "Sleep your ass. Get up." Suyu pushed him hard. Chinze pondered for a moment. "Well, how about this? You come up by yourself, move by yourself, and lie on it yourself. You do your thing, and I'll sleep mine." Suyu thought about it, and that was the only way. Chinze was so unreliable that she had to do it herself. So she sat on Chinze, left hand and right hand in slow motion. No response. Right hand and left hand in slow motion replay. Still no response. Suyu said angrily, "What's the matter with you?" Chinze said, "Men, there are always a few days of inconvenience, every month." Suyu's mentality collapsed. At this moment, she was neither up nor down, and she was very uncomfortable. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Even the posture and the sound of the decibel were rehearsed in her mind. Her heart moved, and her beautiful face changed slightly. "Did you do something indescribable with that first love?" "No." "Yes, or why can't you stand up?" Suyu held 20,000 miles under the sea and said fiercely, "If you dare to lie to me, I'll break it. You know my length best. What can I do in 10 minutes? But, Suyu thought it made sense, but she couldn't explain the situation in front of her. She said, Can't you stand up?" Chinze was angry. How can a scholar's matter not stand up? This is called restraint. Like his impulse. Love is restraint. Chinze found an excuse for himself. "I don't love, so I restrain. No problem." No problem. Then sleep. "I have to go to the factory for inspection tomorrow." He pulled Suyu into his arms and pulled the quilt. Late at night. The room's soundproofing effect was very good. Chinze fell asleep quickly and made a slight snoring sound. Suyu lay in his arms, smelling the masculine smell and the fragrance of the shower gel. Chinze's chest was uncomfortable because it was too hard, but because of this, it seemed particularly masculine. Women with big breasts, buttocks, and long legs can make men appreciate them with relish. Men with strong figures can also make women obsessed. In the darkness, the outline of Chinze's side face could be vaguely seen, handsome and worth looking at. He was handsome, had a good figure, was talented, and was rich. Any of these could make a woman fall in love with him. What's more, so many advantages are gathered in one body. Suyu began to reflect and introspect. Did she usually ask for too much? Or he was young and didn't know how to control himself. She was several years older than him. She should persuade him to control himself instead of gritting her teeth. Such an excellent man can't be lost to her. Suyu took out the mobile phone under the pillow, opened the online shopping platform, and searched Baoji Tang Lu Wei Di Huang pills. Love him, then strengthen his yang. The next morning, Chinze didn't wake up at 5:30 as usual. He opened his eyes. The room was dark, and the blackout curtain blocked the sun outside. Suyu was beside the pillow, with one hand on his chest and one leg on his lower abdomen. The morning crab erection that used to happen every day was gone today. What a good-for-nothing. There was still a sense of emptiness in the limbs, and there was no strength in clenching his fists, but it was not as uncomfortable as yesterday. Sleep was really the best rest. Chinze gently hugged her small waist, and the other hand slid along her thigh to her buttocks. Suyu was awakened by him, took a long breath, stretched, and then pressed the hand on her chest, and said angrily, "Your body is tired, and your hands should be honest. Don't tease me." Chinze turned on the bedside lamp and looked at his mobile phone. It was 8:30 in the morning. It was not too late, and he could still make it in time for breakfast. He got dressed, washed his face, and brushed his teeth. Suyu went back to her room to get dressed and knocked on the door. The two stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth side by side. It was not the toothbrush and toothcup in the hotel. They had their own towel, toothbrush, bathrobe, and pajamas. The other person had a set of clothes. He didn't intend to stay in Chongqing for a long time, at most 2 days. If it went well, they could return to Shanghai tomorrow morning. She looked at them in the mirror, smiled, squinted, and was very happy. Do we look like husband and wife? Foam sprayed from her mouth and splashed on the mirror. Yes. Chinze also splashed foam on the mirror. Chapter 583. The breakfast in a 5-star hotel is very sumptuous. Unfortunately, it is not a buffet breakfast. Otherwise, it can be a higher grade. Chinze and Suyu came to have breakfast at 9 o'clock, and it was already past the time with the most guests. He took the amount of 3 people by himself, sat by the window, took off his mask, didn't take off his sunglasses, and gobbled up the food. Su Yao was also there, eating alone. Seeing Chinze and Suyu go upstairs, he silently moved his breakfast plate over. Do you mind if I sit here? Chinze ignored him and buried himself in eating. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Suyu smiled and said, Mr. Su, sit down. Su Yao sat down and sat next to Chinze. His eyes did not fall on the face of the beautiful and refined Suyu, but on the handsome face of Chinze. He said, Mr. Chin, you can't eat too much breakfast. It's not good for your stomach and liver. Chinze vaguely replied with an, oh, and continued to eat as usual. Su Yao smiled, a pampered smile. Suyu suddenly sounded an alarm in her heart. I'm so beautiful, but you don't even look at me. Instead, you keep staring at my man, and your eyes are almost glued to my man's face. This is very abnormal. If the sentence, he is gay, last night was a joke, then Suyu is a little uncertain now. Flattery and flattery are not in such a way of looking and speaking. This man gives her a strange feeling. The way he looked at Chinze, inexplicably, made a sentence appear in Suyu's mind. A father's love is like a mountain. Damn. A father's love is like a mountain. Don't you have any special hobbies? Like the old bacon of little fresh meat. She has been abroad for many years and has seen a lot of chrysanthemums blooming in the evening breeze. She is not surprised, and even when she looks at the beautiful literature, she feels it's quite beautiful. But when there is such a suspected gay old man coveting her man, she can't accept it. If he is not gay, how do you explain this man's unreasonable affection for Chinze? Eat an egg. Su Yao handed a boiled egg to Chinze. Thank you. Chinze took it. Boiled eggs are good. They are nutritious and the most suitable for men in the holy ground. Su Yao smiled. Suyu frowned. Here it comes again, and he smiled. Perhaps he felt that he had neglected Suyu. Su Yao reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Chinze and said, Mr. Su is young. It's not easy for him to do this. This sentence actually has a lot of connotations. Although Su Yao and Suyu have met once, they didn't even say a word last time. This time, it can be said that they officially know each other for the first time, but the tone in his words seems to be familiar with Suyu. It meant that his idiot uncle had told him everything. Suyu smiled modestly. President Su, the one who graduated from the university. Yale, an overseas returnee. Su Yao smiled gently. Back then, it was already extremely difficult for us to get into a university. We even dreamt of going abroad. Perhaps the conditions didn't allow us to do so. Times are getting better and better. Many young people are under a lot of pressure, and it's hard for them to make a name for themselves. But they can't imagine how we lived in that era. Your era? Qin Ma used to say that in her time, people were happy as long as they could eat their fill. Those who went to junior high school were cultured people. At that time, life in the city began to get better, but life in the countryside was still poor and backward. They worked to eat, not to make money. Qinzhe couldn't imagine what life was like in the 1970s, and he couldn't understand Su Yao's expression at this time. It was very complicated, like regret, like reminiscence, like pain, like nostalgia. Damn, how can he be so sentimental? Did he touch that sensitive nerve? Su Yao and Su Yu chatted while eating. Unexpectedly, Su Yao could talk with Su Yu for a long time in finance. In terms of business, Su Yu was not afraid of Su Yao, who started from scratch. This scene had a strong sense of déjà vu, like when Su Yu and the old man were chatting. Only she had this kind of background. Replaced by Wang Zijin. What do you think of the industry? Recently, follow the policy closely. Follow the pace of the party. The government will lead us to prosperity. What do you think of finance? Follow the policy closely. Follow the pace of the party. The government will lead us to prosperity. Replaced by his sister. What do you think of the industry? Huh. What about finance? Huh. She killed the conversation in minutes. My uncle hasn't woken up yet, right? Qinzhe smoothly finished all the food and let out a comfortable burp in satisfaction. He should still be sleeping. Last night, he drank a lot. Su Yao said. Qinzhe took out his mobile phone and dialed his number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. A's. Su Guang's voice was a bit hoarse. It's almost 9:30 now. We have to go to the factory. Get up quickly and come up for breakfast. At this point, Qinzhe paused. He could hear a woman on the other end of the line complaining after being woken up. Last night, Uncle slept with a woman. Qinzhe felt sad at first. He could have had fun last night. Then there was anger, which was a subtle feeling. He knew a lot of experienced drivers, such as Huang Yizong and Zhao Taizhu. Both of them had families, but when it came to this kind of thing, Qinzhe could dance with them. But his uncle was his family, and Qinzhe felt uncomfortable seeing him fooling around. Who sent him the woman? Lu? Qinzhe said with slight anger. It should be. Su Yao smiled bitterly. About 10 minutes later, Su Guang came up with a tired face. The dark circles under his eyes were obvious. Why don't you just die on the bed? Qinzhe was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. Su Guang said, Uncle was tired last night. Qinzhe sneered. That's all you've got. Su Guang paused and said awkwardly, Lu Zong forced me to come to my room. I couldn't refuse. Don't tell your aunt. Let's eat, then lead the way for me after eating. Qinzhe was too lazy to talk to him. How should he put it? Nowadays, when it came to business dealings and social interactions, it was definitely not something that could be settled by just going to a coffee shop for a chat or reading some documents in the office. Otherwise, where would the culture of dining come from? Where would the bosses come from? Every time a small leader of the bank came over, Li Linfeng would receive them. The first thing he did was to transfer the money to the employee's account in advance, and then let the employee go to the bank to withdraw the money. At least 100,000, at most hundreds of thousands. Send them to the hotel, and then have a dinner party in the evening. Eat and drink well, call a few quality women, and send them to the room. This was the basic operation of business dealings. Uncle would encounter more such incidents in the future, and Qinzhe would not be able to watch over him all the time. However, when this matter is settled, Uncle doesn't have to travel long distances, and then Aunt will be around, and there will be no need for these flirtatious women. Suyu bowed her head and looked at the mobile phone, silently. She was clear about this kind of thing, but she never touched it. It was inconvenient for her identity. So unless she met a particularly important client, she would personally receive it. Generally, she would hand over the general clients to the managers under her. When it came to the clients that Suyu needed to meet in person, they didn't look at the basic operation. After all, it was a basic operation. The headlines on Weibo attracted her attention. A video on the plane was the video of Qinze teaching a foreigner a lesson in the cabin yesterday. Unsurprisingly, it was in the headlines again. The video was posted last night, and it went viral this morning. Search keywords. Qinze, plane, fighting, more than a dozen videos can be searched. The video that Suyu saw was the most comprehensive, with the most comments and forwards. In addition, she found that Qin Bao and Wang Zijin had at her in the chat software. Click on it. Qin Bao, why did Ace fight again? Did he get hurt, Suyu? Wang Zijin, he said no, but did he really not fight again after that? Suyu curled her lips. No wonder he had been holding his mobile phone to reply to messages in the elevator just now. It turned out that he was sending messages to his sisters. Suyu, little treasure, little fairy, don't worry, everything is fine. After a while, Qin Bao, you want to be beaten. Wang Zijin, little fairy, what the hell anger? Suyu imagined the eyes of the two old enemies gnashing their teeth, smiled, happily closed the chat software, returned to Weibo, and clicked on the video. She was watching from a distance and didn't see the whole process. It was good to watch the replay. The hotel's Wi-Fi was not good, and it buffered for a few seconds before it was officially played. In the picture, there was a quarrel. It was the man who had a conflict with the foreigner. The air hostess and the air hostess were persuading him. I just went to the toilet. He kept knocking on the door. After I came out, I said a few words to him. He pushed me. Through the quarrel, the audience probably knew what had happened. Because of a trivial matter that may be insignificant in the eyes of countless viewers, but the development of the matter made countless people angry. Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a woman. Is it so hard to say sorry? It's annoying. Pretentious. What's wrong with apologizing? The attitude of the passengers around was angry. They didn't blame the foreigner, but asked the middle-aged man to apologize. And then, fuck. F***CK. Your mother. Chinese pig. Suyu witnessed this scene with her own eyes at the time. Looking at it now, she still felt uncomfortable. No one stood up, not even refuted, let alone quarrel. It was probably better to have less trouble. Everyone didn't want to make trouble, and they weren't the ones scolding. Finally, at this time, someone stood up. I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us. In the picture, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses appeared. It's none of your business. Chinese pig. The kick that came out of nowhere caused a commotion in the crowd. Then the sunglasses fell. Even if they knew that he was Qinze, the netizens watching the video were still very excited. Just now, this foreigner scolded, Chinese pig. Chinese are pigs. I don't know how you feel, but I feel very uncomfortable. But what makes me feel the most uncomfortable is not his insults, but your silence. I'm a public figure. I know that hitting people will bring me a lot of negative impact and even be classified as a banned artist and banned, but I still have to do it because someone has to stand up. After watching the video, Suyu first cast a starry look at Qinze opposite her. Then she looked at the comments. That kick made my blood boil. I want to say, let go of that foreigner and let me do it. This comment had the most likes. She scrolled down. Good fight, too excited. If I was there, I would definitely go up and fight with him. There are so many people. Why didn't anyone stand up to refute? It's so uncomfortable to watch, being scolded by foreigners as pigs. Fortunately, Qinze is here. Fortunately, I'll be his fan for life. Haha, The foreigner was beaten until he doubted his life. One punch KO. Now he knows what Chinese kung fu is. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. I've been gnashing my teeth until Qinze kicked, and I was relieved. That's the way to fight. Let him know who's the pig. I'm a woman, and I've always hated violence, but today is an exception. Hubby, I really love you the most. Sue, you snorted twice in her heart. Your husband? No, it's my husband. There were also some who condemned Qinze, saying that he should be kind to foreign friends. Suyu felt uncomfortable looking at these comments, but she didn't need to say more. There were too many people who scolded them. What are you looking at? Qinze asked. Looking at my husband. Suyu threw a happy little look. Then, she found that two people surnamed Su were looking at her silently. Suyu was embarrassed. Chapter 584. After dinner, Qinze and the others left the hotel and went to their destination. In the car, Suyu was still reading the comments with relish. Qinze asked, "Is it that good?" Suyu whispered, "Most of them are positive and appreciative, but a small number of people are criticizing you. I feel very happy to see the people who criticize you being besieged by netizens." She wrinkled her nose, and her cold and beautiful face showed a naive look that only appeared in front of him. There are even people who criticize you. What kind of mentality is that? I think of those weeaboo people on the internet. Qinze commented, that kind of person is generally a loser in life. They don't work hard. They don't see hope, but they don't reflect on themselves. So they blame society and the government. In fact, they don't necessarily like Japan that much. They haven't even been to Japan. They just vent their anger and dissatisfaction with society and the government in this way, except for those who have lived in Japan for a while. Qinze has acquired a total of 3 companies since his meteoric rise last year, and merged them into Tianfeng Entertainment and Amethyst Technology Company, Limited. The process is probably to send a test team to collect data, and then he or Suyu will do field inspection and one-on-one transactions, which greatly reduces the process, and the transaction cost is low. After several experiences, Qinze is familiar with it. In this regard, Suyu taught him a lot. Shenzhen Dongfeng Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited. The address is in an industrial park far away from the city center. There are almost no residential areas here. Factories are located, and occasionally there are bank buildings in the middle. Unlike the low-end processing plants in other cities, the manufacturers here are more high-end. Dongfeng Technology does not cover a large area. Finance, sales, research and development, and production line employees, all departments add up to a total of 328 people. Entering the gate, there is a large office building. Behind the office building, there are factories, staff dormitories, and a 2-story small building that integrates equipment experience and research and development. It's already a very good scale. Virtual reality technology has only begun to become popular and rise in recent years. In daily life, there are actually a lot of it, such as the 3D glasses we wear when watching 3D movies. And 3D movies and 3D projection can actually be regarded as branches of virtual reality technology. It doesn't simply refer to the gaming equipment in the VR experience hall. Virtual reality technology was the general direction of future technology. It would change people's lives. Because of the slow development of technology, it was difficult for it to become a hit. It has been changing society and life in a subtle way. On the 4th floor of the office building, in a large conference room, Qinze and the Dongfeng leaders, led by Lu Zong, began to negotiate. Both sides argued for a long time, and both sides were very naughty. Splitting a company into many segments and bargaining one by one was probably the result of Dongfeng's leaders boasting and Qinze's side finding fault and loopholes. In fact, it was quite boring. Qinze talked for a while in the early stage, and the middle and later stage was handed over to Suyu. He watched as she battled the group of Confucian scholars with words and was not at a disadvantage. Su Yao listened from the side and became a bystander. Su Guang wanted to speak, but before he entered, he was warned by Qinzhe not to speak. He wasn't afraid of godly opponents, but he was afraid of lousy teammates. His uncle wasn't very reliable. Everyone with the surname Qin and the surname Su knew that he was unreliable. Qinzhe whispered in Suyu's ear, got up, and left the conference room. After sitting in the conference room for nearly an hour, he felt like his bladder was about to explode. He drank a cup of soy milk and a cup of coffee for breakfast. Because of his strong kidney, he had never gone to the toilet. Now, he couldn't hold it in. After Qinzhe went to the toilet, he didn't go back to the conference room. He put on a mask and sunglasses and wandered around the office building. Unknowingly, he came to the sales department. In the big office of the sales department, half of the seats were empty. A dozen people sat listlessly. Some were lying on the table and dozing off, some were watching movies, and some were playing games. In the seat by the door, a young man leaned comfortably on the chair. The computer was on, showing the desktop, and he was playing a mobile game. Oh, it was a primitive world. The mobile game copied by Zijian's programmers, a pirated version of Deceased Pesticide. You play this game too. Qinzhe laughed. The young man just died and was resurrected. He heard the sound and looked up at him. You are? Old Chen brought me here to see the equipment. I want to open a VR experience hall, but he seems to have something to do. He went to a meeting. I wandered around and waited for him. Qinzhe said. Old Chen was the sales manager. He was in the conference room and was qualified to participate in the negotiation, but he had no right to speak. When he introduced himself, Qinzhe remembered it. His memory was very strong. It turned out to be a customer. The young man immediately cheered up. Shall I take you to the back to see the equipment? Qinzhe showed an embarrassed look. I'll wait for Old Chen. The young man said, Our company is going to be sold. If you want to buy equipment, you'd better slow down. There may be a discount after a while. If you buy now, the price Old Chen will give you will definitely be 10% higher than the original price. So blatantly digging in the corner of his direct superior, Qinzhe said in his heart, even if the company is sold, your boss is still your boss, your leader is still your leader. The young man said in a low voice, Old Chen is Lu Zong's relative. If the company is sold, he will definitely leave too. Qinzhe's heart jumped. Your company is all about connections? The young man nodded. Many connections take the money but don't work. But the buyer doesn't know about this, so the connections can continue to stay here. Even if they are fired, they have to pay a severance fee. After all, they have signed a contract. If they buy the company, they have to inherit a lot of things. It has legal effect. I can't just deny it. You won't understand. But Old Chen is the leader. He definitely can't continue to stay in this position. Qinzhe said, Oh, which area are you in? I play this game too. Let's play together. The young man reported his ID name. Qinzhe logged into the game. Other than the young man, there were 3 salespeople in the office who were also playing this game. 5 people in total. I remember a few days ago, when I played this game, the popularity of this game wasn't very high. It took a long time to find a match. Qinzhe said, The advertisements are good. The web-based game is Blue Moon, and the mobile game is Chaos World. The young man said, What do you mean? Qinzhe didn't understand. 10 mobile apps, 10 of them have advertisements for it. Video apps and movies also have advertisements for it. If you go online, you will see its advertisements in less than half a minute. It's as crazy as Blue Moon. The young man said, I was brainwashed by the advertisements. Then I downloaded it to try it out. I found it quite interesting. The graphics are good, and there are many experts. It's not like pesticide, where there are elementary school students everywhere. The 5 of them played together. It was quite interesting. The office was filled with slogans like "The opposite side is red," "Gather at the river," and "Mid-lane team fight." Qin placed the cigarettes on the table and gave one to each person. Almost half a pack was gone. "Can I smoke?" He could already smell the faint smell of smoke. It meant that someone had smoked before, but he still had to ask. "Big chicken tyrant, good smoke." The young man's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Qin to be a rich person. He handed Qin a business card. "If you want to buy gaming equipment in the future, give me a call. I'll give you a discount. It's definitely lower than the market price." Qin took the business card and said, "Thanks." He looked at it. Ouyang Chi. He's so awesome. He's actually a boss with 2 surnames. After giving out the cigarettes, Qin remembered that it was inconvenient to smoke. He took off his mask. "I'm not bragging, but the whole office will explode in an instant." After a round, Qin said, "I'm not playing anymore. I'm going out to get some fresh air." Ouyang Chi shouted, "I'm waiting for you." Qin waved his hand and left the sales department. After that, he moved to the finance department. The finance department's office was much smaller. There were about 7 or 8 people in the finance department. They were all dressed in office lady suits. They were chatting and laughing. "What's the matter?" a big sister at the door asked when she saw Qin. Qin hesitated and asked, "Are you guys usually free?" The woman looked at him strangely. "Who are you?" "I'm just asking." "Crazy. What does it have to do with you?" Qin could only turn and leave. Behind him, he vaguely heard a conversation. "Who is it?" "I don't know. He's wearing sunglasses and a mask. I can't see clearly." "It's not the buyer, right?" "Impossible. He's in a meeting." "Right. You're going to South Korea this month, right? Help me buy a set of cosmetics." "No problem." It would take a few hours to negotiate. After dinner, they would probably have to continue chatting. Qin planned to take a look at the factory. Lu Zong claimed that the equipment was top-notch and the most advanced in the country. He had to see for himself what it was like. The factory was similar to many other industrial factories. It had a triangular steel roof. The only difference was that the environment inside was very clean. There were many pieces of equipment that Qin couldn't understand. There was a processing center, a welding machine, and even a CNC machine. With so many processing equipment, it meant that Dongfeng could indeed build a VR game equipment independently and did not need to find other factories to process it. However, he did not see the real core technology: the display, motion sensor, processor, wireless connection, etc. That piece was the real soul of VR technology. Of course, it was impossible for any tourist to see it. Qin saw a group of uniformed employees squatting at the entrance of the factory. They were smoking and chatting. Qin went up to them and gave each of them a stick of chicken. "Why aren't you working?" he asked curiously. "What work?" a middle-aged man asked. Qin was stunned. "It's not like it's based on the piece," another middle-aged man said. "There's a lot of equipment in the factory. They're all stored in the warehouse, just opposite. There are fewer people buying them now. We're usually quite free." "Oh, right, what are you doing?" "I'm here to buy equipment. I came to take a look first," Qin said. "Oh." Qin chatted with them for a while and roughly knew their work situation. They were not too free. Usually, they still had work to do. In addition to their own factory production, they also took on outside work to help process a part, such as a seat, equipment frame, and so on. They were not based on the piece and time. so they could often get together to smoke and brag. They did not care about their lives, and time was shameless. It really made sense. Qinze returned to the conference room and heard Su Yu's faint voice. Luzong, Dongfeng is not our only choice. I believe that we are not your only choice. It's best if we can reach an agreement. If not, we can only meet again, right? Luzong laughed a few times. President Su is right. Oh, President Qin is back. You took a long time in the bathroom. Qinze smiled casually. I ate too much breakfast. Luzong, it's getting late. Why don't we visit Dongfeng first, then have lunch and talk in the afternoon? Luzong looked at his phone. It was 11 o'clock, so he nodded. Okay. Qinze noticed that as soon as he finished speaking, a leader of Dongfeng took out his phone and sent a message. Chapter 585. The visiting team was very spectacular. Qinze and Su Yu walked in front, with Manager Lu on the right and Manager Go on the left. Behind them were the leaders of Dongfeng and the review team. Qinze was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Su Yu, who was walking beside him, gave him a helpless look. Qinze immediately understood. This was because they had not reached an agreement yet. There was still a dispute about the price. Luzong was shocked by him last night, but now he realized that Qinze really wanted to buy his company. When we were young, our mother must have told you this. When you see something you like, don't show that you want it. This would make the seller fearless and difficult to bargain. Small business and big business were the same. Along the way, he went to a few departments. The employees were all sitting upright and still immersed in their work. Su Guang sighed. Not bad, the atmosphere is good. Lu Zong said happily. Although the company is not big, they are all of one mind and are all good employees. Uncle was very satisfied and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Soon, they went to the sales department. They must have been notified in the company group. In the sales department's big office, the salespeople were talking on the phone. Their voices were sonorous and powerful. All of them looked very serious and hardworking. They were working so hard that they did not seem to notice the arrival of Qinze and the others. Are they so serious? Did I come to the wrong place just now? Playing games, sleeping, chatting, are all my illusions? Yes, it's you. You were so happy playing games just now. Qinze patted Ouyangqi on the shoulder. Ouyangqi pretended to not care and said loudly on the phone, "Can you come today? If you come today, I will give you a discount. It will definitely be lower than the market price. It's a pity that you can't come today. Let me tell you, our Dongfeng equipment is absolutely first class. It's not worse than imported foreign equipment." The sales manager, Old Chen, coughed and said, "Oh, Yangqi, I know you are working hard. Stop calling. Mr. Qin is calling you." "Oh, Yangqi, okay, then come another day. I will personally introduce you. Tomorrow you," as he spoke, he turned his head, and suddenly his voice stopped. Ouyangqi looked at Qinze, and then at the leaders of Dongfeng. He had a mental breakdown. Manager Chen smiled and said, "Although this kid's performance is average, he's really hardworking. He makes phone calls for 9 hours a day and often goes on business trips. But there are more than a dozen people like him in our office." Ouyangqi was speechless. The portrayal of his inner thoughts, the cold, icy rain, was randomly slapping his face. His face hurt. Not only him, but the other salespeople in the office also looked back. Just because they took an extra look in the crowd, their mentality collapsed. The man wearing sunglasses and a mask, wasn't he having a good time playing games with them just now? He even sent them a chicken overlord. Don't tell me this is the acquirer. This is President Qin, the purchaser of the company. Lu Zong clapped his hands. Then he realized that the air was suddenly quiet. Lu Zong frowned unhappily. Although these salespeople's performance was average, they were all old foxes. At this moment, they should have stood up and enthusiastically shouted, "Boss Chin, why are you in a daze?" Chinze smiled and said, "Hello, everyone." Everyone was speechless. Chinze said, "Everyone's skills are good. In the future, let's play games when you're free. Anyway, we've added each other as friends." Everyone was speechless. Oh, Yangchi covered his face and thought desperately, "Will I be fired?" Sob, sob, sob. Chinze looked at Lu Zong. "Then, let's go to other places." The group of people left, but Manager Chen slowed down and didn't follow. He turned back to the office. His fingers knocked on the glass door, making a crisp sound. Manager Chen's tone was slightly angry. "What's wrong with you guys?" The strange reaction of his subordinates just now made him very unhappy. Lu Zong was definitely unhappy too. They were not sensible at all. No one answered his suffocating question. Manager Chen said angrily, "With your performance when the company is acquired, it's still unknown whether you can stay. Who can you blame if you don't live up to expectations and lose your job?" "Oh," Yangchi said guiltily. "Manager, that President Chin, he just came." Manager Chen was stunned at first, then his heart turned cold. He knew the group of people under him very well. "Then what are you doing?" Playing games." "He even played a game with us, so we didn't know that he was—" Oh, Yangchi's expression was ugly. Chin Zhe once again wandered to the finance department. The big sisters were sitting quietly in front of the computer, silent. There was no longer the chatter from before. The big sister at the door heard the footsteps and looked up first. She saw Chinze with a mask and sunglasses at first glance. Her face with makeup was instantly stunned. The other finance people looked over with smiles on their faces. When they saw Chinze, they were also stunned. They were dumbfounded. 10 faces were dumbfounded. Chinze looked at her and asked again, "Are you guys usually free?" Dongfeng's finance department manager said, "Yes, our finance department is very busy." After he finished speaking, he found that his subordinates all looked embarrassed. Lu Zong frowned and realized that things were not simple. It was too abnormal, whether it was the sales department or the finance department. When they saw Chinze, they all looked like students who were caught by the teacher eating chicken with each other. They were embarrassed and scared. After that, they toured the factory. It was the same here. The employees were not working hard or slacking off. After all, they couldn't pretend because there was no work. It's currently in the idle stage because if we reach an agreement, we have to prepare for the liquidation of assets. So the factory is now in a half-stop state, Lu Zong said. When he said that, he imperceptibly created psychological pressure on Chinze's side. "Look, because of your acquisition, we have all stopped working. What a loss." If they were thin-skinned, they would feel a little guilty now. After the tour, Lu Zong treated them to lunch. They didn't go to the city center to find a high-end hotel because it was meaningless. If you drove there now, there would be a traffic jam all the way until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the industrial park, there were actually quite a few high-class restaurants. The restaurant that Lu Zong booked had an elegant layout. It had an antique style with screens, blue and white porcelain vases, carved tables and chairs, and a burning sandalwood in the corner of the private room. A beam of light shone down, and the smoke was straight like a line. This was called appreciating incense. The dishes were also very special. For example, a painting of the Qingming riverside was put together with various seafood, and a large ink slab was used to hold soup. During this period, before the banquet started, Lu Zong went out to answer a phone call. When he came back, he didn't look good. Both sides were old foxes. They fought a war of words at the negotiation table. but didn't mention it at the dinner table. They were harmonious and called each other brothers. After a few glasses of wine, the uncle's face started to turn red. He almost put his arm around Lu Zong's shoulder. Qinze helped the uncle to the toilet to vomit. After his uncle finished vomiting, he washed his face and put a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror, he chuckled. That old brat kept forcing me to drink. Yesterday, he even sent me a woman. He's hoping that I can help him. Qinze said in a bad mood, "You still know? You don't understand." The uncle put his arm around Qinze's shoulder. "Don't look down on me. After all, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You guys can talk. Look at how red your faces are in the meeting. At this time, I'm the lubricant in the middle to mediate. It's just like how every main character needs a comedic supporting character. Isn't that the logic? I'm the same as Jispin lubricant. It's super effective." Qinze thought to himself, Durex might be able to give you 10 times the advertising fee. The uncle was obviously drunk and didn't think through his words. The lubricant was for the convenience of friction. If there's friction between us again, the acquisition will most likely fail. From this, it can be concluded that friction equals yellow. Actually, I think that 5% is not a big deal. You don't need that much money. The uncle said, "You don't understand. This company actually has a lot of flaws that you can't see. Besides, 5% is more than 1,000,000. So much? Then let's continue to argue." The uncle was shocked. The uncle and nephew stood in front of the urinal, comfortably relieving the pressure in their bladder. They both shook their bodies and their little brothers. Su Guang laughed and said, "Ace, we're sworn brothers now." "Sworn brothers?" Qinze said angrily. "Get out! Can't you be more like an uncle?" He felt that he could no longer look directly at the word sworn brothers. No, it should be said that he finally understood the word officially. The banquet gradually came to an end. "Boss Qin, there are a lot of fun places in Shun City. I'll get someone to take you around these few days." Lu Zong proposed a toast. He was preparing for a long battle. "Lu Zong, Boss Su, and I will return to Shanghai tomorrow. There are still some things there." Qinze raised his glass and said, "Let's put the acquisition of Dongfeng aside for now. I'll look again, and you can also look again. Let's keep in touch. Okay?" Many people were confused, at least on Qinze's side, including Su Yu and Su Guang. They were all stunned. Most of the people on Dongfeng's side were also confused. "Boss Qin, you're embarrassing your brother," Lu Zong hurriedly said. "If you have any opinions, we can talk about it again. You just left without saying anything. Aren't you making fun of us?" "That's too much," Qinze said. "How is it making fun of us? A good or bad product can't be judged by its appearance, and its quality can't be ignored, right?" Many people were still confused, but Lu Zong understood. "My flight is tomorrow night. We still have a day to talk. Let's call it a day." With the end of Qinze's words, the banquet also ended. Chapter 586. On the way back to the hotel, Su Yu softly asked him what he planned to do. Su Guang and Su Yao looked over together. Qinze's behavior just now was a bit similar to bargaining with a street vendor. "Boss, how much is this silicone doll?" 100 yuan. "Is it for 10 yuan? Not for sale. I'll leave if you don't sell it." Then he turned around to leave, waiting for the boss behind him to shout, "There is true love in the world. I'll sell the doll to you for 20 yuan. But this was not shopping. It didn't matter if it was a few yuan short. This was a company acquisition, which could easily cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan. Qinze's approach was particularly petty and self-righteous, making people laugh at him. "Just now, when you were in the meeting, I didn't go to the toilet. I just walked around the factory," Qinze said. "And then Su Yu and the others looked at him. I had a good chat with several employees in the sales department. Qinze paused and said, I also played a game. Su Yu, then I listened to the sisters in the finance department discussing Chanel bags, Estee Lauder's face cream, and Dior perfume. Finally, I discussed with the employees in the production line why the equipment in the warehouse can't be sold for the time being. Qinze said, these things should have been known by Lu Zong just now. In other words, it was psychological warfare. Su Yu nodded and frowned. The inspection team didn't talk about these in detail. Su Yao said, the main responsibility of the inspection team is to evaluate. The details can be written or not written. You hired a professional inspection team. They should have received some benefits. So they didn't record it in the evaluation report. Qinze said, in this way, tomorrow we will do a detailed evaluation of Dongfeng, an asset inspection, and then consider whether to buy it or not. Whether we buy it or not, we will leave at night. Qinze's original plan was indeed to return to Shanghai on the third night. He and Su Yu would only stay in Shenzhen for 2 days, regardless of whether the acquisition was successful or not. If it was successful, at most, they would sign the agreement first. There were a lot of processes in the middle which could not be solved in 1 or 2 days, so they still had to come to Xincheng again after a while. If he didn't succeed, then everything would come to an end. Naturally, he would have to return. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Qinze did not get out of the car. Instead, he asked Su Yao, Mr. Su, can I borrow your car? Su Yao looked at him. Su Yu said, we want to go and play. Su Yao nodded. It was rare for them to come to Shenzhen City, so it would be too boring to only talk about business. As one of the few first-tier cities in the country, it had too much to eat, whether it was the prosperity of the modern city or its historical significance. It was worth visiting. Qinze remembered that a manager of Baoza Investment once told him an interesting story. When he was young, he found a girlfriend in Beijing. Because of the long-distance relationship, they only met once a month. Every time they met, they would eat, drink, and sleep together. 3 years later, they broke up. His impression of Beijing was only which hotel was comfortable to sleep in, which hotel had the best facilities, and which hotel had the best breakfast. He had never been to the Great Wall or Fragrant Hill. He had only seen Tiananmen Square from afar a few times. A city is like a woman. If you only go in and out of one place, how can you appreciate her beauty? He had to change places to explore. The first stop was the overseas Chinese town in the east of Yantian district. On Saturday, there were more people. After the two got off the car, they asked the driver to wait in place, or they could go and play by themselves. Qinze said that they could play by themselves, and all the expenses could be reimbursed by Mr. Su. In the hot summer, Su Yu bought a woman's hat to shade her face, neck, and white slender arms with a layer of sunscreen. Then she held Qinze's hand and began to wander aimlessly. Su Yu looked at the map at the entrance of the scenic spot and said, let's go to Tiaxi Valley first. The scenery there is good, and there are few people, so we don't have to line up. After that, we can go to the theme park. She said, there is a wet program. Who are you wet for? Qinze said angrily, I'm not going. Tiaxi Valley was an ecological park, a place to enjoy the natural scenery. For the two of them, Tiaxi Valley was the best choice. Looking at the colorful flower fields and watching the blue sky and white clouds was far more interesting than waiting in a long line in the theme park. If you want to play, it's better to go back to Shanghai and go to Disneyland. Su Yu stood by the colorful flower field and took a deep breath. She held Qinze in one hand and opened the other hand, pretending to be facing a cool wind. In fact, both of them were hot and wet in their crotches. Suddenly, there is an impulse to live in seclusion in a beautiful place, plant a few acres of flower fields, and live a hermit's life. Suyu sighed. Leisurely see Nanshan Mountain. Qinzhe nodded. You can't ignore the very important chrysanthemum picking under the eastern fence and the maple forest evening. The ancients have told us that the leisurely life of a hermit is comfortable. Suyu sighed. It's a pity that it's not convenient for you to take photos. Otherwise, let's take a good photo together. And sister will not waste this trip. Qinzhe laughed. Then you post to your circle of friends. Today I came here for a date with my husband. And it's so cool. Suyu pretended not to understand. Yeah, there's a KFC over there. Let's go and have a drink. She took Qinzhe and trotted all the way. They ordered 4 egg tarts, 2 mashed potatoes, 2 cups of iced cola, and a hamburger. The KFC was overcrowded, and the air conditioning in the hot summer brought tourists the motivation to live. Qinzhe glanced at the KFC and then observed the tourists outside through the glass wall. For the time being, he did not find any suspected paparazzi. It's not that he is sensitive. As an artist, he should always be vigilant. In unknown corners, there are always cameras pointing at you. Wasn't there a female star who went to Thailand to taste the sausages of a foreign country, and then was caught by the paparazzi? The candid photography business has developed abroad. Are you afraid? Unlike that female artist, Qinzhe's only advantage is that he is unmarried. Therefore, the scale of his wave can be a little bigger. Suyu took out a paper towel from the bag, wiped the sweat on her hands, grabbed Qinzhe's hand like a careful little wife, and helped him wipe the sweat on his hands. Qinzhe took back his gaze blankly, and his eyes fell on Suyu, and he suddenly understood. He can feel Suyu's care and gentleness. From childhood to now, he still plays the role of a house husband, and there is a little soft emotion in his heart. In this situation, replace Suyu with his sister. His sister will wipe her sweaty little hands on his clothes, and then with a little pride in the corner of her eyes and eyebrows, which is in line with their playful style. Wang Zijin will be more pretentious. She will stretch out her small hand and let Qinzhe help her wipe the sweat on her hands and enjoy the love of her boyfriend. Only Suyu has the lowest requirements, but she is sincere to him. Suyu crumpled the paper towel into a ball, put it aside, and took a sip of cola. Let's eat. In fact, he didn't eat much at noon. Entertainment is the main body, and eating is subsidiary. Suyu drank a few glasses of wine, took a few mouthfuls of food, and didn't eat much. Moreover, things like big meals, if you eat too much, you will get tired of it and can't raise your appetite. On the contrary, it is not as attractive as the junk fast food in front of you. If I take off my mask, it will cause a sensation. Qinzhe said tiredly. He turned to face the glass wall, stuffed an egg tart into it, then put on his mask again and chewed silently. Suyu, puff. So it's very tiring to be a celebrity. The more famous you are, the more tired you are. My sister now wears a mask when she goes out, and she rarely meets with her former classmates and friends. Before, she would eat with her best friends every 2 or 3 days, go shopping and walk the road. Now when she has a rest, she only dares to stay at home, but now she has no energy to play. Although it was tiring to go to work before, it is different from being a boss. Qinzhe said, Sister, you only have sister in your mouth. Suyu was full of jealousy. We finally come out to date. Can you not mention her? It's disgusting. Qinzhe, he said in his heart, my sister raised me with a handful of shit and urine. He blamed himself for saying so. In the years of college, his living expenses were indeed paid by his sister. At that time, his sister's salary was not bad, with a monthly income of more than 10,000 yuan. But she was a spendthrift. When Qinzhe asked her for money, she would give him hundreds or thousands of yuan. At the beginning of every month, the siblings were very extravagant. In the first half of the month, Qinzhe didn't cook and went to restaurants every day, watching movies, eating Western food. buying clothes. What was milk tea? He didn't drink that kind of low-grade drink. It had to be dozens of yuan for a cup of coffee and hundreds of yuan for a pot of black tea. In the middle of the month, his sister found that her monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan was only left with a little more than 2,000 yuan. Oh, no, I can't be extravagant. I have to buy vegetables and start a fire to eat at home. She also began to use face masks, applied once every 2 days, and couldn't use too expensive ones. But even so, Qinze occasionally invited his roommates to dinner, and his sister would still give him the money she saved. A 25-year-old girl working for more than 2 years, moonlight. So Ying often said that Qinze was raised by her with a handful of shit and urine. Chapter 587. They were chatting, and a young woman was holding a little boy of 5 or 6 years old, holding a plate with Coke, fries, hamburgers, and chicken wings in her left hand. The woman apologized. "Can we sit here? There are no seats." "Yes." Qinze nodded. He refused in his heart. "Elder sister, if you sit here, I won't be able to eat for a while." But KFC is not owned by his family. They just asked out of politeness. And the mother with the child can't let the child stand and eat. So Qinze didn't eat. Suyu ate with relish and took his share. They chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. The mother and son are from Hujianren. The man can barely be regarded as a small entrepreneur. He started a company in Shuncheng. The mother and son have been in Shuncheng for more than a year. Today, they took their son out to play. Fortunately, this is Shuncheng. If it was Guangdong, the mother and son would be in danger. During this period, the mother had to go to the toilet and gently warned her son, "You sit here and don't move. Wait for your mother to come back." Then she said to Qinze and Suyu, "Please help me." Qinze and Suyu's clothes are not ordinary people, and they talk well. Suyu's appearance has the buff of, "I am a cold goddess," so the young mother is quite assured of them. "Annie, do you want to eat?" The little boy licked the ketchup on the corner of his mouth and handed Suyu a free. "Call me elder sister. Elder sister doesn't eat." Suyu touched his head. The little boy blinked. "How old is Auntie?" Suyu answered truthfully, 28. The little boy counted his fingers. 26, 27, 28. Older than my mother. "Does Auntie have a little brother?" Suyu smiled and said, "Elder sister is not married yet." The little boy said, "Oh, I'm not married at such an old age. Auntie is a single dog." The affection on Suyu's face suddenly solidified. "It hurts." Qinze, children nowadays have a wide range of knowledge. They can listen and see a lot. They can also use their parents' iPads or mobile phones to surf the internet. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they were silly and snotty like uncivilized natives. Suyu smiled. "Yes, I'm not married." The little boy said, "No one wants it." Suyu, heartbreaking +2, Suyu touched his head with a smile and replied kindly, "Because Auntie is afraid of giving birth to an ugly child like you." The little boy raised his head and looked at her in a daze. He cried out loud. Suyu's mouth curled up. At this time, she didn't look like a 28-year-old woman, but an 8-year-old girl, as if she had grabbed the candy, and was very proud. When a woman was petty, she was no better than a child. At this time, the little boy's mother came back. Seeing her son crying, she looked at Qinze and Suyu blankly. "Mom, am I ugly?" "He's not ugly. He's very handsome." And he said, "I'm ugly." The woman looked at Suyu again. Suyu smiled. The woman retracted her gaze and coaxed the child gently. Suyu stuck her tongue out at the child and made a face. After resting in the KFC for nearly half an hour, Suyu reluctantly left the air conditioner and opened the door of the store. The hot air flow hit his face. The peak season of tourism should be in spring and autumn. Winter and summer are not suitable for traveling. The former will freeze into a dog, and the latter will become a hot dog. Before leaving the KFC, Suyu went to the toilet, washed her face, and added a layer of sunscreen. In fact, her face was okay, with a big brimmed hat to shade the sun, but her arms were troublesome. In such a big sun, even sunscreen was not guaranteed to withstand it. It was the hottest month of the year, which was a nightmare for girls who love makeup. Suyu had light makeup today. After all, she had to attend negotiations. It was best to wear makeup when attending meetings and meeting clients. While washing her face, she also washed off the makeup. It was clean and refreshing. Shinzei said, "Your appearance has dropped a level." Suyu was stunned and turned to go back. "Wait for me, I'm going to touch up my makeup." "Hey, I'm kidding." Shinzei pulled her and walked out with his arms around her shoulders. Just now, if it was Qinbao, she would definitely say, "Go away, sister never wears makeup, sister is a little fairy." Well, you are also a little fairy. Suyu's expression was happy and pretended to be disdainful. "Your sister is pretentious." It was too hot outside, and it was very uncomfortable to hold, so Shinzei let go. Suyu hurriedly hugged his arm and walked forward like a little bird. Instead of going to the theme park, they took a few landscape photos. Shinzei was responsible for taking photos. Suyu was responsible for being beautiful and put a few posts by the way. Leaving contentedly, the driver was still in the same place and didn't go out. It seemed that he was a middle-aged man who was more at home. He lowered his seat, half closed his eyes, and slept. Shinzei knocked on the window and woke him up. "Go to Happy Valley," Shinzei said, opening the door, getting in the car, and enjoying the cool air conditioning. Shinzei and Suyu couldn't help but want to groan. Good parents are not as good as the air conditioning. Going to Happy Valley was suggested by Suyu because she felt that it was very romantic to sit on the Ferris wheel with the person she liked. The three artifacts of romance: fireworks, rails, and Ferris wheel. Shinzei, on the other hand, was imagining a lot of Ferris wheels in his head. Every cartoonist is a good person, and good people have a peaceful life. The Ferris wheel is a very conducive place for men and women to talk and communicate. But when they arrived at Happy Valley, they found that there was no Ferris wheel at all. Suyu expressed disappointment, and even her enthusiasm was depressed. "The Ferris wheel is actually not fun, it's boring." Shinzei comforted her. "There are a lot of fun things here, but there are more people. It's hard to stand in line on a hot day. Why don't we pick one or two to play with?" "Then I want to play with the pendulum and roller coaster," Suyu said immediately. He looked at Suyu with blaming eyes. "You know, I have acrophobia. You did it on purpose. Why are you so happy?" But when she looked at him, like a kitten, Shinzei's heart softened. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Okay. Really, can I?" Suyu was overjoyed. Shinzei nodded hard. Suyu hugged his neck and kissed him through the mask. Shinzei said in his heart, "I will close my eyes all the way." For a person with acrophobia, the most terrifying process of the roller coaster is not the sudden fall, nor the tortuous process, but the beginning of the slow rise. Looking at the ground getting farther and farther, watching the body slowly rising, the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun shining. Then suddenly, you may fall to your death. Shinzei's heart was pounding, his legs were soft, and there was an illusion of myocardial infarction. Coming down from the roller coaster, Shinzei walked a little bit. He didn't look in the mirror, but he knew that his face must be pale. "Are you okay? Are you okay?" The excitement and stimulation on Suyu's face have not faded. While she was happy, she casually cared for Shinzei. Shinzei shook his head. After that, they came to the pendulum line. There were a lot of people, but it was much better than the mine car and the drop tower. Suyu listened to the screams from the drop tower and was quite moved. "Ace, let's go to the drop tower?" I will jump now for you. Chinze stared fiercely. 15 minutes later, it was their turn. The pendulum was more exciting than the roller coaster. Even if Chinze closed his eyes, he could feel his body being thrown up again and again. It seemed that he would be thrown out by the huge inertia at any time. Trembling, he came down from the pendulum. He was tired and did not like it. At this time, it was already dusk. Suyu was in high spirits. Hey, husband, let's go to the drop tower? Chinze did not even have the mood to scold her. He dragged her away. When passing by the drop tower, he hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I'm going all out today. If his sister asked for it, she would not ask for it. She also had acrophobia. Wang Zijin did not like this kind of exciting game. Only Suyu he could not refuse today. Thinking of Suyu's careful and gentle movements when wiping his hands, thinking of her kitten-like eager and timid eyes, in this world, only strong wine and beautiful women can't be ignored. Like the roller coaster, the drop tower slowly rose into the sky, and it was higher than the roller coaster. Chinze looked at the crowd under his feet, which was as small as ants, and his heart was fiercely clenched. He felt that he was crazy today to play this kind of thing with Suyu. He was higher than the third floor, and when he looked down, his legs would be soft. Suyu held Chinze's hand and said, Ace today, let's jump together and die for love. With that, she looked like she was going to die tragically. Chinze, MMP, you wait for me at night. In fact, I'm very scared. Suyu glanced down a little timidly and said, I'm actually afraid of playing this kind of exciting game. I always feel that it's so high. What if there's a malfunction? I'll really fall to my death. Chinze's face turned white. Don't put the flag in my face, Teddy. But the more scared I am, the more I want to play. It's like watching a horror movie. I'm obviously scared to death, but I can't help but watch it. Suyu said, No problem, you're a masochist. Don't think about it. Chinze just wanted to speak, and the elevator suddenly fell straight down, free falling. Mom, save me! Chinze shouted. When he returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Suyu laughed at him all the way. Mom, save me! After Chinze became angry, she hugged Chinze's head to her chest and said, Good son, Mom loves you. Unfortunately, her breast size was not big enough to give her son a facial cleanser. Facial cleanser, Sister's brand, is the most powerful. At 7:00 in the evening, his uncle came over and said that he would take Chinze to eat Shengcheng specialties. But Chinze had no appetite and sent him away. Suyu did not go, saying that she did not want to eat and stayed with him. Husband, it's time to eat. I asked the hotel to cook a few dishes, and they'll be sent right away. At 8:30 in the evening, Suyu was hungry. She found the menu in the room and called to order food. You eat by yourself. I have no appetite. Chinze lay on the bed, two thick black eyebrows wrinkled. Dizziness, nausea, loss of appetite. These symptoms of acrophobia have been with him. Eat some. Suyu stroked his cheek and said, If you don't eat, you'll feel worse tomorrow. I ordered a dish for you. What dish? Leek is a good thing, also known as yang grass. Chapter 588. About 20 minutes later, the hotel staff brought the food up, pushing the dining cart, and the food was covered with plates. 4 dishes, 1 soup, 2 bowls of rice, stewed pork ribs with winter melon, scrambled eggs with leeks, small yellow croaker, and sliced meat with bracken. Isn't this thing carcinogenic? Chinze pointed to the bracken and said, when he was a child, he liked to eat this kind of wild vegetable. Every year when he went to Sioux Town, Aunt Sue would go to the mountains to help him pick some. If he couldn't finish it, she would dry it and bring it home for him to eat. Later, when he heard that this thing was carcinogenic, Chinze didn't dare to eat it. It's a rumor. Suyu said, Smoking also causes cancer. Didn't you smoke with relish? This thing is said to cause cancer, but in fact, it's fine even if you eat it until you're 70 or 80 years old. Ah, delicious, try it. I was so scared that I quickly smoked a cigarette to calm down. Shinzei opened his mouth and took a bite of the bracken she handed to his mouth. How do you know? You're a returnee who studied abroad for a long time. I like to eat this kind of wild vegetable, so I specifically went to learn about it. Suyu said, this kind of vegetable was sold at a high price a few years ago. I've eaten it. Well, I'll give you a bite, and the rest is mine. As she said, she took the vegetables in front of her and pushed the plate of leek fried rice to Shinzei. You eat this, eat more, and your body will be good. Shinzei was speechless. Have I been reduced to the embarrassing situation of relying on leeks to regain my masculinity? Are you kidding me? Do I need to nourish my teddy kidney? I'm Qin Ri Tian. Do I need things like leeks? Even if I starve to death, I won't eat this kind of thing. Eat, it's delicious, although it's not as good as your cooking. Suyu ate in small bites. Her eating posture was very elegant, very ladylike, and very goddess-like. Shinzei picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls. Hey, it's really delicious. There's some kind of seasoning in it, but he can't taste it for the time being. Suyu asked, how is it? Delicious. Shinzei ate the rice. It doesn't matter what the kidney is. He mainly likes to eat leeks. Well, he just likes to eat it. So you didn't eat much. He ate half a bowl of rice and didn't eat much. He kept saying that his favorite food was fern, but he just picked up a few more chopsticks. She usually didn't exercise as much as Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao. She only went to the gym or the club on weekends to exercise and recuperate, so she could only rely on controlling her food intake to maintain her figure. Therefore, those girls who relied on dieting to lose weight were, without a doubt, only someone like Big Sister, who ate and drank as much as she wanted without a care in the world, refusing all kinds of high-calorie food and persisting in dancing for an hour every day, could have such a low breast volume. The large breasts of foreign women were due to their high-calorie diet and their love of fitness. Actually, I don't quite understand why you're so passionate about virtual reality technology. At the moment, this field isn't suitable for us. Only corporations with hundreds of billions of assets have the ability to research it. Suyu unscrewed the thermos flask and took a sip of wolfberry tea. But the actual progress and breakthroughs will depend on the situation overseas. In terms of science and technology, whether we admit it or not, foreign countries are always ahead of us. The technologies that our country is more advanced are all supported by the state. It's unrealistic to rely on the domestic business circle to develop their own. What she meant was that the current potential of this industry was almost overdrawn. Any industry has ups and downs, and the next stage of development will be relatively flat, not only in terms of technological development, but also in terms of market demand. Therefore, she felt that to acquire a virtual technology company now, from an investor's point of view, was a failure. We are the successors of socialism. We have to dream of a big country, and we have to work hard for the rise of our motherland. Shinzei said, as long as I enter this industry, it will instantly lead the world and dominate the world. Suyu, then what are you going to do? Wait. Shinzei got up, squatted in the suitcase, took out a USB flash drive from the inner zipper bag, and put it in front of Suyu. The things inside will bring us endless wealth, even beyond Baozi, beyond Amethyst, beyond Tianfeng. What is it? The design. I spent a week making it with software. Suyu looked at the USB flash drive and then raised her face to look at him. Her eyes dull. Let's have some face. Otherwise, how can we go out and meet people? Suyu curled her lips. No, it's illegal to sell organs. Shinzei said. People who cared about their reputation were all criminals. Only those who did not care about their reputation were good, law-abiding citizens. Even if Suyu was his little fan sister, she just thought he was joking. The things in the USB flash drive were copied from the mall. The system was so low that everything needed Chinze to do it himself, because there was only data, there was no substance. Chinze, an undergraduate student in the Department of Finance, became a semi-professional drawing student. He was proficient in 3 different computer drawing software. He was so tired. The value of this thing was unimaginable for ordinary people. If he just threw it out, he could create a leading company in the field of virtual reality technology in a short time. It also made up for one of Chinze's wishes. Virtual technology, although called virtual, was considered an industry. The industrial tycoons were the ones who should be respected. Chinze, as an undergraduate student in the Department of Finance, had a deep understanding of this. If China's industry was as prosperous as it was 10 years ago, the country would not be overwhelmed by the pressure of the economic downturn. The simple truth was that wealth was always linked to material objects. Those internet tycoons, who made money by games and software, were not ashamed. Especially Brother Ma, who was condemned by thousands of people, were not ashamed. Hurry up and sell the company to me. Let me bear thousands of curses. The current Chinze, compared with those top tycoons, was a lot worse. But in terms of net assets, he was very good. He had no debt and did not have much cost. And those tycoons only relied on cash. The gap between the two sides was not that big. But in terms of capital, Chinze could only type GG now. Are you full? Call the waiter to come up and clean up. Chinze said, I want another bite. Su, you had an idea. Let's eat. Suyu came over. Her red lips were printed on Chinze's face, and she took a bite. I'm full. She touched her belly. Chinze was stunned and reacted, thinking that Suyu was flirting with him. Oh, they were an old couple who were familiar with each other's depth, and she was still doing this. Too cute. So Chinze threw a big tablet hand over. You smeared oil on my face, and I have to wash my face. My head hurts. Suyu, specialty restaurant. Su Yao and Su Guang, the 2 brothers, drank and talked happily. One was happy and carefree. The other was silent and serious. They were 2 years apart, and Su Yao was 7 years younger than Qin Ma. He was only 40 this year, and Su Guang was 38. But he looked at least 10 years older than Su Guang. His mature and restrained temperament was one reason, and the main reason was that he had a vertical line between his eyebrows. It was caused by long-term frowning, so Su Yao looked bitter and hateful. Come on, let's toast. Su Guang raised his glass and touched Su Yao's. A small glass of white wine, drained in one gulp. His uncle had been wandering outside in the past few years, and he didn't learn any great skills, but his alcohol tolerance was really good. Su Yao was even more so. He used to drink without caring about his life, when socializing. He would vomit after drinking, and then drink after vomiting. He spat out tens of billions of assets. After he became successful, he rarely drank. Rome, do you think the acquisition will be successful this time? Su Guang picked up the food and was worried. If it doesn't work, I have to continue to run around. When I worked in Guangdong, I knew a lot of bosses. If it doesn't work, I'll go there and try. Su Guang had mixed in almost all the first-tier cities. He once went to Guangdong to look for business opportunities. He did make some money in Guangdong, but it was only 100,000. Before 2005, 100,000 was a huge sum, but 10 years later, 100,000 was a drizzle. It couldn't satisfy him at all. And later, a well-known industry in Guangdong was declared dead, and Su Guang had no reason to save the woman who lost her footing, so he had to leave. I heard that this industry is not very profitable, and it can't be compared with AZS companies at all. Su Guang said, In business, it's not about entering the industry that makes money. It's the same principle as not chasing the stock market. It's more important to play it safe. Su Yao commented concisely, "Don't scare me. Isn't business about entering the industry that makes money?" Su Guang was not convinced. "That's why you can only earn fast money at most." Su Yao concluded. Su Guang couldn't win against him and was a little depressed. "Come on, let's drink." After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Yao said, "Suyu, is she really not your girlfriend?" Su Guang. "Anyway, my sister told me that Aza's girlfriend is not her. It's also possible that my nephew is too timing." "Who is his girlfriend?" "Called Wang Zijin. I haven't seen her." Su Yao's face was slightly gloomy, and he was silent. After a while, "It doesn't matter if you don't play with feelings, but it's troublesome to play with feelings. Hey, you rich people have wives at home and mistresses outside. It's a basic operation. What's there to worry about?" Su Guang said, "Tomorrow, when things are settled, you go back to your Wuncheng. As for me, I'll go back to Shanghai with A's. Remember, don't contact me in the future, and don't let my sister know." Su Guang said seriously. Su Yao was in a trance for a moment and nodded. Hotel room. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette after dinner and leaned comfortably on the chair. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, Su Yu's figure was vaguely seen, slender and tall. Qin Zhe didn't take a bath. At this time, a man should hold on. First, put on the work hat with bumps, take the blue pills, mix the wine, light the candles, and then lay on the ground with his back to the sky. All the above were crossed out. A real man should go to the battlefield bare-chested. A real man should hold on for 5 seconds. Chapter 589. The mobile phone dinged, and a message came in. Wang Zijin sent him a message. "When will you come back?" Qin Zhe typed in a message. "Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "How are things going?" "There are some obstacles, but it can be stabilized for the time being." Wang Zijin also knew that the acquisition of the company was not a business trip, and it would not be so fast. She said very considerately, "Okay, you pay attention to rest and go to bed early at night." Qin Zhe replied, "Okay." Wang Zijin sent a message. "Love you, moi." A few minutes later, Wang Zijin sent another message. "Aren't you going to reply, angry?" Qin Zhe, NSS, W. Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe, look at it upside down. A few seconds later, Wang Zijin sent a series of blushing pictures. "So good. Wait for you to come back. Sister will cook for you." In fact, I not only have a way to coax my sister, but I'm best at flirting with my sister. Qin Zhe was floating. Wang Zijin, like Qin Bao Bao, began to try to cook. "Oh, it's impossible to cook." "Only cooking can be done because it's simple." Suyu took a bath, washed her hair, washed her face, and brushed her teeth, which took a total of 30 minutes. Women took a particularly long bath, whether it was Suyu, his sister, or Wang Zijin. It was as short as 10 minutes and as long as half an hour. Qin Zhe was bored and logged into the corporate chat software that he hadn't used for a long time. Most of the chat records were from the chat group, so he didn't need to look at them. But a friend sent him a message. "How is the company recently?" ID, Human Filth Warehouse. This was a friend he met when he was trading stocks last year. This guy was twice as old as Qin Zhe. Now, he was an uncle. It was said that he was also a god of stocks when he was young, so he chatted very well with Qin Zhe. They didn't have much contact, but Qin Zhe found that this guy was very rich, and he was a hidden rich man. But this is nothing. After all, Hei's king, have the system, and sooner or later I will be richer than him. How could a person without cheats compare to a cheater? In addition, he was also a person who had a foot in several boats. Qinze typed in a message to ask him for advice on how to make his beloved concubines live in harmony. The other party's answer was, "Rely on your face." Degree? Qinze told him to stop fooling around. The other party then said, "Relying on a man's bastard aura." Qinze didn't reply to him. He didn't want to expose the fact that he was a salted fish that didn't have the aura of a king. He silently exited the chat program. Heavens, what should I do? At first, Qinze was sitting at the table with his legs crossed, smoking like a big shot. Now, he was lying on the bed like a salted fish, playing with his phone while waiting. He also smoked while he was at it. He thought to himself, F***CK, if you continue to shower, I'm going to sleep. We are having a proper exchange. The car is on the national highway, not the narrow and winding roads. Why are you washing so seriously? At this moment, he felt a little urinating. He pinched out the cigarette and went to the bathroom door. Suyu, have you finished washing? Not yet. Give me 2 more minutes, Suyu said softly. And then I'll give you 5 minutes to dry your hair. Qinze's mouth twitched. But I want to go to the bathroom. Then come in. Right, what am I waiting for? My wife is bathing inside. I'll just go in and pee. I'm not an outsider. Cameraman, go away first. Don't follow me in. He pushed the door and entered. Suyu's beautiful figure was shrouded in the mist. She raised her head and welcomed the hot water from the shower head. Qinze tilted his head to admire the beauty bathing. He lifted the seat and took out the salted fish in the grass to pee. Suyu finished showering and turned off the shower head. She found that Qinze was still standing in front of the toilet. Aren't you going to the bathroom? Why are you standing there? Qinze lowered his head and glanced at the I want a life in full bloom needle. How can I pee? After awakening, I can't pee at all. Damn it, I shouldn't have looked around. He silently put the bird into the file, careful not to let the zipper clip, and said, You dry your hair first, I'll pee later. It only took Qinze 5 minutes to wash his face, brush his teeth, and take a shower. He put on a bathrobe and went out of the bathroom. Suyu sat at the head of the bed, also wearing a bathrobe. The white color of her chest was particularly attractive. She was stroking her hair. Her movements and expressions had the unique charm of a woman of this age. Qinze threw Suyu down on the bed. She pushed Qinze's chest with both hands. You're not feeling well. Forget it. I don't have to do it these few days. She was afraid that Qinze was young and didn't know how to control himself. Last night, her left and right hands kept moving slowly. Qinze didn't respond. This was not ordinary tiredness. When they returned to Shanghai, the Luwei Dihuang pills had also arrived. Qinze had to recuperate for a while. After all, the future was long. He couldn't lose money at such a young age. Qinze was stung by her gentle eyes and concerned tone. Don't do anything. Lie down. I will take you flying, Qinze said. Then, okay, after all, she couldn't bear to refuse him. So you thought, let's try it first. 2 bathrobes were thrown on the ground. Qinze held Suyu's 2 legs. Little rabbit, open the door. I want to come in. Wait a minute. Suyu stopped. You don't want to open the door? No, I want to be on top. Qinze frowned and said, just lie down. He liked to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Unless he was in sage mode, he would let Suyu come up by herself. I'm a man. I'm on top. Nonsense, Suyu refused to accept. How do you write the word man? Go up to Tian Xiali. Then who is Tian? As expected of a big man with a doctorate degree. I lost. I'm willing to submit to others. Qinze lay down and made a hole with the stem. The air was full of a happy atmosphere. After a long, in-depth communication, Suyu's kindness to Qinze was repaid with a spring. To use a sentence that everyone was familiar with, they both reached the peak of pleasure. Next was the time for smoking. Chinze was surprised. He found half a cigarette burning slowly in the ashtray at the head of the bed. At 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, there was a slight breathing sound in the room. Only one. Chinze had fallen asleep. Suyu curled up in the quilt, thinking of today's experience, and cried a little. On the plane, "Husband, would you like to bungee jump with me?" "Psycho, you really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks, you will definitely agree." "That's not going to happen. I won't agree to her request. What if I die suddenly?" She remembered Chinze's nervousness when he rode the roller coaster during the day. When he climbed high, he subconsciously held her hand. It hurt, but Suyu didn't say it because she knew that he was scared. In fact, she regretted it at that time, regretted her sudden willfulness. She remembered Chinze's hesitation when he passed the drop tower and his eyes after he decided to die. She remembered Chinze's slightly trembling voice and his tense body. She remembered Chinze's, "Mom, save me." Tears couldn't help but burst out. In life, I can meet someone I like and like me. Fortunately, the next day, Chinze woke up first. His waist was not sore, and his legs were not painful. He was full of energy. Suyu was next to him, sleeping soundly. Her hair was fluffy and messy, covering her face. She was tossed around last night. Finally, she knew that Chinze's body was not in deficit at all. It was still the familiar strength and the original size. At 1 o'clock in the morning, she slept without taking a shower. He pushed aside Suyu's hair and kissed her on the face. Her smooth skin. A woman of her age can have such good skin. She worked hard to maintain it. For women who don't know how to take care of themselves, 30 or 40 is the most attractive age for women who know how to cultivate themselves and increase their internal and external cultivation. For example, Sister Man Ba, "I can't think about other women at this time, or I will be particularly bad." Chinze put on casual pants, t-shirt, and tiptoed to close the door. He ran 10 laps around the hotel. The sun at 8:30 was already a little scorching. Sweat fell like rain. Chinze sent a text message to Suyu and asked her if she got up. If Suyu replied, he would go upstairs and wait for a few minutes. There was no news. So he continued to run around the hotel. After running 2 laps, Chinze couldn't bear the sultry heat. He returned to the hotel lobby, found a soft chair to sit down, and browsed the news and Weibo. Today's hot topic hashtag, XX died at 76, hashtag, I just woke up. Are you still running? Chapter 590. Chinze was taken aback and was caught off guard. How could such a famous person just disappear like that? It was not that Chinze had never seen the news of a great scientist passing away. He had seen a lot of them in China. It was only when the news of their passing came out that Chinze said, "Oh, so there was such a great scientist." Actually, he did not feel anything because he had never heard of it. It was as if he had seen an unrelated stranger pass away. But this paralyzed scientist, Chinze had known him since junior high school. He was in his physics textbook, in his ignorant heart at that time. This was an existence that was on par with Madame Curie and Einstein, although he later found out that it was not the case. Another mark of that era was gone. He felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart, as if he saw his youth passing away. When Chinze was looking at Wu Jing's life story and academic contributions, the system suddenly said, "Oh, the great physicist, the universe researcher." In front of me, there is someone who dares to call himself a universe researcher. In all the worlds, if I say that my research and understanding of the universe is average, then those flirtatious systems will have to kneel down and say, "What is the universe? I don't know." Look at how proud you are. you lowlife who was kicked out of the group. Chinze said, "Oh, right, what is your real name again?" The system, Universe Calculation System, hit the blackboard and highlight the key points. The system's voice was slightly annoyed. "Low-life system, you are a professional. Tell me, are there really aliens?" Chinze said, "Stupid question. The universe is vast and boundless. Earth is as small as a speck of dust. Life is not exclusive to Earth." The system corrected, "From now on, please call me by my real name." Then, the great Universe Calculation System, "Please tell me, how big is the universe?" Chinze said, "Another stupid question. It is time for you to see the real world." As the system's voice fell, a 3D projection interface automatically popped up in front of Chinze. This was the first time the system actively turned on a 3D projection. In the entire lobby, the guests coming and going, the lobby manager, and the staff at the front desk did not see a magnificent picture floating in midair. In front of Chinze was a whirlpool-like sea of stars. "In this picture, Earth is here." The system's voice sounded at the same time. In the star map, a tiny star that was almost unrecognizable by the naked eye lit up. It was shrouded in a layer of light. It was too small. Compared to the sea of stars in front of him, Earth was as small as a speck of dust. "This is the universe," Chinze exclaimed. "Universe?" The system sneered. "Do you see that faint light? That's the range of the Earth's magnetic field." This meant that any aliens that might exist in the universe would not be able to discover Earth if they lived outside this range. Beyond the reach of human beings, everything is silent. The diameter of the Milky Way is about 100,000 light years. In the Milky Way, there were more than 100 billion celestial bodies and planets. What was Earth in the Milky Way? But even such a big galaxy can't be compared to other galaxies. After saying that, the 3D projection image changed. The lens zoomed out, and the Milky Way disappeared, replaced by another galaxy that was even wider. This galaxy, I named it the Salted Fish Galaxy. Its diameter is about 10 million light years, 100 times that of the Milky Way. Compared to the Salted Fish Galaxy group, what was the Milky Way? Let's zoom out again. The 3D projection image changed again. The lens zoomed out, and the Salted Fish Galaxy disappeared, replaced by another galaxy that was even wider. This galaxy, I named it the Bao Bao Galaxy. In the Bao Bao Galaxy group, there are 100 salted fish galaxies. Its diameter is a terrifying 110 million light years. Don't be shocked, keep watching. The lens zoomed out again, and the Bao Bao Galaxy disappeared. Another galaxy appeared. This galaxy, I named it the Your Grandfather Galaxy. The Bao Bao Galaxy is just the tip of the iceberg of the Your Grandfather Galaxy. Its diameter is a terrifying 560 million light years. Chinze said, "I don't know what to say about the way you name things. The name is just a title to give you a deeper impression. So in your eyes, salted fish is inferior to Bao Bao." The system ignored him. The system said, "Even if it's your grandfather galaxy, it's only an insignificant part of the entire universe. There are countless galaxies as big as his, and according to my calculations, there are at least 2 trillion your grandfather galaxies. There are more galaxies than there are grains of sand on Earth. The diameter between Earth and any observable edge of the universe is a shocking 65. For billion light years, Earth is not even a molecule in the universe. However, do you know what else is in the observable universe?" Chinze's eyes were blank. "What?" The system said. "Unknown. Unknown. Even with my ability, I can't explore deeper unless I level up. What's interesting is that the observable universe is not the entire world. Don't overlook the existence of parallel space. I don't belong to this universe. Space and time are not singular. Theoretically speaking, space can be stacked infinitely, but time has countless parallel lines. You Earthlings once said, a grain of sand, a world. The person who said this was right by accident. From a scientific point of view, it is indeed so. Maybe every cell in your body is a universe, and every universe has an Earth. Nonsense. It's not nonsense. It's just that the dimensions of existence are different. I feel like you're talking nonsense with a straight face. It's normal for you to think so. With the wisdom of mortals, of course, they can't understand. Just like the creatures in the three-dimensional world, they can't imagine the scenery in the four-dimensional world. Because they are not in the same dimension, it's impossible for you to tell ants how wonderful the human world is. Even if you did, with the intelligence of ants, they can't imagine it. All right, stop showing off. You're awesome. Okay, I don't want to talk about this topic. Qin was very uncomfortable, or rather, he felt that the world was empty. The system revealed the tip of the iceberg of the universe for him to understand the vastness of the world. What was Earth? What was the Milky Way? When humans understood their insignificance, everything became dull. Earning money, boring. Papa, boring. Games, boring. Life, boring. People who stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the distant mountains could hardly squat at the foot of the mountain and look at a wildflower. You're so awesome. Why can't you beat those flirtatious systems? This question is not easy to answer. The astronomical telescope can't beat the bumper cars. It makes sense. At this time, the phone dinged, a message notification. Suyu, I just woke up. Where are you? The time was 9:30 in the morning. Qinze replied, I just finished my morning run. I'll be right there. The acquisition project of Dongfeng Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited, after another tug-of-war, was relatively smooth. In the negotiation meeting, Qinze seemed to be a different person. He attacked frequently and fiercely, and Dongfeng's side was defeated. Finally, the deal was closed at the originally agreed price. The two sides signed a preliminary contract and entered the long acquisition process. The leaders of Dongfeng, including Lu Zong, sent Qinze and the others out of the factory gate. The people of the test team drove away. The MPV was parked at the door. Su Yu and Su Yao opened the door and got in, but the uncle stopped in place. He looked at the sky and whispered, Do you know what I want to do now? Qinze was beside him. He heard the words and shook his head. Su Guang whispered, Burn incense for your grandfather. Qinze said that in the future, Dongfeng would be managed by him. After wandering for more than 10 years, he finally got what he wanted today. Qinze followed his gaze. It was the direction of Shanghai. Get in the car. After returning to Shanghai, we'll pay our respects to grandfather together. Qinze patted his uncle's shoulder. The two got in the car together. It's my first time doing business, Mr. Su. Do you have any suggestions? In the MPV, Qinze was drinking whiskey. He withdrew his gaze from the window and fell on Su Yao. Your uncle is actually experienced in the management of the factory, and the original staff of Dongfeng will not change. So as long as it's the same, it's fine. Su Yao said, There are too many connections in Dongfeng. What should be cleaned up should be cleaned up. In addition, the manager position needs to be re-recruited. The original staff of Dongfeng will all be dismissed. Su Yu said, What about the core technology? Qinze asked. Su Yao was stunned. Although Dongfeng took the high-tech route, it was not a research institute. How could the core technology be kept secret? However, he still answered seriously. You can learn from Leezy mobile phone and register patents crazily. From the core technology to the software icon, register patents for everything. And the production and R&D personnel of the core technology will sign a long-term labor contract. Those who leak will bear the legal consequences, starting from 3 years. Qinzhe answered subconsciously, the death penalty is not a loss. Su Yao. Su Yu and Su Guang also looked at him. Qinzhe smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Is Mr. Su interested in investing? With your participation, we will be able to move faster and more steadily, Qinzhe said. Su Yu was stunned. Su Guang and Su Yao had different expressions. The former's face changed slightly, while the latter was excited. Su Yao, who had experienced great storms, couldn't help but tremble at this time. He quickly took a sip of wine and took the opportunity to stabilize his mood. Then he said, You say. Qinzhe said, You will pay a part of the acquisition money and take shares according to the proportion. Then I will send my uncle to manage and operate Dongfeng. You will also send a professional team. Su Yao, I didn't ask. Cough. Su Guang interrupted with a heavy cough and said, We will talk about cooperation when we have time. Ace, did you buy a ticket? Qinzhe said, Yes, 11 o'clock at noon, Shaoshan Airport. I asked Su Yu to buy it for you. Shaoshan Airport. Su Guang was stunned. You bought the wrong ticket. We should go to Hongqiao or Pudong Airport. I didn't buy the wrong ticket. Qinzhe looked at the wine in the glass. Uncle, I want to go back to Su Town. Mr. Su, why don't you go together? Chapter 5, 91. What scares me the most is the sudden silence. Qinzhe asked, and the lyrics of the song appeared in his mind. The two men sat there like clay statues, their expressions frozen. Their eyes were fixed on Qinzhe. Some of them were in a daze, while others were in shock. Su Yao's hands were trembling slightly, while his uncle's mouth was slightly agape. The same lyrics could be used to describe their feelings at the moment. What scares me the most is the sudden tumbling of memories. Why do you suddenly want to go back to Shujia Town? Su Guang suppressed his emotions and laughed to cover up his loss of composure. It's not Qingming Festival or the New Year. It's too early to visit the grave, isn't it, Su Yao? Su Yao nodded slightly. His emotions were far more turbulent than Su Guang's, but he was more composed. Even if he wanted to say, Go, let's go together. Every year, when he visited the grave, he stood alone in front of it. No one knew how cold his heart was. I haven't visited Auntie Su in years. I don't have time for the New Year or Qingming Festival. I'll be busier in the future, so I want to visit her today. Qinzhe's tone was gentle and calm. Mr. Su, you're also from Shujia Town. You know Annie Su? After hesitating for a while, Su Yao finally nodded with difficulty and said, All right, what's so good about that? Su Guang touched Su Yao's ankle with the back of his foot and coughed. Ace, how about this? Go back to Shanghai first and ask your mom to come with you another day. Qinzhe shook his head. Su Guang gritted his teeth. Then you go. I won't go. I'll go back to Shanghai first. He couldn't go back to Shujia Town. No matter what Qinzhe was up to, he couldn't go back, and he couldn't let Su Yao go with him. When they separated, he would text Su Yao and ask him to find an excuse. I can't be the general manager, Qinzhe said lightly. Su Guang was speechless. You win. At the airport, Qinzhe and the other three sat in the seats of Starbucks with a cup of coffee in front of each of them. This thing could only be considered a high-class drink. There was less coffee and more milk, and there was also a mess of flavors and other flavorings. There was a coffee machine at home. Qin Bao asked a friend to bring some high-quality coffee beans from abroad for Qinzhe to drink when he stayed up late. His sister would usually drink it too. When she first bought it, she would brew coffee every day. Once the novelty wore off, she would not do it herself anymore. If she wanted to drink it, she would ask Qinzhe to brew a cup for her. At this time, Wang Zijin would say, Ace, help me take out the tea tray. I'll make Jin Jun May for you. Qinze didn't like this kind of tea. He felt that it had been hyped up by the wooey mountain black tea, just like those shameless articles on the internet that followed the trend, and even more shamelessly plagiarized articles. After drinking a few mouthfuls of coffee, Su Guang said that he needed to go to the toilet, and Su Yao went with him. At the airport, he could always see a few graceful women. In the summer, they wore denim shorts, and their white and tender legs were pleasing to the eye, especially a long-haired girl with an oval face who had walked past before. With those two legs, Qinze's harsh vision, which had been influenced by his sister for years, could not find fault with them. Su Yu pinched his earlobe and said, "Do you want me to dig out your eyes and send them to that girl?" If Su Yu got up and walked around, she could also harvest a cluster of amazing eyes, which would only be more amazing than the girl just now. Sitting here at this time, there were several young people and uncles on the side who peeped at her intentionally or unintentionally. Do you know why this society is dirty and ugly everywhere? Qinze said, helplessly, "I don't know." It's because there are too many narrow-minded women like you, blocking men's eyes to find beauty. Su Yu hit him and asked, "Who is Aunt Sue?" It sounded like a relative of Qinze, and the relationship was very good. As his wife. Su Yu thought so. She should also go to worship. And where did Aunt Sue's family live? In the future, it would be easy to find the door to send gifts for the new year. At least, she should meet them first and brush her face. Su Yu knew that Shujia Town was Qinma's hometown, and the Su family came from there. A very important person. Qinze paused when he spoke, probably not knowing how to say it. Su Yu did not ask, and obediently said, "Oh," then leaned sideways and hugged Qinze's arm, playing with her mobile phone, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Qinze keenly found that several young people who were peeping at Su Yu's eyes were dim. Their inner activities did not need to be deliberately guessed, and they could be categorized into 4 words. MMP. Qinze had seen this kind of eyes before. When his sister took him out to play, the eyes of the men around him were like this. At that time, the passers-by's inner activities were, "Oh, beautiful women love salted fish." In the toilet, Su Guang and Su Yao stood in front of the urinal, stepping on both sides of the Yellow River. The two of them were true sworn brothers who had grown up together since they were young. When the 2 spillers beside him shook their bodies comfortably and left, Su Guang whispered, "I'm very weak now. You said that Ace suddenly wanted to worship Sister Ru. What happened? Did he know something?" Su Yao said, "Little, Sister Lan confessed." "Confess my ass." Su Guang looked at the direction of the door and lowered his voice again. "She will never confess." Su Yao nodded and calmly said, "That's all right. Let's not talk about what happened more than 20 years ago. Under the premise of no files and records, the government can't find out, let alone him. That's the truth, but why did he propose to go to the tomb now and drag you in?" Su Guang was worried. 2 reasons. Su Yao left the urinal, went to the sink, washed his hands slowly, and then took out a tissue to wipe. First, it was a coincidence. He himself had the idea of going to the tomb, and I happened to be there. I'm also from Shujia Town, and he intended to take this opportunity to improve our relationship. Second, he found something and wanted to verify his conjecture. Su Yao threw the tissue into the trash can. Su Guang trembled. What did he find? Su Yao patted him on the shoulder. "It's just my guess. Don't think too much. If you really have any guesses, the panic you show will only make people sure of their thoughts." He took the opportunity to wipe the remaining water stains. Su Guang murmured, "If that's the case, I will be killed by my sister." Su Yao nodded seriously. "I will plant you in the land of Shujia Town. It seems that a new Su Guang will not grow up in this year. Get out. The two returned to the Starbucks seat. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the flight was at 11:30. It was a very awkward time. They definitely couldn't eat lunch here, but there would be free lunch on the plane, but it was a bit unpalatable. Uncle, what's the matter? Qinzhe asked after Su Guang came back. The worry between his eyebrows was even stronger. He didn't drink coffee and just sat there in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Hearing this, Su Guang pretended to be relaxed. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit tired today. Oh, Su Yu, who was leaning on Qinzhe's shoulder, suddenly retched. What's wrong? Qinzhe hugged her. Su Yu held her chest with her small hand and lowered her voice happily. I must be pregnant. Qinzhe took her pulse and nodded. Well, your child is in your stomach again. Su Yu didn't believe it. Nonsense. I haven't had gastric problems for a long time. Are you feeling a little nauseous now? So, I'm pregnant. It's really not. It's probably because of the coffee. You were tired last night and didn't have a good rest. Qinzhe explained. Gastric problems are difficult to pull out. It takes a long time to recuperate. It won't recover so quickly. Su Yu gently bit her lip with her pearly white teeth and was disappointed. I can't get pregnant. Don't worry, take your time. Qinzhe held her hand. Where were we just now? They were just discussing the acquisition of Dongfeng. How should we calculate Sister Man's shares? How much should we give? Su Yu said. Nan Man Pei generously gave 100 million, but only 50 million was credited to Bao's investment account. The rest of the money was deducted from the dividends. For 100 million, 50% of the shares would be no problem. So Qinzhe and Su Yu were discussing how much shares should be given. 50% was definitely not enough. Qinzhe's bottom line was 10%. Su Yao's side also had 10% at most. Qinzhe took 15% of the remaining shares and then divided it equally among the three companies. Then 8%. I'll talk to Sister Man about this. We have a good relationship. Su Yu said. Qinzhe said in his heart, maybe it's better for me to talk. If we fight, Sister Man may not help us. Wang Zijin's side is fine. After all, we also need her company to do software support. Why should Bao also invest? Su Yu pouted. Think about it. Even if we put Baoza aside, Tianfang and Purple Crystal can also complete this acquisition. Qinzhe said, a bowl of water is equal. Equal your sister. Su Yu said angrily, I'm your wife, she's your sister. Which is more important? Qinzhe, sister. Su Yu was so angry that she looked up and bit his ear. Su Guang saw his nephew and the secretary flirting and secretly exchanged a look with Su Yao. A's. Yes. Do you still remember your Aunt Su's family? Su Guang asked casually. Of course I remember. Then do you know that Sister Ru has a younger brother? I know a little, but I've never seen him. Su Guang stared hard at Qinzhe, as if trying to see something from his face. But there was nothing. However, he was relieved. Yes, how could he know what happened in the past? In that backward and poor era, in that ordinary town, many things could be buried easily. Chapter 592. The tallest and most exquisite villa in Shujia town was located on the side of the road. Even in the town where skyscrapers had been built in recent years, it was still the undisputed leader. According to the owner of the house, it was designed by a famous designer. If it was in a first-tier city like Shanghai or Shenzhen City, it would cost more than 10 million each. The villa was built 6 years ago, but the person who paid for it was not the owner of the villa, but his brother-in-law. To be more precise, it was his younger brother. The owner of the villa was called Song Zhongji, a rotten man who was always idle and addicted to gambling. In that era, where people relied on farming to make a living, a man who did not like to work in the field was a rotten man. Such a man was single until he married Su Ru, who was from the same village, when he was 25. Speaking of these two families, there was no difference between the two. Both of them were poor to the point of having nothing but four walls. After getting married, Song Zhongji was still addicted to gambling, but at least he knew how to work in the field and support his family. Su Ru was a woman who was used to working hard, so the couple had a good life. 20 years ago, this house was still a yellow mud house. Every year, Song Zhongji would be seen throwing mud at the outer wall of the yellow mud house. After all, it could not be compared to a brick house. As time passed, the outer wall of the yellow mud house would gradually peel off. At that time, there were already many brick houses in town. In 20 years, the yellow mud house became a brick house, and from a brick house, it became a villa. It really lived up to the old saying, "Every dog has its day." This Song Zhongji had unknowingly become the most heroic country bumpkin in town. Everything was thanks to his brother-in-law. It was said that he made money from doing business in other places and became a big boss. Good fellow, he built a villa just like that. Song Zhongji's family's BMW, which was worth 300,000, was also given by his brother-in-law. Song Zhongji had two sons. The eldest son was left behind by Su Ru, and the younger son was born with his second wife. The eldest son was studying abroad, and his living expenses and tuition were all paid by his uncle. Su Yao, the people in town, was said to be the golden phoenix that flew out of Shujia town. Unfortunately, Su Ru was unlucky. She died early after a few years of happiness. Such a big villa was taken advantage of by another woman. Su Yao rarely returned to Su town. After Su Ru passed away, he would never come back. He would only drive to visit his sister's grave during Qingming Festival and Chinese New Year. However, he was very generous. A few years ago, when the town was getting richer, more and more people were buying cars. However, the roads were not good, so he went to Song Zhongji and asked Su Yao about it. The next year, the road was repaired. Because of this, Song Zhongji's status in the town rose layer by layer and was unshakable. How could an idle gambler have such a good life? How could he be so lucky? In the end, it was probably because he couldn't find a wife. Because he couldn't find a wife, he married Su Ru. Relay, relay, are you home? An old man stood in front of the villa's wrought iron gate and shouted with all his might. Soon, a pot-bellied middle-aged man came out of the villa. Song Zhongji turned 50 this year. His face was rosy, and he dyed his hair every year. His hair was thick and black. Years of living like a prince made him look more like a successful businessman than a bumpkin. Your brother-in-law is back, Sir said. Why is he here? It's not like it's a holiday. Song Zhongji was confused. He looked around at the door. Where is he? He's at the entrance of the town. When he came back from the fields, I saw his car parked there, Sir said. He's rich again, right? I'll give him some money later. Song Zhongji patted his chest. Come find me tomorrow. Things that were easily obtained were hard to cherish. Therefore, Song Zhongji was famous for his generosity. Because of his generosity, there were fewer rumors and sarcastic remarks in the town. No matter what was said in private in front of him, everyone had to give him a thumbs up and praise him for his generosity. After the old man left, Song Zhongji stood downstairs and shouted, Zhilong, Zhilong. The window opened, and a young man with glasses stuck his head out. He said irritably, What are you shouting for? You're like a country bumpkin. Song Zhongji didn't care. Instead, he smiled. Come down, your uncle is here. He's with your mother. Let's go. The young man quickly went downstairs. He was wearing short-sleeved pants and a pair of sandals. It was summer vacation. He came back from abroad. He was glamorous outside, but slovenly at home. He complained as he walked. "Uncle, why did you come at this time? I'm playing with a 98K. I feel like I can eat chicken today." But he respected and was afraid of his serious uncle. He could only endure not eating chicken. After the father and son left, a woman came out of the house. She was eating melon seeds. She spat out the shell far away and said sarcastically, "Dead for more than 10 years, still haunting." Chinze and the other three walked on the yellow road in the mountains. On both sides were rolling tea forests. The cemetery of Shujia town was in the tea forest. It was the hottest time of the day. No one picked tea. The green tea leaves reflected the sun. The mountains were silent and far away from the hustle and bustle, coupled with a cemetery. It was a bit like a horror movie. Yu was wearing a big brimmed hat. He was sweating from the heat, and his hair was stuck to his cheeks. "Why don't you sweat?" Yu wiped his sweat with a tissue. "If I don't exercise, I generally don't sweat." Chinze said, "The weaker the body, the easier it is to sweat. For example, a man with kidney deficiency will sweat a few pounds after eating soup noodles." "Boss Su, you haven't been back for a long time." Under the sun, Chinze squinted and looked at the cemetery. "It's been a long time. Even if I come back, I'll stop here." Su Yao also squinted. Chinze laughed. "Not returning to your hometown is like walking at night." Su Yao said in a deep voice, "I don't have the face to come back." Interesting, Chinze retracted his gaze and stared at him. Boss Su, who built an industrial empire in Wencheng and whose industry almost covered half of the south. "If you don't have the face, who has the face?" Su Yao did not answer. In front of the grave, Chinze silently cleaned up the weeds around Su Ru's grave and burned some tinfoil and yellow paper brought from Hangzhou. Su Yu and Su Guang watched from the side. Su Yao wanted to do something several times, but he restrained himself. "I bought a little too much. Help burn it together." Chinze took the initiative to hand the underworld goods to him. Su Yao nodded. After burning the things, they lit the incense. The four held the incense and worshipped. The position was very interesting. Chinze stood at the front, Su Guang and Su Yao stood on his left and right, and Su Yu stood a little further away. Song Zhongji and Song Zhilong came under the hot sun with bright red plastic bags in their hands. Inside were the underworld goods bought in the town. "Rong, why didn't you call me today?" Song Zhongji's voice was full of energy, with a warm smile on his face, as if he did not come to visit the grave, but to welcome the distinguished guests. While speaking, he looked at Chinze and the others in confusion. He seemed to wonder why they were here to visit the grave of his deceased wife. Except for Su Yao, he did not know the people present. It was inevitable that he looked at Su Yu a few more times. Such a beautiful woman could not be found in Shujia town. Only the big stars on TV could compare to her. Song Zhilong's eyes were glued to Su Yu's face, like a magnet attached to iron, unable to move away. Su Yao just glanced at the father and son, and his attention returned to Chinze. "Sister, Ace is here to see you. With me. I've been dreaming of this day, even if he doesn't know anything." "You are a Guang?" Song Zhongji recognized Su Guang. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, strictly speaking, he and Su Guang could be considered childhood playmates. When he was a teenager, he wandered around the town, fishing in the water, climbing trees to dig eggs, followed by a group of children. Su Guang and Su Yao were one of them. Shujia town was so big that there were no strangers. After so many years, Su Guang's appearance had not changed. It was hard not to recognize him. Song Zhongji hurriedly took out a big chicken and handed him a cigarette. Like himself, Su Lan's family was not what it used to be. He heard that Sulan's son and daughter were now big stars. Stars, in the eyes of a small town like Shujia town, symbolized high-end class. Song Zhongji's age and living in a small town had no interest in the entertainment industry. If it were not for the people around him, he would not know that Sulan's son and daughter had become big stars. Back then, Sulan would bring her son to stay at his house for a while every summer vacation. Song Zhongji did not care. How much could a simple meal in the countryside be worth? Accommodation was not a problem. There was no shortage of rooms in the countryside. Sulan would give him 1,000 yuan for food and accommodation every month. In the 2000s, this money was a lot. It was enough for him to smoke, drink, and play dice. But her son was a little naughty. He did not like it very much. He often used his age to bully Zhilong. For this reason, he often complained to Su Ru. Unexpectedly, the woman, who had always been gentle, was like an angry cat when it came to this kind of topic. Her reaction was particularly fierce. After quarreling a few times, Song Zhongji did not mention this again. Song Zhongji opened the plastic bag and took out the yellow paper and other things. Suddenly, someone blocked him. He looked up and saw a very handsome young man who felt a little familiar. He smiled and said, "Uncle, you are?" Song Zhongji looked at Su Yao, but Su Yao ignored him. His son behind him whispered, "Dad, he's Qinze." "Qinze? Oh my God!" Song Zhongji was shocked. The young man in front of him was the average-looking naughty boy from back then, a certain assistant, F*CK. I've only heard that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Even a boy can do it. This is not a boy changing 18 times between childhood and womanhood. This is nuclear fission. He remembered one time when his son was beaten up by Qinze again. He cried in front of him because calling for his mother was useless. He was also very helpless. He complained to Su Ru and wanted to quarrel. He complained to Sulan, but she ignored him. So he patted his son's head and said, "This kind of city person has the dirtiest heart. He will definitely not be successful in the future. He will definitely not be as handsome as you." Now, when he looked at Qinze and then at his slovenly son, he felt a pain in his face. Ace. Song Zhongji smiled, awkwardly. He remembered that he used to glare at little Qinze in private, trying to scare this little kid from the city. He wanted him to be more obedient and stop beating his son. He did not have the courage to beat him. It was $1,000. It's rare for me to visit Auntie Sue. There are some things I want to say to her alone. You two go back first, or you can come back after we leave. Qinze said. His voice was very gentle, but his tone was not gentle at all. It was not a negotiation, but an order. Song Zhongji did not mind. His experience when he was young had made this man abandon his so-called dignity. He was very smooth. These days, young people with a little bit of culture liked to think highly of themselves and highlight their individuality. They despise things like celebrities the most. This sentence, in the ears of Song Zhilong, who studied abroad, was particularly harsh. It was especially high and mighty, crushing his dignity. At this moment, he finally remembered the fear of being beaten by Qinze and the shame of being an obedient little brother. He did not have a good impression of Qinze, based on the unhappy memories of his childhood. Not only was he often bullied by Qinze, but also his mother's almost unreasonable favoritism. Every year, the city kid would come to his house, wearing beautiful clothes that made him envious. Between his words, there was always a sense of superiority. "I never eat this kind of 2-cent popsicle. Rat poop, I've long been tired of eating it. Look at you with relish. I don't want to drink this kind of soda. I only drink AD calcium milk. Do you like that little flower next door? She's so ugly. My sister is much prettier than her. It was infuriating. And just now, when they were paying respects to their mother, this person stood at the front. Even his uncle was a position lower than him. Why? The way his uncle looked at him made Song Jilong feel even more unbalanced. One had to know that his uncle was so good to him that even his cousins were not as good as him. But he had never seen his uncle look at him with that kind of eyes. Why? Song Jilong said angrily. Why? This is my mother's grave. Why should we leave? Who do you think you are? You're still as high and mighty as ever. Why? I'm a top student studying abroad. My uncle is a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. I'm not worse than you. Get out. Qin Zhe seemed to have lost what little patience he had left and shouted. Song Jilong felt a strange pressure that made him instinctively timid, but he stiffened his neck and did not move. Su Yao frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "You go first." Song Jilong, he felt so sad. He was like a soldier charging at the front who suddenly turned around and found that his general had surrendered to the enemy. "I'm your nephew. Am I not better than this guy?" "Uncle," Qinze called out as he watched the father and son walk further and further away from him. Su Guang nodded. Qinze ignored him. He turned to Su Yao and asked, "Should I call you uncle, or should I call you something else?" Su Yao felt as if he was struck by lightning. Su Guang sat on the ground. Chapter 593. A Bolt from the Blue. To the two brothers. This was truly a bolt from the blue. The scorching sun shone on Su Guang's face, and his expression gradually twisted. His eyes and mouth widened as he stared blankly at Qinze. How did he know? How did he know? His heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It was the despair of a family on the brink of collapse after the mother found out that the father had a mistress. This analogy was not very appropriate, but it was very apartment. If Qinze really knew what happened back then, his sister Su Lan's family would fall apart. Su Guang panicked. He felt that he was to blame. No matter when Qinze found out, he had contributed greatly to this confession. If his sister knew, she would never forgive him. How much do you know?" Su Yao asked in a trembling voice. This man who had always been stern and expressionless, known for his strictness in the business circle of Lin Hai, could not control his trembling body and trembling lips. His expression changed rapidly. Shock, agitation, guilt, sadness. A storm of emotions raged on his face. "She is my birth mother." Qinze turned to look at the tombstone. "But I don't know who my birth father is." As he said this, he stared at Su Yao. Su Yao, Su Guang. Su Guang's face turned pale. The secret that he had kept for half his life was revealed by Qinze so easily. "How did you know?" "Impossible, impossible," Su Guang murmured. Qinze looked at him and thought, "Although my IQ is not online sometimes, I know what I'm talking about. I brought you here today to confess. I hope you won't hide anything from me, because there's no point in hiding it anymore." Qinze said. "Yes, she is your birth mother." Su Yao nodded. Qinze's heart suddenly felt empty. Melancholy and sadness surged in his heart. "I really am a freebie. Son, your mother, father, picked you up from the trash can. 100% of people were played by their parents when they were children, but 99% of them were their biological children. I am that 1%. Life isn't just about what's in front of you. There's also heart-wrenching old friends like you." Qinze's reaction was relatively calm. He didn't have the family members who had been separated for many years hugging each other and crying, or hugging each other's heads and shouting, "I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life." After all, this was something he had known for a long time. When he was young, He felt that he was the only male descendant of the Qin family. How could he not be his biological son? His sister must have been adopted. She was so pretty, she deserved to be picked up. I'm his biological son. So the old man beats me with all his might. The more Papa hits me, the deeper he loves me. It was all an illusion. Later on, as he grew older, there were some things that he had to face. Qinze began to investigate this matter. Were you the one who hinted to him? Was it you? Su Guang was like an enraged lion as he pounced on Su Yao and tightened his collar as he roared. Su Yao, who did you do all this for? Who was the one who selfishly sacrificed himself for his own future? Fuck! He punched Su Yao in the face. Su Yao staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Qinze, no way. Is it really what I think? Su, you was stunned the whole time. She was stunned. Qinze's biological mother was not Auntie Qin. Then was he born to Uncle Qin? And this Auntie Su? Or was he adopted at all? Then he and Qin Bao were not biological siblings. Su, you didn't know why she was so flustered. She loved Qinze deeply and was eager to know everything about him. His likes, his dislikes, his family, his relatives, and friends. But the scene in front of her came too suddenly, as if she was shooting a TV series, and she was caught off guard. Suyu found that she could do nothing but be a spectator, and it was inconvenient for her to say anything. Uncle, it's not him, Qinze said. When I was very young, I once heard my mother on the phone and heard her say that one of my sister and I were not biological. If I didn't guess wrong, she should be on the phone with you. So I took this opportunity to bring you two here for a showdown. Why do you know that I'm not biological? There are too many reasons. If one of my sister and I are not biological, it must be me. She's so beautiful, and she looks more like you. But I'm not handsome at all. Although it was very heart-wrenching, just looking at appearance, my sister obviously inherited some of the good genes of the old Su family. I also have the genes of the old Su family, but why am I not handsome at all? Suyu listened on the side and had a big opinion in her heart. You're lying. You're obviously very handsome. Auntie Su is too good to me, so good that it doesn't make sense. Even if she has a good relationship with my mother, how can she favor other people's children more? There's only one possibility. I was born to her, and she feels guilty about me. And my mother comes back every year. Grandfather moved out of Shujia town for many years. Her hometown is here, but her family is in Shanghai. Why does she come back every year? In fact, she brought me back to see her. She was referring to Su Ru. One last thing. Last October, I saw my mother and Su Yao together at Hangzhou Airport. I didn't know him at that time, so I sent someone to investigate. Only then did I know that there was such a person and his relationship with Auntie Su. Nan Man Pei helped him investigate. That day, Qinze really confirmed his identity as a phone charger. His mentality collapsed for a long time, and he almost had sex. Su Yao was stunned. He did go to Shanghai last year, but he only contacted Shaolan. It turned out that Qinze was also there that day. Su Guang stood there, his face full of disappointment, like a defeated dog at a dead end. Then, who is my biological father? Qinze stared at Su Yao. Su Guang looked at Su Yao silently. In an instant, it was as if the eyes of the whole world fell on him. Su Yao looked sad. He opened his mouth and said bitterly, I don't know. Qinze, you don't know? How could you not know? You must be lying. Su Yao said, I'm your uncle, but I really don't know who your biological father is. I don't believe you, Qinze said. He didn't know why, but he felt very disappointed. It was as if a shining role model had collapsed. However, when he thought of his biological mother's ending and the current Su Yao, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine if he didn't want a failed role model. But it didn't make sense. If it was just his uncle, many of his actions didn't make sense. What's with your knot in your heart? What's with your obsession? Why did you come all the way to find my mother? You're just my uncle. You're not my father. Why are you in such a hurry to let me acknowledge my ancestors? Qin saw the small actions of his uncle and Su Yao these few days, but he pretended not to know. Su Yao wanted to lay his cards on the table and let him know who his biological mother was. His uncle tried to stop him and threaten him with all kinds of eyes. When Qin exposed this layer of window paper, this man's expression was especially agitated. It was just that his uncle's words couldn't be justified. If Arong doesn't know who your biological father is, then no one does. Sister Ru never said that when she was pregnant. Arong threw a tantrum and forced her to ask who the man was, but she didn't say. Your mother also asked. The two of them talked for an entire night, but Sister Ru refused to say a word about the man's identity. Su Guang looked at the tombstone and said, even if it would destroy her, even if she didn't have the ability to support you at that time, even if her eyes were swollen from crying. Su Yao gritted his teeth. Qin fell silent when he heard this. He stood under the scorching sun and lit a cigarette. He stared at his biological mother's tombstone and didn't speak for a long time. Memories rolled through his mind with an irresistible force, like a tidal wave and a landslide. Her mother said that Shujia town was a very beautiful place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Nature always produced endless delicacies and beautiful scenery. There were good sisters who grew up with her there. Every summer vacation, her mother would bring Qin back to Shujia town for a vacation. The old bus drove on the bumpy asphalt road, raising a cloud of dust. Qin sat on his mother's lap and looked out of the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the trees on both sides of the road were dense. The continuous fields were divided into squares, and the crops in the fields were lush. There was no air conditioning, no street lights, no supermarket, and no high-rise buildings. But there were mountains, fields, birds, flowers, clear mountain springs, and a reservoir with rippling blue waves. He and his friends in the town ran wildly on the black ridges of the fields, catching frogs and digging out bird eggs. At night, they sneaked into the fields to steal watermelons and eels. During the day, they climbed over the hills to swim in the reservoir. In Qin's memory, Auntie Sue would wear a long floral dress that day and stand by the bus stop with only a sign, eagerly looking forward to it. She wasn't beautiful because hard work had worn away her beauty and the sun had darkened her skin. She was only 2 years older than his mother, but she looked much older and rougher. When they first met, Qin came to Shujia town for the first time. He wasn't used to the sultry heat and flying dust in the countryside, and his small brows were tightly furrowed. The car stopped at the bus stop, and Qin held Qin's hand and got off the car. Su Ru's eyes were fixed on Qin's face, and she couldn't move them away. You must be A's. Can Annie hug you? This was the first sentence Su Ru said to him when they first met. Qin looked up at the unfamiliar Auntie, who was smiling like a flower. She was wearing a floral dress, and there was a tenderness between her eyebrows. The sun was too bright, and Auntie Sue's head was covered in sweat. She stood under the hot sun for half an hour, and her wet hair stuck to her forehead and temples. She was so dirty, so little Qin shook his head reservedly. Ace, call Auntie. Auntie. Hey, Ace, be a good boy. Auntie, we'll buy you some popsicles. Su Ru's face bloomed with a dazzling smile, but deep in her eyes there was deep sorrow. But Qin didn't understand at that time. The summer vacation ended quickly, and the night before he went back, Auntie Sue came to his room secretly to see him. She sat by the bed, touched his head, and cried. The low sobs woke Qin up, and he was startled. You're awake. Su Ru quickly wiped the tears from her face. Little Chinze instinctively called for his mother, but his mother wasn't sleeping beside him. He curled up in the blanket and peeked his head out, looking at her timidly. "Auntie just thought that you're going back, and I can't bear to—" Suru explained. Chinze didn't say anything. "Ace, can you come back next year?" Chinze still didn't answer her. "Then you sleep. Auntie is leaving." Watching her leave and the door close, Chinze breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, on the bus to the county, "Auntie Sue is crazy." Chinze, who was sitting on his mother's lap, complained. "Why?" "She came to our room, secretly at night, to cry." Chin Ma stared out of the window with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Chinze's fingertip hurt. His hand trembled, and the cigarette but fell to the ground. What happened back then? Chinze looked at Su Yao. "Can you tell me?" Su Yao nodded. "Okay." As his voice fell, time reversed at this moment, and the chaotic past flashed past like a merry-go-round. Chapter 594. Ever since Su Yao could remember, he had lived with his sister. In the second year of his birth, his father fell to his death from the dam when he was digging a reservoir in town. Due to the background of the era, the matter was settled after paying a few food stamps as a token payment. His mother died when he was 4 years old. At the end of the 1970s, the 13-year-old girl and her 5-year-old brother struggled to make a living. From the age of 13, his sister had to work in the fields with the adults in town. She would send her brother to her uncle's house next door. After their parents passed away, the few relatives were not willing to help take care of the two burdens. Suru did not blame them. After all, it was not easy for any family. It was a terrible thing to have more mouths to feed. Only her uncle's family would occasionally help them. Actually, even though he was called a granduncle, it was only because they were related by blood many generations ago. Going back a few generations, most of the people with the surname Su in the Su clan could be considered relatives. Her uncle had a son and a daughter. The daughter was called Su Lan, and the son was called Su Guang. Su Lan and Su Ru were about the same age, only 2 years apart. The two were very good playmates. However, fate made the two girls walk on different paths. The 11-year-old Su Lan was still in primary school, while the 13-year-old Su Ru was already chopping firewood in the mountains and farming in the fields. In a poor and backward town, there were many girls like her who worked in the fields. However, there were no girls like her who lived a hard life. The next year, Su Ru's body was very weak and she fell seriously ill. She almost did not make it. Some relatives who were indifferent to the siblings couldn't stand it anymore and persuaded Su Ru to give her brother away. Boys were popular in any era. There would always be someone who wanted them. If they were alone, no matter how hard it was, they could live a peaceful life. However, Su Ru did not agree and scolded the relatives away. She said that she would not send her brother away even if she died. Otherwise, how could she face her parents in the underworld? It was said that the eldest sister was like a mother. It was not wrong at all. In this poor era, the siblings depended on each other. Knowledge could change fate and create wealth. Studying was the only way out. Su Ru dropped out of primary school after finishing primary school. It was normal in that era. His younger brother, Su Yao, was a good student and was very smart. In the 3-tile-roofed primary school in the town, no one could beat him. Therefore, she hoped that her younger brother would have a bright future and be able to change his fate. The greatest desire of a poor person was to change his fate. When Su Yao was 13 years old, he didn't have enough money to go to junior high school. It was Su Ru who borrowed money from the townspeople. That day, it was drizzling. Su Ru was kneeling in front of her cousin's house. The door was tightly shut. No matter how hard she begged, She couldn't get the tuition fees. She kowtowed one after another. At that time, Su Yao stood beside her and saw that his sister's trousers were stained with rain and mud. He straightened his neck and said, "Sister, I don't want to study anymore. At most, I'll just farm." Too tired, really too tired. He didn't want to be his sister's burden and didn't want to continue studying. At that time, the college entrance examination system had just been restored, and the theory that studying was useless was popular everywhere. The dreadful theory of the uselessness of studying had been circulating for half a century. Su Yao didn't want to waste time in class. He wanted to be like Su Guang, slacking off. However, Su Guang skipped class to go out and play while he wanted to help his sister farm. However, Su Ru slapped her brother and said sternly, "What future do you have if you don't study? How can you change your fate if you don't study? If you don't study, you'll be a peasant for the rest of your life." People with a bit of knowledge and culture had seen many peasants rise up and spread the word that studying was useless. It was ironic that an uneducated person would always remember that studying could change one's fate. That, "How much do you still owe our Rome school fees?" A gentle voice came from the rain. Su Lan was holding an umbrella and standing not far away. "I only have $1.50 here. The 50 cents is from my savings, and the $1 is from Guam." Su Lan said, "Any more, and I really don't have it." Su Yao went to the best junior high school in the county. The tuition and miscellaneous fees added up to $8. Su Yao could imagine Su Guang's aggrieved and resentful face when his sister took away his savings. Su Yao did not take the money. Instead, he stared at Su Lan and said, "Little Lan, when are you leaving?" Su Lan walked closer. She held the umbrella with her right hand and knocked Su Yao's head with her left hand. She said angrily, "Call me Sister Lan, you little brat. I'm leaving tomorrow. My dad has been transferred to Shanghai. There's a house there. We'll go together." She said. Su Lan, who had just grown up, was delicate and beautiful. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her pair of black eyes were especially eye-catching. Su Yao said sadly, "He's not back yet." "I don't know." Su Lan smiled. "Shanghai is too far away from Su Town. I don't know how many years it will take for him to come back." He was shorter than Su Lan by a head. When he looked away from her delicate face, he only felt empty in his heart. The young Su Yao had always liked Su Lan, who was much older than him. He liked to pretend to be deep in front of her and recite a few poems. His face was full of melancholy and vicissitudes of life, like a poet. In fact, he was peeking at her reaction from the corner of his eyes, hoping to see admiration and admiration on her face. He pretended to be an adult and learned from his sister to call her Little Lan. He wanted to ignore the age gap between them. He wanted to tell himself that it was nothing. "I long to meet a girl who is as beautiful as a lilac, full of sorrow and resentment. She holds an oil paper umbrella alone. Wandering in the lonely alley in the rain." Dai Wangshu's poem appeared in Su Yao's mind. Su Lan was the girl he longed for, the girl who was as beautiful as a lilac. But just like the lilac in the poem, she walked further and further away until all that was left was her back. On the day Su Lan left, Su Yao stood outside Su Town and watched her family take a tricycle to the county. He suddenly felt like smoking. After many years, they didn't meet or contact each other. When they met again, the lilac was already married. Su Yao squatted in front of his sister's grave and smoked one cigarette after another. He talked about his past without any expression on his face. There was no emotion on his face. There was only regret, deep regret. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Damn, I didn't know you loved my mother so much. If my mother is lilac, then what are my sister and I? If my sister is a rose, and I'm a green foxtail, Uncle heard that someone coveted his sister. but he was still calm. Obviously, he already knew about it. Uncle sure has a big heart. If anyone dares to covet my sister, I'll teach them a lesson. What happened after that? Chinze asked. After that, my sister knelt in front of my aunt's house for an entire night and managed to scrape together the rest of the money. Then, she fell seriously ill. As for me, I went to school as I wished. As my grades got better and better, I got into high school. My school fees became even more expensive. My sister thought that if she continued farming, she wouldn't be able to afford my education. She took me away from Sioux Town and went to the county to work. She swept the floor, washed the dishes, and did the laundry. She did everything. Until my 3rd year in high school, she suddenly got pregnant and gave birth to you. I was born out of nowhere. Chinze asked, who did she come into contact with? What did she encounter? Su Yao smiled bitterly. How would I know? I only knew how to study. She only wanted me to study. For so many years, she didn't get married. She didn't even have a partner. She raised me by farming and working. She had always been willing to sacrifice for me. She always wanted me to be successful. How could such a person suddenly get pregnant? Be more specific. Chinze frowned. He had a lot of questions in his heart. It was impossible for a woman to fall in love and have a child without any signs, unless she was raped. If that was the case, Auntie Sue didn't have to hide it. Even if it was shameful because of the age, at least she wouldn't hide it from her only brother. Also, why was I given away? Well, considering the social background at that time, it's understandable for an illegitimate child to be given away. The old man wrote in his diary that in order to give birth to me, my mother fled back to Sioux Town to avoid the evil hands of the family planning department. Where did that me go? There's no need to doubt the authenticity of that me. He must exist. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have written it in his diary. Su Yao's attitude towards him was also very strange. The self-blame, remorse, and guilt he showed were far beyond what an uncle should have. He's not my uncle. Those who don't know him would think that he's my father. This can't be explained clearly. Even if Su Yao and Auntie Sue relied on each other and had a deep relationship, at most he would hate that man. Maybe he would hate me too. There's one last question. Why did my mother stop him from seeing me? Was it because she didn't want to be disturbed in her quiet life? I'm not a child. I'm a thinking and rational adult. I won't break down easily because of this. I might even happily hold my sister's hand and walk into the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were too many things that Su Yao didn't say. Su Yao lit a cigarette and looked at his sister's tombstone. Actually, I have an idea in my heart. I have been thinking about it for so many years. I have always felt that I should have seen that man before. It was in the 90s. That year. Chapter 5, 95. At the end of 1993, in an underdeveloped county town, Su Yao carried a cloth bag sewn by his sister and walked in a dirty alley. On both sides of the road were mottled old houses. The water pipes were rusty, and there was a trash can in front of every house, emitting a faint stench. He and his sister lived in a small alley. The location was bad, and the rent was not expensive. In this era, there were very few people who came to the city to work and rent a house. Su Yao came to the door of his house, took out the key, and opened the door. It was a small house with only 30 square meters. The curtains were drawn to separate the 2 rooms, one for the sister and one for the brother. There was only one bed in his sister's room, and her clothes were kept in a box. Su Yao's room had an extra desk and a lamp. When she bought the desk and lamp for him, his sister was distressed for a long time, but she still bought it. The meal was cooked in the corridor. There was a small stove, a pot, and coal to cook. It was simple and crude. The better families had already bought a gas stove, but Su Yao and his sister could not afford it. Usually, at this time, his sister would be cooking in the corridor and Su Yao, who came home from school, would make some handicrafts. It was a private job that his sister took after work. She could earn a few yuan every day. Sister, Su Yao entered the house and shouted. His sister was not in the room. She might have found some work outside. She often did this. Every day, she would walk around the county town and take on all kinds of jobs. As long as she could earn money, she could also do what men could do. Su Yao put down his bag and saw a bag of unfinished handicrafts beside his sister's bed. She should have come back. Did she go out to buy groceries? He was in a good mood today because he got the first place in the school test results. The teachers liked this plainly dressed student very much. He was hardworking, and serious. They said that he was a good seedling who could enter university. At that time, the teachers were so simple and honest. They could not wait to pour out their hearts and lungs to their students. When they met a motivated student, they liked him more than their own son. At that time, the female students were also very pure. They liked straight-A students and boys who were motivated. Even if Su Yao looked very ordinary, there were many girls who sent him love letters in private. It was different from the later love letters. The current love letter was very reserved. First, he wrote a modern poem about a famous person. At the end, he added, "What do you think of this poem?" Then she would pass it to the boy she liked. If the boy was also interested in the girl, he would write back and secretly put it in her drawer the next day. After a while, the story came out. At the age of 18, love was inexperienced and immature, but it was also beautiful. After this age, even if she fell in love again, she would not be able to find that kind of feeling. However, Su Yao did not care about the girl's hints and love letters. He was like a stone statue standing in the rain of flowers, watching the petals fall one by one. He was too lazy to reach out to catch one of the beautiful petals. He didn't have the capital to fall in love, nor was he interested in it. A village boy only knew how to bury his head in books and live up to his sister's expectations. Moreover, Ding Xianghua had drifted to Shanghai with the wind. She had originally wanted to enter Fudan University, but she had gotten married in her first year of high school. She married a bandit from Shanghai. Su Yao had not recovered for a long time. At one point, he wanted to hit someone when he heard Shanghai. He was too silent, low-key, and reserved. He had always suppressed his feelings of love in his heart. But what was the value of not saying it out loud? On the day of the wedding, Su Yao went and got the fare from his sister. It was very expensive, so expensive that he almost cried. At the wedding, his Ding Xianghua was very beautiful. No, that was no longer his Ding Xianghua. It was the flower of the man who was the teacher. Lan was very happy to see him. She was happy from the bottom of her heart and gave Su Yao some comfort. The girl I like is more important to me than 1,000 gold coins. I'm glad that I'm not as light as a feather in her heart. The man looked at his newlywed wife with a smile. His wife introduced him. "This is my younger brother from my hometown." Reality gave Su Yao a heavy blow. At that time, he asked himself in his heart, so he's just a younger brother. His heart suddenly ached, but he still did not cry. But when he really cried, it was after the wedding banquet. That kid, Su Guang, said, "Is your sister's problem because of your sister?" Su Yao cried, and then he beat that kid until he cried too. Su Guang was born a little early. If it were now, he would definitely comfort Su Yao with another sentence, such as, "Rong, don't cry. Stand up and play." Su Yao sat on the bed, making handicrafts, and let his imagination run wild. His sister's hand was full of frostbite in winter and was dripping with blood. Unknowingly, it was almost dark, but his sister still hadn't returned. Su Yao decided to go downstairs to look for her. He closed the door and left the residential building. At the corner, he saw his sister talking to a man in the twilight. The two of them were holding hands, and he could vaguely see the man's face. It was a calm and serious young man. When he talked to his sister, his eyes were full of smiles. When Su Yao saw him, the young man also saw Su Yao. Perhaps he felt that the young man's gaze was too sharp, and he was stunned. His elder sister noticed his momentary daze and turned to look at him, following his gaze. His sister's expression changed slightly. She whispered a few words to the young man and turned to face Su Yao. "Who is he?" Su Yao asked. Friend. He helped me." Su Ru explained briefly and changed the topic. "Sister came back late because of something. Arong, are you hungry?" Su Yao looked at the young man's back as he walked further and further away, disappearing into the night. Since then, Su Yao never saw the young man again. His sister didn't seem any different. She worked as usual every day and endured hardships. In 1994, two things happened in this year, and each of them brought disaster to the small family. The first thing was that due to the bursting of the real estate bubble, it caused an extremely terrifying economic crisis. Those who hadn't experienced that era couldn't imagine how terrifying that economic crisis was. It was a direct economic collapse, far worse than any other economic crisis that came after. In fact, there was a collapse as early as 1990. In 1994, the two crises overlapped and strengthened each other. Bang! The collapse of the bubble forced many people to their deaths. Although this crisis was stabilized in a relatively short period of time, it caused a huge impact during this period. The small county didn't suffer much from the aftermath, but the lives of the citizens did become tight. As a result, Su Ru couldn't earn money, and her life became difficult. The second thing was that Su Ru was pregnant. That day, Su Yao was still in school, immersed in a sea of questions, preparing for the college entrance examination. His sister asked someone to call the head teacher's office and said that she was sick and hospitalized. Su Yao rushed to the hospital and learned from the doctor that his sister was pregnant. It was a bolt from the blue. "Don't work too hard. Your body is important. Go home and rest well." The doctor complained to Su Yao. "You're her husband, right? Why don't you care about her at all?" The doctor didn't lie. His sister, who recovered from the shock, interrupted in embarrassment. "He's my brother." Su Yao developed early. While his peers were excited about the thicker hair in their pants, he already looked like an adult. At least, he didn't look like a high school student. The doctor was also embarrassed and asked, "Then he's your husband?" There was silence. The brother and sister were silent. Back home, as if nothing had happened, his sister sat on the bed doing handicrafts while Su Yao sat at the table writing papers. Clack! The ballpoint pen slammed on the table. The sound wasn't loud, but Su Ru was shocked. Her hand trembled. Su Yao stood up with a gloomy face. He looked straight into his sister's eyes and asked, "Who is that man?" Su Ru didn't speak. Su Yao didn't speak either. His eyes gradually turned red. "Arong, don't worry. Is it that man? Is it that man?" Su Yao said loudly. His sister responded with silence. All of a sudden, it was as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. "You've been lying in the hospital for so long. He didn't come. Did you not contact him, or did he refuse to come?" Su Yao grabbed his sister's hand and walked out of the door. "Go and call him. Call him now." "I'm not going," his sister said. Su Yao was stunned and instantly exploded. He shouted, "You're shameless. We're poor, but we can't lose our dignity. No matter how poor we are, We have to know how to love ourselves. If a woman doesn't even love herself, then she has nothing. What are you going to do now? Can you raise a child? When you were undoing your belt, did you think about what you're going to do in the future? Do you know that you're going to get married? Your life is ruined. In the dim room, the youth was hysterical. His face was red, and his eyes were crazy. That day, he said many, many things that went too far. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into his sister's heart. Suyao was mad. He hated that man, and hated his sister for not loving herself. His sister sat by the bed with her head lowered and tears streaming down her face. She was a woman after all, a weak woman. Life made her strong. In some aspects, she was even more hardworking than men. But in front of her brother, she cried helplessly with her head lowered. Many years later, whenever he thought of this scene, Su Yao would tremble. His body and mind would ache from the inside out. I remember every word clearly. Every word is imprinted in my heart. I hate myself back then. I was too selfish. I never thought about her feelings. I never thought about how wronged she was, how helpless she was, how she longed for someone to help her. She was like a person who had sunk into a swamp, longing for someone to lend a helping hand. But I, her little brother, ruthlessly trampled her down. Su Yao cried bitterly. He lost his father when he was 2 and his mother when he was 4. His sister raised him painstakingly. She was a teenage girl, but the calluses on her hands made her look like a man who had worked hard for years. His sister worked hard to support him. His breakfast every day was porridge with 3 steamed buns. Why 3 steamed buns? That was for lunch. She had eaten steamed buns with salted vegetables for many years. When he was young, she refused to give him away. When he grew up, she was single and unmarried. She gave all her time and hope to her brother. But her brother did not understand her. Qinze looked at this man in silence. At this moment, he stripped away all his outer layers. Success, seriousness, glory. He squatted in front of his sister's grave like a broken child, crying like a fool. Regret was regret because it was destined to be irreparable. You cried your heart out. You hated yourself back then and wished that time could turn back to make up for your mistakes. But life would never give you a second chance. So you tried your best to acknowledge me as your nephew. You wanted to make up for your mistakes. You wanted to appease the pain that was hidden in your heart day after day. And then Qinze asked in a hoarse voice, Chapter 5, 96. An indescribable atmosphere hung over everyone's head. Silence, depression, and sadness made people's hearts heavy. Su Guang understood Su Yao the most. He was also one of the participants in the incident. Su Ru's experience made him sigh. Su Yu looked at Qinze with pity. She always felt that her life was miserable enough. Her grandmother didn't love her, her uncle didn't love her mother didn't love her, and her father didn't love her. They each gave birth to a child to take her place. Su Yu felt that she was wandering in the shadows where the lights of the 2 families couldn't shine. She didn't fit in with the harmonious atmosphere of their family. It was said that parents were the closest people in the world. She also wanted to, but her parents didn't love her. Perhaps they even saw her as the failure of a failed marriage in her life. But compared to Qinze, she seemed to be very lucky. Although he had a happy family with a strict father, a gentle mother, and a flirtatious sister. However, he did not know his biological mother. It was only after her death that he found out the truth, and no one knew who his biological father was. Their experiences were so similar. A's and I were a match made in heaven. Su Yu thought happily. The man didn't appear. He didn't appear from beginning to end. The sister's belly was getting bigger. Taking advantage of the summer vacation, the brother and sister returned to Shujia town. In the 1990s, a woman who got pregnant out of wedlock in this remote and poor town would be criticized. For a time, rumors were everywhere. Some said that Su Ru was someone's mistress outside, so she had money to support her brother's education. Some said that Su Ru had a boyfriend outside, but was abandoned by him. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors. Bad woman, casual, indecent, all kinds of labels were placed on her. It was summer vacation, and the sun was burning the earth. In a small shop in the town, a group of Annies were chatting and waving fans in their hands. Who's the bastard in Su Lan's belly? She's about to give birth. There are so many wild men outside. If she doesn't say it herself, how do you know who it is? This child who lost his parents since he was young is so easy to fool. He's coaxed to bed with just a few words. Who wants her now? Did Ah Rong get into university? Hey, when Su Lan gives birth, how will she have the money to send him to university? The shopkeeper's face suddenly changed, and she winked at the aunties. At the door, outside the shadow of the eaves, Su Yao stood there expressionlessly, his hands clenched into fists. Ah Rong, you're here to get your acceptance letter, right? You just arrived this morning. The lady boss squeezed out an awkward but polite smile. Su Yao took the acceptance letter and left. It was sealed in a yellow envelope. Ever since he returned from the summer vacation, he had heard too many rumors. Some were said behind his back, and some were said to his face. He, who had never fought before, frequently fought with others during the summer vacation. Su Yao hated his sister. He hated her for not loving herself. He hated her for ruining his future. That kind of exasperation for not living up to expectations tormented him every day. He hated the man who didn't recognize him even more. Even though he didn't know who he was, his sister still refused to tell him. No wonder there were so many rumors in town. The old bus slowly drove over. It drove steadily on the newly paved road 2 years ago and finally stopped at the bus stop. A young man and a young woman with a big belly got off the bus. They were Su Guang and Su Lan, who had left their hometown many years ago. Hi, Ah Rong. Su Guang waved with a smile. The aunties in the shop stuck their heads out and looked around. Su Yao looked at Su Lan deeply. After so many years, he finally saw her again. The current Su Lan had lost the innocence of a young girl. She had become round and full. She had the grace of a young woman. Why are you in town? Didn't you and sister Ru move to the county? Oh, my sister is pregnant. She came back to hide. Those sons of the family planning department are useless. They sent my sister to the hospital and want to have an abortion. Look at how big her belly is. Can she have an abortion? A bunch of inhumane animals. My brother-in-law didn't come, so I sent my sister back. Anyway, my dad said that it doesn't matter if I go to work or not. I just know how to slack off. It's better to come back with my sister. Su Guang was as lively as ever. He chattered nonstop along the way. Stop talking. Su Lan reprimanded her brother. Then she looked at Su Yao and asked gently, "What's wrong, Ah Rong?" She was always so gentle and considerate. She could easily see the gloominess in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes turned red. Su Yao said, "My sister is pregnant." That night, Su Lan and Su Ru talked until late into the night. 2 pregnant women, 2 best friends. They had been separated for many years. One was married and had a happy child. The other was pregnant out of wedlock and was criticized. Just like their childhood experiences, the difference was like heaven and earth. Su Ru looked at Su Lan. She was like a little girl selling matches looking at the warm stove and delicious Christmas dinner through the window. 2 worlds. Who's the father of the child? Under the dim light, lying on the same bed, Su Lan asked softly. Su Ru hesitated for a while, and didn't say anything. Su Lan gently stroked her best friend's belly. It was bigger than hers, so the due date was definitely earlier. The child can be born without a father, but what about when he grows up? Other children have a father, but he doesn't. Su Lan said, "My Bao Bao likes her father a lot. She's always with her father. It's very tough for a child from a single-parent family. You've been there, so you should know." Seeing that she was still silent, Su Lan said earnestly, "Aren't you tired of carrying everything yourself? Even if he doesn't want you or the child, at least he can ask for compensation. Your life will be better." What about Arong? He was accepted by Zhejiang University. You've worked hard for so many years and finally saw hope. Are you going to give up halfway? You said that studying can change one's fate. You're just one step away. Are you not going to take it? Also, what about your future? You're not young anymore. How are you going to get married with a child? How is she going to get married? In this era, who would want a woman who had a child before getting married? Who would want her? After a long while, Su Ru said, "He just left because he had something to do." "Do you believe that?" Su Lan asked. There was silence again. "Let's not talk about this." Su Ru forced a smile and said, "Why are you pregnant again? They're so strict now. I heard that there were 5-month-old women in town who were caught and aborted. They almost lost both their lives." Su Lan said helplessly, "My one wants a son. His father wants it too. They feel that without a son, the Qin family's line will end. Don't think that he dotes on his daughter very much now. After knowing that I'm pregnant, he's so happy. He's usually an old-fashioned person, jumping around like a child." Su Lan's tone was reproachful and helpless, but her face was full of happiness. It pierced Su Ru's heart deeply. "Actually, I can think of a way to pay for Arong's school fees. If it doesn't work, I'll ask my father for it. After all, Arong calls him granduncle." Su Lan sighed. "But you—" Actually, at that time, Su Lan and her family were at their worst. Old Master Su was a leader, but the leader's daughter had to give birth to an unwanted child. The reason why the Su family looked down on the Qin family was because the Qin family was shabby and poor. "Don't. How rich can your husband be? The poorest are teachers, right?" Su Ru said, "I'll think of a way to pay for Arong's school fees. As his elder sister, it's my duty to take care of my younger brother. Xiaolan, this is my last dignity." Yes, this was her last dignity. Yes, an elder sister was like a mother. It was her duty. Hearing this, Qin Zhe's heart was filled with melancholy and sadness. Regardless of whether Annie Su still had hope for that man, the outcome was still destined. That man did not come, and she had no choice but to separate from her biological son and marry someone else. Actually, her tragic life was destined from the beginning. In his mind, he could not help but think of the song he wrote for his sister. "I once loved such a man. He said that I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept that innocence for him, closed the door to love others. It was also this man that I loved so deeply. He turned me into the stupidest woman in the world. Did you also love a man like this? Did you have hope for him? Did you have a vision for him? But you were turned into the stupidest woman. Auntie Sue? Then who is the child my mother gave birth to?" Qin Zhe asked. From the bottom of his heart, this matter had come to an end. He knew his background, and it was a burden that had been lifted. He had gotten what he wanted. He could not bear to look back on the past, so he let it go with the wind. But Qin Zhe could not hold back his curiosity and asked another question. Su Guang shook his body exaggeratedly, as if he had fallen over. "According to them, I should have been born earlier than me. October was my birthday, but it was not really my birthday. Where did I go? Was I eaten by the people of Guangdong?" Chapter 597. She didn't say. She seems to have expectations for that man, but she doesn't have confidence in herself. Don't blame your sister. She's been suffering. She hasn't had a good life since she was young. The next day, Su Yao came to find Su Lan. That was what she said. However, he couldn't completely understand his sister at that time. He hated her more, hated her for not living up to his expectations. His sister's life was ruined. At noon, Song Zhongji knocked on the courtyard door with 2 fish. He stood in the courtyard and said to the pregnant Su Ru, "Is our Rong here?" "He asked me to catch the fish. He said it's for your health." "Thank you." He went out with Ah Guang. Su Ru said, "What are you thanking me for?" 5 cents. Song Zhongji grinned. Su Ru was stunned and nodded. "I'll get you the money." "No, it's not convenient for you. I'll ask our Rong when he comes back." As he spoke, Song Zhongji scooped a basin of water and placed the half-dead fish inside. This man was idle and didn't like to work in the field. He was good at catching fish and birds. He was the only one who didn't criticize Su Ru. He was probably a bad person and didn't have the right to criticize her. Maybe he wasn't interested in gossiping, or maybe he was a coward and was afraid that Su Yao would beat him. The day of labor came soon. Su Ru was Mr. Su. She didn't go to the county hospital. She didn't have the means to go to the hospital back then. In the countryside, she usually went to the village doctor. It was slightly better than the barefoot doctor. She had studied medicine for a few years, but her standard was definitely bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in the countryside but in the hospital. Shujia town was too poor to have a health center. There was a health center in the neighboring town. At noon, her water broke, and she started to have labor pains. The child was born at 10 o'clock at night. It was a boy. Everything was settled. It was the first time in her life that she was a mother. Su Ru threw away all her worries, and only the love of a mother was left. Su Yao felt that he should hate this child, but when he saw the baby sleeping in the swaddling clothes and couldn't open his eyes to see the world, he clenched his little fist and slept quietly. His heart suddenly softened. Due to malnutrition, the baby was only 2 kilograms at birth, which was medium small. "The baby is so cute. Have you given him a name?" Su Lan, who was pregnant, watched from the side with a smile on her face. Su Ru shook her head and helplessly said, Rong refused to help. He still has a thorn in his heart." Su Lan said angrily, "Ignore him. I've prepared a few names. Do you want to choose one?" "What name?" "Qin Hao, Qin Xiaofan. Just pick one and change it to Su," Su Lan said excitedly. "Su Xiaofan doesn't sound good. How about Su Hao?" Su Ru nodded and smiled. "All right. By the way, I brought milk powder over. You can use it first. When I give birth to Bao Bao, I produce more milk, so you shouldn't be short of milk," Su Lan said. As Su Ru's bones were severely damaged, and she was malnourished for a long time, she did not have much milk. Since it was related to her son's rations, she didn't refuse in the end. A very realistic and serious problem was placed in front of them. The brother and sister, who had depended on each other since they were young, still depended on each other for survival. Moreover, they had an additional life. Her sister, who had carried the burden of the family on her own, was weak after giving birth. It was difficult for her to continue living. Raising a child was not easy. According to later statistics, more than 40 million children died in the 90s. That night, Su Ru looked at her child and said nothing. The next morning, she called Su Yao to her room alone and asked him, "Do you miss university?" Su Yao was speechless. His gaze fell on the baby's face. The baby was sleeping, but suddenly his small body trembled. He whimpered a few times like a mosquito. Su Ru quickly comforted the child. "Don't worry about him. Tell me, do you miss him?" Su Ru said, "Yes." Su Yao said, He wanted it. He wanted it more than ever. Studying can change one's fate. It can also restore one's dignity. He longed for success. He longed to escape poverty. He longed to regain his sister's lost dignity. Su-Ru nodded. A few days passed like this. One night, Su-Ru was suddenly woken up by urgent knocking on the door. The baby was crying loudly. "Rome, Sister Ru," Su Guang said with a sobbing voice. "My sister fell down." He knocked on the door with all his might. Su-Ru sat up in shock. Her sleepiness disappeared. Before she could call for help, Su Yao from the next room had already rushed into the courtyard. When she opened the door, Su Guang was standing there with a panicked expression. "What happened?" "My sister slipped when she went to the toilet at night. She was covered in blood." Su-Ru heard it and her face turned pale. She couldn't care less about comforting the child and shouted, "Rome! Rome!" No one answered her. Su Yao had already rushed out of the house with Su Guang. The next day at 5 o'clock in the morning, Su-Ru, who hadn't slept the whole night, finally waited for her brother to come back. We took her to the health center. Xiaolan was already unconscious and couldn't give birth naturally. They said there was no way. The fetus might be injured and asked us to send her to the hospital. The health center car took us to the county. The hospital gave her a cesarean section. The baby was alive when it came out, but it didn't survive for more than 2 hours. The doctors couldn't save it. They went. Su Yao's eyes were bloodshot. "Where's Xiaolan?" Su-Ru cried. "She hasn't woken up yet. Guang is in the hospital, squatting outside the ward and crying." Su Yao covered his face and said with a trembling voice, "A good child, gone just like that." After a while, Su-Ru said, "Rome, let's go to the county now." It was 6 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the hospital. There weren't many people in the hospital, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. 1 or 2 patients could be seen on the benches in the corridor with intravenous drips. The nurse on the night shift looked exhausted. In the small ward, Su-Ru saw Su-Lan. She had already woken up and was staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open like a lifeless paper flower. Su Guang's eyes were red as he sat by the bed. "Rome, Guang, go out for a while. I have something to say to Xiaolan," Su-Ru said as she held the child in her arms. After the two left, she sat by the bed and whispered, "The child is gone." This sentence seemed to awaken Su-Lan, who was on the verge of despair. Her face was expressionless as her eyelashes trembled. Then she started crying. She cried heartbroken like a mother who had lost her child. "There's nothing that can't be overcome," Su-Ru said. "After so many years, it's all because of this sentence that I can survive until now. Every time I feel despair, I will think of Rome, and there will be hope in my heart. You still have Bao Bao. You can't break down." Guang said it's a son, Su-Lan said softly. There was a strange silence in her expression. "My first child was a girl. Although he didn't say anything, I knew he wanted a son. I thought that since I married into the Qin family, I should give birth to a child for him to carry on the family line. The child is gone, and the investigation is so strict now. My father doesn't want me to have another child. I quarreled with my parents. A person like him, without this child, even if he wants a son, he won't let me have another child." Guang said it's a son. "He has always wanted a son. I can't lose this child. I can't lose his... my child." At first, she could speak calmly, but gradually her emotions became agitated. Su-Lan's body twitched as she cried, and her words were incoherent. Su-Ru placed the baby in her arms beside her and said in a low voice, "From now on, he will be your son." Her voice was very soft, and the expression on her face was very complicated. Reluctance and pain intertwined. Su Lan stopped crying and looked at her, without saying a word. He will be your son, Su Ru repeated. Are you comforting me? No, I'm serious, Su Ru said. Why? Arong said he wants to go to university. I can't afford his education, let alone raise this child. Who can a woman with such a bad reputation like me marry? Su Ru smiled sadly. The child and Arong are my burdens. I can't bear the fate of both of them at the same time. I have to give up one of them. Su Ru's fingertips trembled as she stroked the child's cheek. Perhaps in your eyes, the birth of this child is a mistake. Then between the two, I choose our own. I will bear my mistakes. I will bear all the pain and regret in the future alone. At least I can still face my parents. You are right. The child can't live without a father. Little Lon, you can give him a better family and a better environment to grow up in. He can grow up without worries and won't have to worry about being called a bastard when he grows up. Your husband wants a son. You can imagine how sad he will be when he learns of this bad news. Are you also afraid that because of this matter, it will become a knot between you two? Su Ru's face was covered in tears. Little Lon, just treat it as us saving each other. Su Lan reached out, wanting to touch the child, but the moment she touched him, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She was stunned for a moment. Sister Ru, from today onwards, this child is mine and has nothing to do with your family. I will raise him, give him the best environment, and raise him as my own son. You and Arong can't go back on your word in the future. Okay, Su Ru said. As soon as she said this word, her entire body collapsed. What do you need me to do for you? When he grows up, bring him to Su Town to visit me every summer. Okay. Outside the door, two youths stood there. Why are you two standing at the door? The doctor, in a white coat, walked to the door of the ward. The two youths were in tears, and the doctor wasn't surprised at all. He pushed the door open and glanced at the ward, holding a stack of reports in his hand. You came last night, right? The doctor last night got off work, and I'm in charge of your ward. My condolences. I'll register you again. What's your name? Su Lan opened her mouth. Su Ru said, Su Ru. Su Ru, right? The doctor wrote a few notes. In a while, I'll get the nurse to take you for a checkup. After a miscarriage, you have to pay more attention to your body, or else you'll have a lingering illness. Soon, rumors began to spread throughout the Su town. Su Ru's child died prematurely, and the bastard she was carrying outside had a short life. Su Lan, who came to Su town to recuperate, gave birth to a fat boy after a month of recuperation in the hospital. Later, Su Ru got married to the man who had never commented on her, a man who didn't do a proper job, a woman who got pregnant out of wedlock, a man who ate and was lazy. Wasn't it a good match? Many days ago, the day after Su Yao said that he wanted to go to university, Song Zhongji sent fish again. Arong asked you to send fish again. Su Ru said, awkwardly, I'm sorry, we don't have much money at home. After sitting around and eating for so long, they really didn't have much money. It's free. We're from the same hometown. It's just two fish. Song Zhongji said, aren't you pregnant? You have to nourish your body. After all, we've known each other since we were young. Su Ru was stunned and hesitated. Do you have a girlfriend now? Who's willing to marry me? Song Zhongji scratched his head. Then, do you have money for a wife? Why did she ask this? It was a little strange. Song Zhongji said, don't think that I like to gamble, but no matter if I win or lose, I'll save some money. As I save, I'll have money for a wife. Then are you willing to marry me? I won't raise someone else's son. Don't worry, I'll give the child away. Really? But you have to help me support Arong's studies. For Su Ru, instead of giving it to someone else, giving it to her best friend who grew up with her, was the best ending. Song Zhongji was a man of his word. A weak man had his advantages. On the day Su Lan left, Su Yao stood outside the town and watched the bus leave. He, who had never smoked, squatted by the side of the road and smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. Later on, Su Yao went to college as he wished and became successful as he wished. But he couldn't pay back the debt he owed his sister in this lifetime. He regretted that morning countless times, regretting that he said yes. In the years after that, he rarely stepped into Su Town. He married a rich lady in Wen City and settled down in Wen City. Everyone in Su Town said that this chicken flew to the branch and became a golden phoenix, forgetting his roots. In fact, he was afraid to face his sister. Every time he saw his sister's aging face, he would think of that unbearable past. On the day she passed away, she said a lot to me. She said that she didn't disappoint her parents and that I finally stood out. But I knew that what she wanted to say the most was A's. We worked hard to change our fate, but I couldn't change the past in my life. Su Yao sat in front of the grave. His expensive suit was covered in dust. After my sister died, my biggest wish in life wasn't to stand out, but to bring you here one day, point at this tombstone, and tell you that she was your biological mother. This was her biggest wish before she died. She didn't say it, but I knew. It was because of me that you and your son were separated for more than 20 years. It was all my fault. It was my responsibility. This was the biggest pain in his life. Therefore, he went crazy and wanted Qinzhe to acknowledge his ancestors in order to make up for his past mistakes. He wanted to make his conscience feel better. But we promised Xiaolan that we wouldn't talk about this in our lives. As long as she doesn't agree, I won't tell her. Qinzhe said bitterly, that means my dad doesn't know about this. That's not important. Su Yao said, Ace, you can't tell your dad the truth. It might be your mom's fault for hiding it from him, but this kind of thing can only be kept a secret. The longer it goes, the more you can't tell him. Su Guang's voice was almost pleading. This was very important, very important. Qinzhe said in his heart. He had read the old man's diary and knew what was going on. But he hoped that the old man knew about this, but kept it to himself and pretended that he had a son. Think about it. Any man would know that the son he raised for more than 20 years was not his. His mentality would explode. The situation would get out of control. What would happen to Mom? What would happen to me and my sister? I'm sorry, I don't know who your biological father is. Su Yao said dejectedly, It's okay. Just pretend that he's dead. Qinzhe's tone was calm. I only have one father. His name is Qin Jianzhang. And Jilong, what does it have to do with me? Qinzhe interrupted him. I don't have any brothers, only my sister. I can accept what happened back then and face my biological mother calmly. I can also face you, my uncle, calmly. But that's all. I have my life. I have my family. There's no need to cut off contact, but I hope you won't take the initiative to disturb my life in the future, especially in front of my mom. Su Yao nodded. After crying and untying the knot in his heart for many years, he felt much more relaxed. Can you call her Mom? Su Yao looked forward to it. Qinzhe was stunned. He stared at the tombstone. He opened his mouth and spat out a very simple word, but he couldn't spit it out. The high-speed train to Shanghai. Suyu snuggled in Qinzhe's arms. Women were always emotional. After shedding a few pounds of tears for the biological mother of her beloved, Suyu became listless and didn't feel better for a while. Qinzhe was much calmer. You think it's too cold? Qinzhe's fingertips flowed through her hair. Suyu wanted to shake her head, but finally nodded. Sadness doesn't have to be shown. The past is all in the past, and the people who leave will never come back. You can't change anything. Qinzhe sighed. If she was still alive, I would treat her better, but, as they agreed, I will always have only one mother. Raising kindness is better than giving birth to kindness. Don't you want to know who your biological father is? Do you think I should go find him? Suyu thought about it, shook her head, and said, You shouldn't look for him, but you can't help but think about it. Think. Why do you want to think about it? He may still be in that small county, living a mediocre life for half of his life, or he may sigh that he had an illegitimate child. But what does it have to do with me? The world is so big, I can't go find him. I said, let's just treat him as dead. Why do you want to find him? Do you want to cry and recognize him as your flesh and blood? I'm afraid that he will stick to me like a dogskin plaster. Anyway, he's a big boss with a net worth of billions. What if he makes my family restless? 2018, midsummer in September. Chinze, who finally learned about his life, could finally face his life more calmly. Chapter 598. On the journey from Shujia town to Shanghai, the Harmony train passed through the tunnel, crossed the fields, undulating mountains in the sun, and rippling ponds. Suyu sometimes bowed her head to play with her mobile phone, and sometimes peeked at the silent Chinze. In silence, he was expressionless, just staring at the scenery outside the window, wearing a mask and no sunglasses. This was a first-class seat, and there would be no people coming and going. At this moment, Chinze had an indescribable charm, especially the melancholy hidden in his eyes. In fact, he was still very sad. After all, that was his biological mother, a person who had worked hard to change her fate all her life. She had no hope, so she pinned all her hopes and beauty on her brother, and bore all the pain and regret alone. If you want to fly, I'll carry the pain. And Su Yaoji showed far more emotion than an uncle because he could never care about the past. He felt that he caused the separation of his sister's mother and son, causing his sister to die of depression. The sister who raised him since he was a child, the sister who gave up half of her youth for him, he had been asking for it all his life until he wanted to compensate, but it was too late. Life was like a play. It was not wrong at all. She leaned her head on Chinze's shoulder and closed her eyes. Tenderness and sadness surged in her heart, filling her chest. She hoped that this was a journey without an end. She hoped that in the future, she could always lean on this shoulder. Husband, do you love me? Suyu murmured. Oh, don't say such sad things. Chinze unscrewed the mineral water. Come on, good brother. Deep feelings, drink it. Suyu, she hit him angrily. Old husband and wife, still so pretentious. Chinze said in a bad mood. When Suyu heard it, she happily hugged his waist with shallow dimples. When Chinze noticed her, Suyu had already fallen asleep. Her face was serene, with a round nose, a ruddy mouth, and long eyelashes that were like the wings of a flying bird. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to have become much prettier. Chinze always feels that no matter how beautiful things are, after looking at them for a long time, there will be aesthetic fatigue. He tries to recall the scene when he first met Suyu. The deepest impression in his mind was not her beautiful face, but her tall figure. She was wearing a sexy OL suit, very cold and very goddess-like. Before he met her, she was like a cold daisy in the cold wind. She was beautiful, cold, and unapproachable. After getting to know her, she shed her disguise. She was a beautiful lily, blooming delicately in the rain and sunshine, nourished by the sun. Chinze carefully took out his mobile phone and tried not to wake her up. He opened the chat software and sent a message in the Salted Fish Harem group. Suyu and I are going back to Shanghai today. The things in Shengcheng have been settled. Are the funds ready? At cross-dressing boss Qingqing Zijin, Xiangxi Hongdo, Wang Zijin, I'm ready to invest. Qin Bao Bao copied and pasted. I'm ready to invest. Nan Man Pei was a little late. He probably felt that it was not good to ignore Chinze, so he copied and pasted. I'm ready to invest. Qinze was overjoyed. Oh, there are suddenly 3 new shares. I'm caught off guard. Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Nan Man Pei. Generally, it's best not to delve into things that you don't understand, especially when it comes from Qinze's mouth. Wang Zijin. It seems to make sense. Qin Bao Bao. This black-hearted maggot is always saying some nonsense in front of me. I don't understand most of it. Wang Zijin. Nan Man Pei, don't say it out loud. How am I supposed to respond to that? Nan Man Pei imagined the nonsense Qinze said to his sister and shuddered. Also, it was extremely scary. Qinze was thick-skinned. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. You're thinking too much. Qin Bao Bao. Then explain what you meant by that last sentence. Qinze, new shares. Haven't you played with stocks before? I'm not afraid, even if the crab comes. I'm not afraid. Qin Bao Bao was speechless and sent a series of flips table emojis. Qinze, Sister Ziwei, wait for me to come back. You said you would cook noodles for me. I like noodles and soup, not hot noodles. Wang Zijin. She had the urge to go crazy. As an editor who had been on the internet for a while, she could actually understand instantly. That day, she had a private chat with her boyfriend and was a little naughty. In the group, her style of chatting had always been dignified and serious. Qinze actually hinted in the group. Nan Man Pei definitely didn't understand. Speak human language. Do you need my help with the follow-up matters in Shun City? Qinze, no, Suyu and I will take care of it. Sister Man Pei, let's play the game of eagle and chicken another day. Nan Man Pei, ? Wang Zijin, Ace, what's wrong with you today? She felt that he was a little unrestrained and wasn't in the right state. Was he provoked? Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. She was confused and thought that her brother was just talking nonsense. Qinze didn't answer her and put his phone in his pocket. He was very happy to be mischievous and had found the right state of life. Don't think about it. Let bygones be bygones. The affairs of the older generation have nothing to do with us. Don't be conflicted. Don't be depressed. Don't be sad. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Huang Yuding. Qinze was helpless. He gently woke Suyu up and indicated that he needed to answer the call. He held his phone and put on his sunglasses. He got up and left his seat to open the toilet at the end of the car. Click. The lock popped back, and Qinze picked up the call. Old Huang, what's the matter? Huang Yuding laughed. Mr. Qin, there's something I want to tell you directly. After all, we're old friends. I've discussed it with my agent. I think we can release one song from the album in the second half of the year. I want to sing it now. I haven't had any works in the past few months, and the company's composer isn't very satisfied with the song. Huang Yuding chattered for a while. Among the artists that Qinze had poached, Qian Shishir and Yi Lu had gone out to film. As for the singers, Huang Yuding and Su Jiao were busy with work and didn't have any new works for the time being. There were some rumors circulating on the internet that the two of them might have gone silent and jumped ship to Tianfeng. In the end, they didn't have any works for half a year. If it weren't for the fact that they were directly advertised in variety shows, the audience would have forgotten about them. Huang Yuding had taught a newcomer in his previous company. That newcomer's catchphrase song became popular on the internet recently, and his fame increased greatly. On the other hand, his master hadn't made any progress and was a bit agitated. No problem. What kind of song do you want? Qinze asked. I'm still worried about your work. Huang Yuding said modestly, just a hit song will do. Get lost. I'm just kidding. Huang Yuding said, I just want to sing a song with feelings. A song with feelings. Qinze thought for a moment. Then I have a lot of songs here. I just thought of one. It's said to be quite popular. Huh, it's said to be quite popular. What do you mean? Oh, I think it should be popular. Shinzei changed his words. It's said to be quite popular because the system told him so. It's the most popular online song of the year. Shinzei had a lot of songs here. This kind of song was most suitable for the artists under him to sing. For his sister, he wanted to write some good songs with a little bit of meaning that could be passed down for many years. Do you have a demo? Huang Yuding suddenly became excited. Shinzei's last song, Love Even If You Die, made him famous. Although it was a catchphrase song, it was more beneficial to increase his fame. In the past, his fans were all young people. Now, even those burly men could shout out his fame. Huang Yuding? Oh, I know him. Love Even If You Die was sung by him. He would sing it every time he went to KTV. There's no demo. I'll just sing it casually. Listen to it. If it's good, we'll settle on it. Shinzei said. Okay. Huang Yuding listened attentively. Shinzei sang, I've lost contact with prostitutes in Guangdong. Sometimes I miss the health care we did together. I hope this organ can connect us. I miss you. My Cantonese is not very good. What do you think? After singing, Shinzei asked, what a sentimental song. It would definitely touch the heartstrings of countless people. Okay, this one. It's good, very good. Huang Yuding laughed excitedly. Well, okay, I'll hang up first. I'll go back to the company and write the song and send it to you. Shinzei hung up the phone. He took a piss while he was at it. The clear water came out of the jade pillar. The rain sprinkled on the world. He was still a little sad. He couldn't completely let it go. Shinzei sighed faintly. He needed to find something else to divert his attention. Otherwise, his OCD would drive him crazy. He would think every day. Every day, he would think about Auntie Sue who hugged him all those years ago. He would think about how she felt when she faced him. Another thing made his balls hurt. He had so many brothers and sisters. He and Suyu would have a lot to talk about. Oh, right. I still have a crazy film to shoot. Chapter 599. At Tianfeng Entertainment, Qin Bao Bao, who had just finished her workout, took a shower, dried her hair, and played some games as usual. Then she sat on the sofa in the office barefooted and practiced her vocal cords for a few minutes. She called her assistant from the office next door to make some tea while she picked up a book called How I Met You in My Most Beautiful Years and started reading it. Women and men were different after all. Judging from the title of the book, romance novels were long and complicated, while hot-blooded novels were concise and clear. Qin Baobao's way of doing things could not be considered straightforward. She lacked Wang Zijin's opinions and was not as decisive as Nan Manpei's, nor was she as wise and resilient as Suyu. Be it because of her family background or her outlook, she could not compare to them since she was a child. However, she was the only woman Shinzei could not forget about for more than 10 years. Everyone wanted to fight the sobbing monster, but Shinzei was the only one who loved it. Xiang Yi's assistant sat opposite Qin Bao Bao and drank tea. She still had something to do, but nothing was more important than drinking tea with her boss. She could even get some snacks from her boss. The necklace is beautiful. Did your boyfriend give it to you? Qin Bao Bao asked with a smile. Although her family wasn't as prestigious as her best friends, baby Qin had received a good education since she was a child. In her assistant's heart, she wasn't a boss who was difficult to get along with. Occasionally, she would even say a few witty words to tease her. Xiang Yi's assistant even made a barometer based on Qin Bao Bao's expression in the morning. For example, if Qin Bao Bao came to work sullenly, Shinzei would definitely not be in Tianfeng today. It meant that it was a sunny day. If she came to the office in high spirits, Shinzei would definitely be by her side, or he would come over later. It meant that it was a rainy day. Yes, she said. It's so good to have a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao sighed. It's not convenient for you to have a boyfriend. Xiang Yi's assistant nodded and flattered her. But you have a younger brother. Many people are willing to exchange their boyfriends for your younger brother. Qin Bao Bao said in his heart, I don't want a pair of broken shoes that have been used by others. What about you? Are you willing to exchange your boyfriend for it? The assistant was stunned and shook his head. Boss Qin, you're joking. Is my younger brother not good enough? Good, very good. The assistant said against his will. Qin Zhe was handsome, rich, and talented, but he always put on a straight face and used emotional abuse on her. In the novel, this kind of man was a domineering CEO who deliberately treated the innocent and naive. In reality, she really wanted to hit him. The assistant often criticized Qin Zhe silently to her friends, saying that she was under pressure in the company that did not match her beauty. Then you can be my younger brother's assistant, Qin Bao said. He could quit his job at any moment. Qin Bao Bao wanted to laugh when she saw her assistant's disgusted expression. She knew that her brother didn't dislike the assistant, but he was using this method to vent his anger on her, silently resisting her. It was similar to the rebellious mentality of a teenager. What Qin Bao Bao wanted to do was to touch his head and say, Good boy, Mama loves you. Cross it out. Describe it again. Sob, sob, sob. Can't you be satisfied with your sister's beauty? This was the right way for the siblings to open up. Finally remembering that she had something to deal with, Qin Bao Bao sent her assistant away and reluctantly put down the book. She rubbed her eyes, put on her high heels, and planned to work hard at her desk. She couldn't be too lazy. After all, she was the CEO of a big company. In recent years, her brother had been climbing up the ranks like a rocket, and she couldn't keep up. They had said that they would be salted fish together, but suddenly he became a big shot. He started a company and made movies. Qin Bao Bao's dream was to walk on the screen and become the national goddess. The reason was that every time she saw her beautiful face in the mirror, she felt a sense of loneliness. Good things couldn't be hidden, so she had to share them with the whole country. Qin Bao Bao was very reluctant to become the big sister of an entertainment company when she was caught off guard. It was too tiring to be a boss. But what could she do? The most important person in her life suddenly jumped on the high-speed train and sped away. The only thing she could do was to ride a donkey and chase after him. Even if she couldn't catch up, at least she could shorten the distance between them. Otherwise, she would only be abandoned. I have a donkey, but I never ride it. The phone on the other side of the sofa rang, and the screen showed that the caller was Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao threw herself on the sofa and happily picked up the call, but her tone was fierce. You're finally back, you made Zijin, and I eat noodles for 3 days. My mouth is so bland. It's my fault, my fault. Qin Zhe said, I'm downstairs in the company. Do you want to go out and play? Where to play? Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up, and her long legs slapped the sofa happily. You'll know when you come down. Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao immediately jumped up from the sofa and left the company happily. She didn't forget to put on a mask. At the parking lot downstairs, she saw her brother's car, which was worth 200,000 yuan. Because of the concealment, the car window didn't roll down. Qin Bao Bao stood beside the car and knocked on the window. The car window slowly rolled down. As a sister, she shamelessly winked at her brother. Qin Zhe got it and said, Get in. You're the right person after confirming with my eyes. It wasn't rush hour now, and the road was still smooth. Qin Zhe followed the navigation and drove on the highway. His sister sat in the passenger seat, and the seat belt made a very naughty curve on her chest. A big-breasted brother was more pleasing to the eye than a small-breasted brother. Did you have fun in Shin City? His sister asked casually. What's there to be happy about? I'm so tired. I only cared about chatting with the other side and didn't have time to play in Shin City. Chinze said. For his sister's wit, he knew it in his heart. You came back 2 days later than expected. Where did you go? His sister asked again. They took a plane to Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, and then from Shaoshan Airport to Shujia Town. They rested for a day. The next morning, the car called by Su Yao arrived, and they went to Shujia Town to visit the grave together. I went to see Aunt Su, Chinze said. I originally said I would wait for her birthday, but then I was lazy and didn't go. His tone and expression were very calm and steady. So you also went? Well, I have nothing to do anyway. Oh. His sister looked at the highway outside and asked curiously, where are we going to play? I'll take you to a place you've never been to before. Chinze was enraptured. Bao expressed that she was looking forward to it. By the way, do you want to participate in my next self-directed movie? Is there a kissing scene? No. Is there a bed scene? No. No, get out. Chinze was not reconciled. This is a movie for the purpose of word of mouth. If it can be popular, it will be very good for the reputation of the actors. Anyway, you are quite free recently. He was afraid that his first self-directed movie would be a flop, so he wanted to pull his sister together so that he could attract a lot of attention. I'm not free. I'm busy at my desk all day, or I run out to shoot commercials and commercial performances. I'm tired. Bao casually talked nonsense. Nonsense. Sister Ziwei told me that you have nothing to do at the company and at home. Chinze exposed his sister's lie. Bao gritted her teeth after being stabbed in the back by her best friend once again. Chinze expected better from her. You should be more careful. Now many people are eyeing you covetously, saying that they want to empty you. The car got off the highway, past 2 traffic lights, and stopped in front of a building gate. Here we are, he said,